spoke in the car about the hole at the center of this donut. And yes, what you and Harlan did that fateful night seems at first glance to fill that hole perfectly. A donut hole in the donut's hole. But we must look a little closer. And when we do, we see that the donut hole has a hole in its center. It is not a donut hole at all, but a smaller donut within its own hole. And our donut is not a hole at all.
Ryder, do you want Krispy Kreme or Sesame Donuts? That's all I asked.
I want voodoo.
Ooh.
Welcome, everyone, to this episode of the Cheap Seat Critics Podcast, where today we are covering Knives Out. With me today, we have...
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, Geeky Ryder.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And coming all the way from Cheshire, England, we have special guest...
Oh yeah, it's a guest character called Sinister Boy.
Oh yeah!
Perfect. I thought that would be
I'm
appropriate.
so excited.
Well, you should be. This is this is audience. If audience has been following us all the way, they should know in the background all the talks about Rian Johnson and how bashed he is over because of Ryder. And I don't know how much has actually been shared of Sinister's defense towards Johnson and discussions of that, but it's been a big thing in the back, and we finally got a coverage of it with Knives Out here. But hey, if you're listening from the Thornby Manor, I don't know where it takes place really, but the Thornby Manor, you can find us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Bluesky, LetterBoxd, where we have out graphs and charts of whatever we've covered, and we have YouTube and Rumble for visual side of things if you're interested in that, with PNG tubers and slideshow and just more visual aid. But hey, maybe not your cup of tea. You can't do that while driving. You can find us on multiple audio platforms out there as well.
Takes place in Massachusetts.
Sweet. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah. All I know is where the exterior of the big house was shot, being Boston. That's all I got.
Wow.
Boston.
That's in Massachusetts.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, exactly.
What are the odds?
I know,
You know,
right?
all these
Like I said,
Bostonians.
all I know is that where the exterior they mentioned is shot, because I know the filming location is like 3 different places for the mansion.
Isn't Boston famous for donuts?
You're thinking of the Boston cream pie.
Yes,
Oh.
the people in Boston though, they prefer Dunkin' Donuts. That's their big thing.
You know, and Samuel Adams, because your cousin from Boston.
Oh yeah, and everyone out there pretends that Tom Brady is their father.
Mhm.
And they...
And that was a
Like
wicked
tea.
game, wasn't it?
Crimson, was this on your fact sheet?
Boston! No, not a lot of Boston facts. Let's dive into our history, actually. We'll put off the facts. We got some spicy histories, I would imagine. So let's start
Spicy.
with probably the weakest of them, and that being my own. I've seen this movie twice. The first time I saw this is way back, however many years ago now, with Sprinks. When Sprinks lived with me, this was something we watched together, introduced it to me, and I haven't seen it since, except for now for the podcast. And of course, I've had talks with other people about this movie, Sinister and Ryder being, obviously Sprinks as well, being part of it. But that's it. Let's go with Sprinks next.
Okay, thank you for reminding me, I guess. So, Crimson, your history of seeing this for the first time was with me, and I introduced it to you?
Yeah, when we took turns picking
Things
movies
back
and
and
shows
forth?
to watch.
Okay.
Yeah. I have it written
So-
down in a book.
Okay, well, I also have it written down somewhat. The first time I saw this movie was in 2020, and
What?
this would have been
That's
the
not
time I
true.
watched it with Crimson then.
Was it that long ago already? My goodness.
That's what I have
I
it
guess that
logged
lines up.
as.
Yeah, that does line up.
So I watched it a second time for the podcast. So it's been a 5-year difference since I watched it the first time and the second time. And this is a movie where the first time viewing was, how do I word this? My subjective score from my first time viewing and my now time viewing are different, and I've slightly been in a false truth for the past 5 years about this movie.
False truth.
Something I've been told that I've been going along with. No. Something I've been told that I've been agreeing and going along with until I watched it for the podcast and realized that's not true.
Or are you going with my thing?
I don't know.
Oh.
It's just something for the past 5 years that I've been like, yeah, I'm in agreement. And then I watched it again and went, oh, yeah, that's not true.
I guess we'll find out.
Are we going to have our own mystery on this mystery podcast?
Could be.
I know the mystery being laid before. Let's go with Sinister next.
Okay. Yes. The defense side, I see. Interesting choice. So I remember when this movie was announced, and I was really excited for it. I don't think I ended up seeing it in theaters. I think I ended up seeing it later when it was on streaming, as I think most movies ended up being consumed by me on the time of this movie. And I was very interested because it had been a long time since I'd seen anybody kind of do a big budget whodunit kind of, mystery movie. Most of them, are kind of TV, or your Hallmark Channel might be a decent, refuge for most of these mystery movies. And I had Daniel Craig, had a lot of people that I kind of was familiar with and I sort of knew, and so I was like, okay, and I was, and then when I found out that Daniel Craig was going to be doing a Southern accent, I was doubly interested. And watched it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. I've seen it a couple times since then, and I think I think multiple rewatches kind of alters, your perceptions of things. I still enjoy it, but I can see more, I think, deficiencies than I could technically the first time. But I still hold a deep love and liking of this movie overall.
With deep love.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with a writer, the last one.
All right, Your Honors, venerable jury. Yeah. No, I've seen this movie once after it came out. I've seen this movie a total of 4 times. I wanted to see it because I also am a huge fan of the murder mystery genre. And despite all let's be honest, the crap I give Rian Johnson, I figured this would be the one genre that could be like in his wheelhouse, because he likes to subvert, expectations and how stories are told. So I was kind of curious to see what he would do with the genre, and I really wanted to see the first film, despite my intense distrust. So I watched it the first time voluntarily. I thought it was probably average. I was disappointed by it. I never took an objective lens to it because I didn't feel the need to at the time. I really had no interest in rewatching it. But I did rewatch it a couple more times after that because various members of my family and people in my life have just happened to want to watch the film, and I'm a team player, so I just went along with it. Again, never really took the gloves off, I guess, because I wasn't, impressed enough to want to do that until I had to for the podcast. So the podcast was my 4th time, and it will hopefully be my last time.
So you loved it?
Is it opposite
No,
day?
he loathed it.
No, he's not wrong. I love to tear it apart. Let's go with that.
Yeah, there you go.
Not a love-hate relationship, but a love-to-hate.
Yeah, a love-to-hate relationship at this point. Because it's, we'll get into it, but I think it's a typical Rian Johnson movie. Having now watched it with an objective lens, it suffers from a lot of the same problems his other works do.
Alrighty, we'll jump into some facts. I'll start with the budget. It had a budget of $40 million and a box office of $312.9 million. So it was successful. Not as big as I thought when I looked into it. I was expecting like 500 mil, but I mean, it's still successful. Pretty good profit margin there.
I mean, a lot of big names.
But
Mhm.
yeah, lots of big names. Jumping into the
Tony
more interesting
Collette,
side of
Jamie
things.
Curtis.
All right. Ryan Johnson kept strict control over how much each actor knew about the script to make sure those playing characters in the dark were as confused as people they were portraying. I don't know to what extent that is, because I would imagine they would have read the script. But
Oh, is that like a
You-
Alan Rickman and how much he knew about Snape kind of thing?
could be.
Uh,
I couldn't
I've
find much more detail than this broad statement.
There is a recorded table reading of everyone reading the script collectively together. I don't know if that was I don't know if that was like filmed after the film, like so they did it like for the whole COVID
Promotional
sheltering
thing.
stuff, or if they did it beforehand and it was just a recording before that. All I know is that exists.
Could have been the scene when Ransom's in the room, kind of like at the 52-minute mark or whatever the film. I saw in an interview that that was the kind of first day of having all the actors together for a scene. So it could have been a table read on that.
Next fact. While filming the big reveal at the end of the film, Ryan Johnson was surprised to discover that Daniel Craig had completely memorized the last 30 pages of the script, most of which are monologues delivered by his character. Johnson ended up altering the way he shot the scenes, favoring long takes instead of shorter cuts, because he found that Craig's performance became better and better the longer he took.
Good.
I can agree with that. Yeah, that was a good choice to make.
Definitely it builds up the accusations, the reveals. When Marta is in Ransom's house for the first time, we see a row of four or five brown tinted glasses in the background. There is, however, an empty space in between them, which was the one that was used to burn down the uh, medical examiner building.
The Molotov bottle.
Yeah, so that's something I didn't notice, but that was
Nice
kind of a
attention
cool
to
detail
detail.
I found. Yeah.
I
Uh,
wait. That might be a problem. Okay, I'm gonna go write that down.
all right. The steelbook for this the film's Blu-ray release has a transparent slipcover, and on the back shows a series of knives arranged in a circle. And if you flipped the transparent case around to the front, which had an image of the cast, the knives would be pointed at the culprit, as they put it. So a little Easter egg
Interesting.
on the case.
That's kind of cool.
You purposely said culprit.
I did.
Okay.
You wanna probe it?
Well, it could mean different things depending.
Good.
We'll never tell.
Uh, yeah. Last fact I'm going with, because there was a lot for this film. Working out the mechanism by which to handle and explain Marta's switching up the drugs in the script kept Ryan Johnson frustrated the longest. He was quoted saying, "I need something where both she and the audience crucially need to believe that she has messed up and through her error has killed him. But it needs to be something that I can effectively undo at the end of the movie." He says he went through lots of overly complicated variations before settling on his final choice, which was, I guess, the viscosity.
Should have tried harder, is what I'll say to that.
The hardest element for him to write was showing that she screwed up and could undo it by the reveal at the end. And we'll debate probably whether or not it was efficient or effective or good when we get there. I imagine there might be some other facts you guys might bring in, so it's open.
Well, I guess I'll go. I learned the fact that the Harlan painting of himself that occurs a couple times throughout the movie wasn't done by the time they filmed scenes. I don't know if it was not done by the end of the movie or at a certain part of the movie it was done, but it wasn't done when they started filming. So when it's in the background in some shots, those were actually green screened frames.
Oh, good use of green screen. They made it look pretty decent and seamless, which I'd hope so with a decent budget.
Well, yeah, especially if it's in the background, not as a big focus or anything.
And if it's the only thing the green screen department has to work on.
Yeah, it's true. Since
Sure.
I think most of everything else is practical.
Probably. I don't know if any of the fire was anything.
Well, there's nowadays it's pretty much like there's CGI and a bunch of stuff that you just don't even think would be need to be CGI just to sort of
Yeah,
clean it up a little bit and this and that.
Yeah.
that's true. All right, Springs, did you have anything else, or was it that one?
That is the one I had.
All right, Ryder, did you have any?
No, nothing specific. I think I have a broader thing I learned because of this film, but I also can't confirm the fact. So I might have learned how, or at least I think I've learned how Ryan Johnson tends to make notes for his scripts, which is he has them in like separate notebooks, and then just tries to throw it all together at the end, which is interesting as far as our approach to writing.
Ooh, I guess that is a fact. I'll have to send it to you, writer, but I saw something on how Ryan Johnson went to write the script and is structured for it. And
All
from
right.
what he said was not that.
Interesting. Okay, like I said, I that's why I said I can't really confirm that because I don't know.
Yes.
Listen, as long as it's not his first draft, I think we're doing better than Last Jedi.
What I can tell you is the plot is not what he starts with.
Yes, I know he doesn't start with that. That's pretty much all I know.
Ba-da-bow.
Yeah, but yeah, feel free to send me that. I'd be curious because
As long as it's not multiverse of madness where it's getting written while filming.
That's true. True.
yeah.
Casablanca.
Or Madam Web, where
Uh,
it's only half written and it
Oh.
comes out.
My
And
goodness.
some no,
I don't know.
see with Casablanca, right? That just required talent.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a little bit different.
Yeah.
But I also
Uh,
like I don't know, whodunits are also kind of weird because you kind of have to make the murder or whatever make sense first, and then kind of build around that. Because if it doesn't, that's the worst thing.
Well, this
Yeah.
kind
you
of
have to
took
write it
the
like where it works going forward and backwards.
yeah.
Yeah.
This kind of took
Yeah.
the Columbo approach, where it shows the murder case first and then how it went.
What'd you
Yeah.
just say?
A lot of in terms of like usually when I'm approaching something of a mystery story, and what you're typically taught traditionally in school is you start from the end and work your way back.
Because it has to make sense
Yeah, because it has to make
logically.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is very very good for structuring the giving you the bare bones structure to build your story around. I modify that personally for my own work. When I'm telling a mystery story, I do start with the end, but then I also do the crux of the mystery. I do what's and then I just, like at the beginning, like I do what kickstarts everything. So I do the beginning, I do the end first, and then the beginning, and then I start adding notes for what needs to be the prologue, preceding that, and going in between. So there's definitely different approaches on how to write a murder mystery, but a lot of it, the base recommendation is just start from the end because that's
Yeah.
how you'll usually get your best success out of it.
I have heard, and maybe you can say yay or nay to this writer, but I've heard that good writing is like ironing a shirt, where you go forward a little bit, and then you go back, and then you go a little bit more forward, and then you go back.
Then you spritz some water on it, get that steam.
Put some you get like add some juicy little
Then you fall
Yeah.
asleep with the iron
With the
on
iron
the
on,
shirt
it
and burn a hole
burns.
through it.
Yeah. Your house catches on fire.
And that's where you get plot holes. Yeah.
There you go. That's good.
I've never heard that one before.
All right. Sinister, do you have any facts to tack on?
I don't. You might have this, and I it's been a while. So this is kind of an older fact that I remember hearing. So I'm gonna put a little caveat in there.
Fact.
But yeah, fact in quotation marks. But I don't think. See, now that I'm about to say it, I'm like I don't know if that's true. 'Cause it doesn't make any sense. But I don't think originally he was supposed to be Southern, Benoit Blanc. I think that was just sort of like Daniel Craig's idea. Not that he wasn't
I
supposed. Yeah,
might have
not that he
heard
wasn't
that.
supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't. I think there was. I don't. I mean, he was probably going to be Southern. I don't know if Ryan Johnson wanted him to have a Southern accent, but he just kind of Daniel Craig kind of latched onto it and just was like, oh, he probably should have a Southern accent. Which, yeah, is you know what? While we're kind of fiddling here, I'll look that up.
Okay.
Let me see.
I mean, it leads to the line CSI KFC.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. I mean, if it's true, it makes sense to me because I think Daniel Craig at this point was trying to remove himself from what he considered a stain, which was James Bond. He really didn't like playing James Bond. So I think he
his
wanted
legacy at this point.
What about a cowboy and a
Cowboys and Aliens?
Yeah.
Yeah. As I said, James Bond is his legacy, so that's why I think he's trying to divorce himself from that. Because I know he doesn't like I know he didn't like playing that character, so I feel like if it was a choice on his part, it's because he just wants to divorce himself from it because he realized this could be what he goes down and is remembered for. Which is true. He acts the hell out of it, this role, whenever he is like actually the protagonist at center stage.
I think that's kind of something that, unfortunately, because of especially in film and careers, like you get pigeonholed, and he's spent the last like 2 decades playing an action, James Bond, very big character, even without him in it, and you kind of forget that he can act really well. He's a very good actor, and he can do a lot of different things instead of just like action movie stuff.
Yep.
So I'm glad he branched out, and it seems to be doing pretty all right for him.
Look at that. You two agreed on something about this movie.
Yeah. I mean,
that'll be the first and last time.
I mean, up front, I will not be bashing this film's acting. I think a lot of the actors give it their all.
Yeah.
I think the only one that's questionable. I think the only questionable one is maybe Fran, but I think she does enough to do her part.
I was gonna say Donna.
Yeah. There's a little bit here where it's hard to discern if it's poor acting or not giving enough material.
Yeah,
to
Donna
work
didn't
with.
get enough.
Yeah, no.
I do think that might be true with Donna. Yeah.
But yeah, so that's now that I'm saying it, I don't know if that's an actual fact or not, but we'll put it out there. We'll disseminate
Audience can look
false
it up if they're
Yeah,
interested.
take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, look it up.
We didn't get the privilege or
did not get
disprivilege of sitting down with Ryan Johnson.
No,
I'd consider that a privilege. I would ask him pretty hard questions.
I would love to watch you have an interview with John. That would actually be very enjoyable for me.
Yeah.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fair person.
It would be like a Jiminy Glick, I'm imagining.
Oh, that'd be something.
There would be a little bit of a Jiminy Glick where you just be like, "So why do your movies suck? What is up with that? Is that a goal? Is that a?"
I'll speak in Benoit Blanc's accent the whole time.
Yeah. Was that a goal?
So explain to
the
me
real
the
mystery to
donut hole in
me
Last
to why
Jedi.
you suck.
Yeah. So did you want to ruin Star Wars, or was that just kind of like Disney's idea? I'm trying to rationalize that.
It was definitely Ryan. I've concluded that it was Ryan.
Did you decide to do Looper as a whodunit?
So are all your movies like a whodunit because you're like, who did this movie? Why did they do this movie?
Well, On to the next section of the podcast, and that's actually the podcast. And
This
that's
is the podcast.
covering it.
Skip to minute 30.
So for Knives Out, we'll be doing a 4-act structure, roughly half an hour each. Act 1 consisting from the beginning to Elliot's timeline recap. And that's Act 1. You can jump around anywhere within it, starting with Brinks.
Great. I have a question to start us off with. Are we to limit the conversation of these acts going forward of solely the act itself, and we can add on come next, like second act, third act, so forth? Or can we discuss things in the first act connecting to anything else of the entirety of the movie?
Yes to 2, because I feel like if we do the first thing, we'll forget too many things.
Awesome.
That is
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Yeah.
I just want to check with that.
Yeah. So if you bring up something that's in Act 1 and it's touching on the others, I'm fine with doing like an overarching thing.
Cool. Then can I ask like the biggest question of this movie to start?
Right
us
out the
off with?
gate. I'm curious if
Biggest
the
question.
biggest thing is what everyone else would say is the biggest.
I don't know. Just being that it's allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Let's see.
Marta is the actual killer and purposely wanted to kill Harlem.
Is that the
Not what I
big
expected.
question?
Was that a
Okay.
question or was that a statement?
It sounded like a statement.
Just like, is that where you see the film as?
She's
That-
definitely got motive.
I mean, I think it's kind of like that's sort of the crux of this whole movie is that literally pretty much everybody has motive. Even like the most well liked individual technically has a
Actually-
motive.
Actually, no, I rescind my statement because Marta didn't even know she was getting everything in the will.
She didn't know everything.
Oh, you're right.
And,
Damn it.
And Ransom confessed to doing everything.
Yeah.
So it's not like she convinced him to confess for her. So no, I don't think they've delivered that to be even a side possibility.
Yeah. It would be unintentional murder because she wasn't paying attention enough to do her job. Which is funny enough, that's what saved
Manslaughter,
Harlan in the end.
Yeah.
And she didn't convince Harlan to kill himself. That was his own actions, so it's not even a manipulative point either.
Yeah. Rian Johnson was very careful to try and make Martyr like the most innocent, good-natured, good-hearted person in the world, even though she's still terrible like everybody else in this cast. But I could tell
Yeah.
Rian Johnson was putting an effort.
It's definitely it's a whole thing where obviously nobody's perfect, so there's gonna be and they kind of showcase that in the end, I think, a little bit, that there is a level of getting revenge in some form or fashion.
True. So it sounds like a no
Springs,
from
you
Ryder and
posed the
Crimson.
question.
Yes, Sinister. Your answer there. So are you leaning yes or no,
It kind of
or it's open ended? Could be both.
I don't think she is not responsible. So I would disagree. I don't think she's responsible.
Well, she's
It's-
responsible for being
okay.
negligent.
Yeah, she's responsible
that's
for being
three no's.
negligent, but yeah.
I guess so. I'm gonna ask a qualifying question for you, Springs, because I get the point. I think I get what you're getting with the question, but are you when you're asking about did she murder Harlan? Are you asking whether she intended to murder Harlan?
Yes.
Okay. On intent alone, I would go with no. I don't think she was intentionally negligent, but the result of her actions did result in murder. Or attempted murder because she didn't know the vials had been switched. So
Okay.
it's really weird.
It's a very big gray area.
Okay. I'm on the
That's
side
right.
it was intent. She was intending to kill Harlan.
I will be curious to hear you build that case, I suppose.
Well, now's the time. Topics here. What's the reason?
She is a good doctor. or good nurse, and that's said by Blanc, like she is good. The mix-up, there was no mix-up. That is her acting and being sent by the mix-up, and she words it very well, like, this is what I gave you, not that I got the vials swapped. So she didn't lie in her situation to Harlan where she would have vomited. She's looking. The only thing that doesn't really play off is that she's not working with Ransom, so missing. I don't know what she would have done if she actually found the antidote in the medical bag. She probably would have like hidden or something, but she's like looking for it, trying to find out, because in her belief it is the morphine in the vial that was given, even though they swapped. So the vial she gave, which didn't have it, which the medical records would have shown that he was totally fine and wasn't in a morphine overdose, um, is what she's believing to be the situation in the time, because the vials are swapped, and that is what she put in purposefully and not accidentally. And
the
then
labels were swapped.
not the labels, the liquid inside the jars were swapped, because that's what Ransom's
Oh.
pulling back the syringe and swapping them.
Right. So but I'm saying by that result, the labels on that would be marking each liquid is different.
Yes, she put the one that said morphine into his system, which was the actual normal one. And then she goes, "Oh man, I gave you this one instead." So purposefully, she put the morphine into him, thinking it was morphine, when it was actually Ransom who swapped it, and that's not what caused him to die.
And this is the problem I have with the ending, with the reasoning of the viscosity of the liquid. She didn't look at the vials. I that's why I think she sucks. When LeBlanc's like, "You're a good nurse," I'm like, "She sucks." She didn't even look at the vials before injecting him. The whole reasoning, LeBlanc's like, "You are so good, you could sense the viscosity of the liquids being different from the movement of the liquid." She didn't even look at the vial to even discern, oh, this is morphine to kill him with your intent version. She didn't even look at it.
That's true, but the viscosity would still weigh the change in difference.
Which means she would have sensed it as not the morphine then.
Yeah. She could identify the difference between the two. Doesn't mean her intent to still use the morphine is changed.
Then if you're saying she intended to kill him and she could feel that it's not morphine, why wouldn't she have swapped it to the other thing?
I don't know. I'm trying to piece that together.
Because both can't be true at the same time.
You keep thinking on that, Springs. I'm not there with you on her intending to kill Harlan, but I can sort of see the picture that you're putting together with that. If that's another way to perceive the film.
Yeah, what really kind of sold me a bit more is the use of the line that Marta is better than Ransom at the game of Go. And it wasn't just like a one-time kind of like jealousy thing that Ransom said, or like a manipulation thing of like, you were closer to him because of this. It's said like 3 times throughout the movie, and I was trying to think, why would they keep bringing it up? And I just went, oh, Marta is a step ahead of Ransom and is better at the game of what's going on.
That implies that she knew what Ransom was going to do, and he made it up on the spot. It's not like he planned it and she discovered it.
No, much the way that it's explained that Ransom is learning things of what Marta's done to aid him, of like, oh, this is going my way and solving things. It's the opposite also on Marta's side, that we don't see the story told out from her perspective of things Ransom's doing that's aiding her.
Then she would have just given him the morphine with the correct vial, which would have went through with his plans anyways.
I don't think I follow that.
Okay. If you're saying she's aware of his actions, or that someone tampered with the drugs,
no,
then
not what I'm saying.
Then how is she changing off of Ransom's actions up to the murder?
Not up to, afterwards.
Okay, then I'm off this train we're riding. I'm not there anymore.
Okay.
The only thing to me that leans any sort of malice with Marta as a character is at the very end when she looks down at the family with the face she makes.
Because she won.
And it's so easily put towards the family, you smug, terrible people. This is my property. But That's it. That's all I got for any malice from Marta.
And it's an earned malice. It's
Yeah.
not a
At that
yeah.
point, it is an earned
Makes
malice.
sense with the scene.
yeah.
Is it still in the scene? No, it's in the. Sorry, it's in the next act. Can't touch on it yet.
I think it's might still be in this act. Is it the no? I think no. It's next act.
The start of the
one
next act, I
Christine
have something to add on to my case here.
Yeah, I also might as well unintentionally because I had an issue with, but I took it more as an issue of them. Okay, the character is just being stupid to move the plot along.
That will not be the last time that's been uttered in this podcast.
I might be uttering that quite a bit
That-
this podcast.
That I can go with. There are some dumb things done.
Sprinks, I'm leaning towards you just telling what your thing is, because we were already talking about stuff that happened in the third act, so
Ooh,
might as well
Crimson,
just
you're in anticipation.
add your supporting. When we're on the topic, why?
This is a big perspective of the film, so yeah, I think we can get it out.
Okay. The sake that when interviewing members of the family, and like between Linda or Richard or Walt, and they're giving their side of the story, the memory of what's being shown is different, and everyone remembers it differently. Like Joni's side of the story, or how they're explaining the talk of how Marta's kind of a big part of the family, and then later on in the movie, Marta kind of like daydreams, I guess, of what occurred, and it's a completely different kind of thing about immigration and whatnot than what was shown here. So memories are changed depending on who talks about them. And when they're interviewing Marta or interrogating her, and she brings up that when Joni's story is when she came up, the go board was on the ground, and that's what caused the thud, which Blanc tests himself, like tossing it on the ground, and it was actually Marta being tripped. But that occurs after her dumping out the medical bag. So when Joni checks and only sees the go board, there would have been medical contents all over the floor as well, and Joni didn't talk about that. So that makes me believe Marta's story of what she's telling isn't a memory, but a fabrication of events that are just more detailed because that was what Blanc asked of her. So she's not lying. She's just not giving a memory of what occurred.
What's the lie?
The lie is that
Or
the medical
half-truth
bag is
or whatever?
omitted from the flashback sequence, right?
Yes, which is what Joni didn't see in her story of just the go board, and then it is in what Marta's discussing in the events.
I mean, we don't even see the full room on that shot.
We see the whole
doors.
floor.
Okay.
It's either
well-
if you want to, it can go in the case that Joni's lying that she did see the medical equipment and didn't share it. I don't know what connection Joni would have to do that though.
I don't know why you would assume she would just even notice it to even bring it up as relative important information. She knows he takes medicine. That the whole family knows he takes medicine.
It's because she brings up that the thud was caused by what Harlan tells her is that the board fell.
Yep.
She sees that.
Yeah.
But the metal equipment isn't there.
Because it's not relevant.
Well, because that's
being related.
Going off.
This is information given that's important to the investigation.
So that shot there of Joni's memory is selective memory, and she's only picking up the board and not the medical equipment that Marta would have said was there.
Yeah.
Sure, because she didn't see it.
Or she did see it, and memory is a very fickle thing, and that if you kind of remember, if somebody, like if you hear something and somebody tells you, oh, it's this, that's what you're going to remember. You're going to ingrain that it was this, and then somebody years later, like, oh, it was actually not that, it was this. And you're gonna, it's memory is very fickle, and yeah, it doesn't. That makes sense that she would omit something because she was told it was something else, and that she would then remember what was told to her and not necessarily what she saw or logically thought of it.
I can understand
because
you're
gonna latch, because you're gonna latch on to like the details. If you respect the person and you feel like they were, and especially if it's coming secondhand. So you weren't there, and somebody tells you, "Oh, this happened." You are going to kind of fall on what they said happened more so than your own logic for the most part. Obviously, there's
Oh,
going to be little discrepancies and
you're
things.
saying Harlan telling her that the thud was the board.
Yeah, so she's going to assume, oh, Harlan said it was the board. He was there, and and I have, there's a familiar relation, whatever. That's what I'm going to trust. And because Harlan hasn't really ever lied, or we haven't known him to be a liar, then ergo the memory then would be, oh, it was the go board, even though it was actually the go board and the bag or the medical bag mainly.
Okay, there's the confusion. The thud was Marta tripping and falling.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
But Joni isn't like Harlan isn't like half in the doorframe, like blocking her sight and just telling her recollection. Joni actually sees the floor of the board, but in her memory, we're telling it's just that. I sense if you're in an interrogation something and there's like newspapers all over the floor with the go board, it would still be like, oh yeah, and there was newspapers there. If there's medical equipment and like syringes and gauzes and everything all covered over the floor, I feel like that's still a memory to be picked up on the event because then it's a mess. It's not organized on the
Yeah,
table
but
where they're playing, or the medical bag's here and there's a stethoscope here, or what have you, and it's like organized because she's the caretaker. It's a mess.
so stuff doesn't ever fall over. There's never a mess involved with kind of anything.
If
It,
someone
I- it,
said if someone's in the kitchen and there's a clang, and I'm like, what was that? And they're like, oh, I spilled a pot, and I go in and there's cans all over the floor. Yes, I can
yeah,
believe the pot's the one that made the noise, but why are there cans all over the floor?
I guess that the the it's they know he takes medicine. So if there's medical stuff on the floor, accidents happen. They're not really. It's not the most. And again, it's all involved with memory. You pick up on what you can, and ergo, if they know he took medicine and they knew this and that, um, it makes sense that that wouldn't be the most,
Prominent detail to retain.
logical. Yeah, and especially in that shot that we see from her perspective, there is no medical stuff on the floor.
True, which is what
and,
I'm
and that's
agreeing with.
our yeah. And then you're saying in Marta's version it should be all over the floor because it
It
is, and
is,
so it should be in Joni's. Yeah.
which is why I'm going with Marta's version is a fabrication of a story, and not the
Here's the
memory.
interesting part. Here's the interesting part that you're latching onto, which is good. You are latching on to the thing that most whodunits, when they do flashbacks or they do these telling things, you're latching on to everybody's story isn't entirely true. Everybody's story is a fabrication of a certain event. That's good. I think you might be going a little bit too far into a specific one, but you have the right idea. Is that you should be looking at everybody's story as what's inconsistent here with somebody else's, what's inconsistent with what we know.
What would change this to make it not work or change at all is if Blanc asked Marta to tell the memory or the truth about what occurred and not just give me the details of what happened or how he words it. Because then she would have to tell the exact truth of what occurred or admit things without throwing up in front of him. Being that it's just give details, she can spin a tale of whatever she wants because she's giving details of things that didn't happen, but that's what he's asking.
What I don't get is we have a scenario where there's no bag in one scene, bag in another. You're assuming the one with a bag is a fabrication. Why can't the one without the bag be a fabrication?
Well, that's what I
You're
brought up
just
earlier.
assuming
No, I brought that up
it
earlier.
as being the
Why
wrong one.
why does Joni have a reason then to lie?
It's not a lie. It's just not important information, as I said earlier.
Well, you also have to consider what if Joan.
Sprinks. If you went grocery shopping and you went down an aisle and you got a box of Lucky Charms, and I'm like, all right, Sprinks, you went and got your cereal. What was the box 4 boxes away from you? odds are you probably couldn't tell me because it wasn't important information. It was in your eyesight, it was in your view, but it's not something your brain would catalog. It's not important information. So that's the line I'm going with is
Okay, to
you can
me,
intake visual
yes,
stuff.
a
It's just
cereal aisle would not have something out of place that isn't cereal. If
Well,
a
here's the
bag of
thing.
who's to
Cheetos is
say
for things down, then yeah, I'll identify. I'm like, that's out of place.
Okay. Anyway, I can kind of I think Crimson is getting on the right track that I was kind of trying to get to earlier, but unfortunately I'm not very well spoken. But we see in Joni's memory, she's being told by Harlan it was the go board. She sees the go board on the floor scattered about, and that's what she remembers. She probably saw the medical bag, but she had the vindication of, oh, he said the go board fell. I can see the go board fell on the floor. That's what's put away. That's what's in her memory. So she's not necessarily, that's what she's latching onto, because that's, that created this thud that then answers her, her questions. And that's what she has. She's not thinking about all the medical supplies on the floor, because that wasn't her question. That wasn't what, confused her or worried her. It was the thud. And she feels like in her mind, Harlan tells her this. She sees the evidence of it. That's what's put away. Not, not anything that wasn't what she was looking for or that she was familiar with.
and it's that focus that latches on to people remembering things. That's the whole point of having Marta step down the stairs loudly and announcing she's leaving and announcing the time. Because if she just walked down normally and walked out normally, sure, people would have seen that, but it's something they could have not acknowledged and possibly forgotten. But because it's pointed out, that sticks to someone's memory. That's kind of how memory works.
Yeah, she more prominently did it, which is why everyone's story of memory remembers that, rather than
Yes.
forgotten if it was just average.
Passively doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the focus here was the game on the floor. So that's what she remembered. The focus was not a medical bag on the floor.
Again, not medical bag, not a single bag, but all the contents of it spilled out across the floor, which to me is out of place. That's not a thing you walk in and just go, oh, well, that looks normal.
But it doesn't attach to what her question was. So that therefore
it's related
in
the same vein of where the board is.
But that's not it's not how memory works. I don't go somewhere and like I okay, if I go to if I go to a record store, I'm not going to remember every single record that was in there.
That's
I will remember, yeah.
Sinister, if there's a crash at a record store and you turn the corner and there's records on the ground and someone asks you, oh, there was records on the ground, you're like, yeah, but if you turn around and there's like someone spilled their pills and keys and flyers and someone got in a scuffle and it's all all over the place and someone's like, what happened? You're like, oh, there was a record on the floor.
I think it also though it ties in that Joni isn't very aware of things.
Not the brightest, yeah. But
yeah, Joni is yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
No. Joni is kind of like a what is it? There's the trope of the
she's an influencer.
writer. Maybe you can help me with the term. The what's like a narrator who unfaithful narrator or something like that. Unreliable narrator. Yeah. A lot of these characters are unreliable narrators, and we kind of see that illustrated throughout that they leave out things.
I mean, that's why I took everyone's like flashbacks as far as I'm concerned. Literally, like it's their perception of what they remember. Because in the scene with Joni, her medical stuff isn't on the floor, right?
No, she just sees the go board. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's because the camera's kind of there's a part of the camera that's kind of done from her POV where she's looking squarely up at Harlan. So I kind of took it as she's not really paying attention to anything else but Harlan, who's at the door talking to her. And it's weird because in a normal film, you could probably say that's just a continuity error, that the medical stuff isn't there. But Rian Johnson clearly, I think, intends for us to just assume that, like, It's just the way her memory is fabricated because we see them fabricate memories earlier. Linda and Walt, I mean.
I see.
Right. Anything else?
Over that point, no. Not from me.
Okay. Then let's jump to a writer point for Act 1.
All right. I'll start at the beginning here. We see Lan go up to bring Harlan his plate of food, and we see how big the room is. I just want to say, man, that blood went far.
Yes.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. The blood went very, very far across the room to land on a particular shoe that's supposed to somehow string the rest of this film together.
Yes.
Already, we're already on a huge convenience.
Okay. I can agree it's convenient, but it's not impossible.
No, I'm actually going to say it's impossible from the range.
Oh,
Okay.
A definitive.
I will say it's impossible with the distance. If she were next to him, I wouldn't be complaining at all. The problem is she was across the room at the doorway, practically on the stairs, when she sees what happens.
I would say it's a couple percent possible because there is a lot of blood that does come out of a slit throat based off of some like the ID channel back in the day. Used to watch that.
Oh yeah, the ID channel.
The problem
Yeah.
is he cuts his throat, right? He doesn't like stab into it.
He does slit his
Yeah, he
throat,
slits it.
but he does it
What
at an
a,
upward angle, not a downward angle, which would lift
'cause you gotta
any
make sure he
flex of
hits the
blood
artery,
upward
yeah.
into the air.
I don't remember the exact angle he cut his throat. So
Blade handle was on his right from his left, slitting across while he was on the sofa. So
sliding across,
like slicing his throat. Like his
Okay.
hand on the right went more right. So the blood would have
Yeah.
gone upward of any direction.
it would have splattered more to the right, I think, because I never took it as like, you ever see the Italian like FU hand gesture where you have
Yeah.
the your fingers under your palm and you stretch them outward, or you put the tips of your fingers under your chin and you stretch them outward in a motion like that.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
the motion
yeah.
that he would need to do in order to get the blood to Marta. And he doesn't do that motion in that scene, which is why I lean towards impossibility. Again, I lean towards impossibility, but I don't know, gravity might be weird that day, and maybe.
Writer in the famous Red Wedding, slicing the throats there, blood splatters outward even though it's going to the right.
Yes, but the Red Wedding is not really. That's not what's. So
I'm saying it's not just the force of the blade, but also the pressure of the blood that gives thrust.
yeah, but that blood isn't going clear across the room from a sitting position.
Not that we see.
In Game of Thrones, no. I'm not. I would have an issue with that. To be fair, the whole room is stained with blood. But if we're talking like just specifically like Catelyn Stark's getting her throat sliced,
Sorry for the spoilers.
Yeah, spoilers for Game of Thrones. Don't watch past season 5. It's yeah. So when Catelyn Stark gets her throat cut, there is a blood spatter, but that blood does not go far enough to get across a room.
Okay. It's unfortunate there's just no like forensics team that we see go through the room.
Yeah, we know the police don't even take their medical back because these police are really smart.
You know, it's just, you see,
So I have the blood thing as super convenient, but I'm
Yeah.
in line that it is theoretically possible.
Yeah,
there is
if
a
nothing else,
slim chance. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaning on it's convenient, but I lean towards impossibility, but I agree that convenience is also, it's just what it is. It's a big convenience that it's there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you could put that in a lot of this movie.
Yeah. And I just might, Sinister, I just might.
And he just mice. I
Let's
guess
go with Sinister.
what?
I was going to say you next, but it sounds like you're about to tack on more.
I'm about no. I was going to do a different, not necessarily that.
Perfect. Go ahead.
I think just because it's and I think they kind of front loaded this a little bit because sort of the rest of the movie it's a little bit sparser with giving a lot of the supporting cast stuff to do, for better or for worse. My money's on worse, but that's we'll discuss that later on as we go there. But I think the interview like scene and this like the beginning of the movie kind of after is sort of what got me really hooked into this movie. A lot of the other kind of the setup is there, but I think the actual interviews are sort of what sold me because you kind of get all the the cast kind of get their chance to do a monologue or shine a little bit more than they get later on.
Mhm.
And I especially like I think Jamie Lee Curtis does a phenomenal job portraying a very specific kind of individual that I think a lot of us can probably have encountered at some point or time.
Mhm.
Very self-made and very very will let you know they are a self-made person.
Yeah.
They're very
Um,
proud of it.
yes, and rightfully so. Hey, it's a but there's always especially given I was warned about my constant use of trying to curtail that the constant use of her being very much not self-made because of where she's coming from. It's just that there's a little mark of like you did make something of your own, but you had help because you came from a very wealthy. It's one of those things.
Yeah. Actually, that gets into a question. Why did Harlan cut her off?
Hmm. That is a good one.
I didn't. I never. There's motive for everyone else. I never quite understood the motive with Linda specifically. Did she not pay her $1 million loan back? Was that? That's the only thing I can think
We
of.
don't get anything
I
on
think
that.
But we got
yeah, I
nothing
think
else
that
beyond that.
was yeah, I think that was like that's the only thing. Yeah.
Because that's the only thing that's mentioned. Because by and large, like they appear to have a nice relationship.
Out of all the family, yeah.
Yeah, and Harlan loves Walt in his own way in that tough love sense, right? But I never. But so cutting off Walt makes sense because he wants Walt to go make something of his life, and he wants to cut him off from that. I never understood him cutting off Linda in the will, because there was enough like bad blood there to imply that he would want to do that. I only have the guess that she never paid the loan back.
Yeah, there's no evidence for that. And she's also
Yeah.
successful, so she probably could have paid it back too.
I think
Yeah,
that's
that's why.
probably
That's why I assume it
history.
was paid back is because she's successful.
Oh, I guess I would go in the one way that she could and decide not to.
Yeah, but I have no evidence for either
No, there's
way.
no evidence.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I said I don't understand the motive for cutting her off. I can guess at it, but I've got nothing, which is I think is a problem for the film because she's explicitly cut off like the rest of the family.
Yeah, that was the one part towards the end that I couldn't really. I remember like kind of one of my first times watching it. I couldn't really just because I mean, obviously he had a decent relationship with Ransom because they were so similar, and then that eventually
The
soured.
animosity was part of it. Their
Yes, the
relationship.
animosity was part of it, but him and Linda had probably the closest thing to a what's the word? Uh actual like, paternal and, kind of
A healthy
relationship.
mother and daughter.
Yes.
Sorry, dad and
Mother and
daughter.
daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was always very strange that at the end she's treated kind of the same as all the rest of them.
Yeah. Sorry, you talking about Linda just reminded me of that,
Mhm.
because I think I agree, because I agree. Jamie Lee Curtis does a fantastic job acting the part of like having that mark on her just because of where she comes from. Like it somehow lessens her. But yeah, though sorry, I was just throwing out a question because I can never put it up. I
Yeah.
agree with you. I very much enjoyed the interview process. Um, I liked particularly the uses of each piano key, because I was trying to pay attention to when he does it. He always did it when the interview started to stray off topic. Um, and I like how all the interviews are edited together. I think there's enough leeway together that that he's reacting to different conversations before we cut back to a different person. So it's all smoothly put together instead of like it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like it's a continuous conversation, which is something that a movie trope does. Like, two people are walking down the street, cut to them at home, still having the same topic conversation, it kind of avoids that, I think, by doing enough to imply that there is, I guess, enough between the reactions and interviews to kind of get the point across that each one's different.
Yeah,
And we're editing between them anyway.
Yeah, I feel like the interviews are paced very well throughout, and I kind of wish. I think this would work really well as a short movie if you kind of just use that setup.
Like have it taken an entire film like through an interview format like that.
Kind of, and I'm sure there's ones like that, and I probably have seen something akin to it, but because I think this part is probably where a lot of my love for the movie comes from, because this part is just so well done and executed. And then kind of as you get to like the more meat and potatoes of the movie, there's the discrepancies and the conveniences sort of shine through. But this is, I think, the most well put together part of the movie, with the exception of probably some other scenes later on.
Yeah.
So a couple things I have kind of against this part is we don't get interviews with everybody, and we don't necessarily need them, but because some are omitted, like the what's his name, the Nazi kid,
Jacob.
Jacob, yeah.
He's omitted from having an interview, and then later he has pertinent information of events that happened that night. And the grandma or whatever, with the window, she could have just sat there in silence the whole time, and that could have been a funny beat, I guess. But she also had important information of events that happened last night, and those are just opted out from this whole interview thing. So that kind of stood out to me, and I think the interviews are done so well that it kind of does a good job hiding the order of which the interviews were convenient. Like you have Richard talking about Walt, and then we have the interview with Walt. Kind of lucky. What if Walt was interviewed first, and then they'd have to go back and forth and yank each other around? But the way it's edited and filmed, it looks like a smooth. All right, on to the next interview. On to the next interview. But the context, it's either that's lucky how they were interviewed in order, or there was a lot of jumping around, in which case they didn't really showcase people's frustrations with that or something. Because that would bring in more, like, are you questioning me about something, with stuff like that?
Yeah,
I'd agree with that. It's convenient. I think I still appreciated the feeling it elicited, I guess, with how with how well edited it's together. I'll add on to that. Watching it more objectively, I thought an interesting interpretation of the memories being shared is Blanc's imagination.
It's
So it's not.
of it.
Yeah, it's Blanc reconstructing, like, based off of like the cues that he's getting. So he already knows they're lying. So he's filling in the gaps and imagining certain scenarios. So like when they're talking about, man, we just love, our dad, and we see the two different versions of the, Walt and his wife, and then Linda and Richard. Like sitting on either side of Harlan for like the birthday candle bit. I imagine it could be obviously their reconstruction of memories, but another interpretation I had is it's Blanc reconstructing the scenario in his head.
Yeah, it's hard to pin
It
down.
definitely throws in a curveball.
Yeah.
Sprinks, your thoughts on everything we've talked about regarding the interview?
Yes, I have it as a 75-25% thing. I think it's edited very well, and I do think that there is no like necessarily time jump per se, but the introduction of who's been interviewed is who's being interviewed in that order. So Linda, Richard, Walt, Meg, Joni, like it, the order it's shown in introduction of the character to the order of the interview happening. There's an instance where, I think it's Richard asked something and it cuts to Walt being like, he said that, which showed me that Richards was then prior to Walt's interview, which goes into the introductions of each character. And I think the family members being interviewed is done well in conversation. So like with Ryder said, to piece up together. However, on the flip side, I don't think Blanc's questions I think they're too smooth in one coherent conversation and not more choppy so the structure can still be understood of what's going on, but not like every time it cuts to Blanc is him talking to only one individual and that's like a fluid conversation.
You'd want him to be a little his side of the conversation to be a little more choppy in order to convey that he's having multiple interviews.
Yes. Because it kind of does play off that only one person, which isn't true because Walt points it out. Richard asks, Joni asks, like, who is he in the corner? So he'd have to introduce himself to each one 3 or 4, like everyone different times of his presence. And I feel like his mannerisms would slightly change going through the same routine again and again and like shift or be different, but it's very fluid with it. So it does play off like it's the first, or not necessarily first, but the one time occurrence of how that went and the questions he asked versus spliced amongst 5 possible interviews.
It's definitely a stylistic choice.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something where it's. I mean,
it just didn't seem fully believable for me onto Blanc's side.
Yeah.
If
I don't
it's
know
to
if
be conveyed differently, if it's to be conveyed that it is one instance of him asking other questions, then I think that's fine, and it's clever that it's one guy to 5 interviewers versus 5 different points of Blanc or interviewees.
I don't. I think I'm. I don't know if I have enough to call it an objective problem, but I could definitely see that being like, if they were more intentional with, let's say, being choppy with Blanc's scenes to kind of convey that he's having the 5 different interviews and stuff like that. I can definitely see that still. I can see that being able to convey the more information. So I don't know if I have an objective problem with it, but I see what you're putting down though as far as believability.
I think the slight choppiness to it of not being so smooth on Blanc's end would go into he actually got more information out of everyone because it plays off that what then the interviewees are saying. You don't know if that's lined up to the actual Blanc shot of that question being asked. There's one where Richard's voice does overlay into the Blanc shot, and that's the only one I'm like pretty sure that's Richard to Blanc in that instance. But I don't know if that's confirming that everything of Blanc then is of Richard's discussion with Blanc, and it just fits nicely edited to the other interviewees because of how smooth it is. Which isn't a problem, because it still portrays the question and answer, but it does kind of make it that in an instance to show off like a 50-50 side that other than the Richard example I gave, but the other interviewees when asking questions or answers, we don't see that Blanc in response.
I mean, it would certainly make it a lot longer if you were to have the answer react to everything.
Of the full Blanc to all 5, absolutely. But if you had that one Blanc to that one question of Joni or to that one from Walt, to chop it up. I think it would make more believability that the Blanc we're seeing is 5 different time cuts of him.
If I may, I think if I were to re-edit this scene, I would do one full interview without cutting, so that when we get Blanc, we know we get enough of him, like we know what parts he's playing up, and we know what parts he's like playing down and stuff like that, and when he's asking questions. So that way, when we do the more stylistic stuff, we have a base to like go off of, a reference.
March is a full interview.
He's right.
Yeah, but that's post though. Yeah, that's
but
that's
something
post
you
to
can
this
look
book.
back on.
Well, in Marta's interview, he asks only one question. She gives it all, and then he's like, "That sounds about right."
Yeah.
So he's not interrupting her or asking follow-up questions. That's why I'm disqualifying that from what this like bundled together editing
Because he
thing
believes
is.
her, because he believes in the vomit crap.
Which
you could just feel the loathing there of the vomit.
which is already a problem in of itself, since she lied to him 3 times.
I will say this right now. I'm not defending the vomit. That's the one definitive thing in this movie that I think is stupid and dumb. Everything else is up for interpretation, but that is dumb.
If you want your character to be innocent, Ryan, you got to work harder. Even more so that Sprinks walked away with thinking that she has the murder.
Yeah. I understand kind of the need to kind of showcase that it's more of like they're all one-on-ones, like it's not just, streamlined. But I think, I don't know. I think Ryder came up with a pretty good solution for it, but I still don't feel like it would have the same.
No, it still wouldn't flow as smoothly because you're.
No, and I think this early in the movie, you need it to kind of flow very smoothly.
Yeah,
because get bogged down, like the pacing needs to be correct.
Yeah,
you kind of just need to get to the.
It's definitely style over substance. I think
I will agree with that.
I will say this, Springs, what I would gain in your version and what I would want in your version and what I think is missing a lot of time is just I don't have any references for Blanc other than he's the last of the gentleman sleuths. Like, I don't know how he thinks. I don't know what his process is. And that's one of the issues I had with the film is like I never really am in that process up until he's like just talking out loud about a donut holes, which is very, that's one of the things I think is missing. So it would be, I think the benefit of that would be to see him go to work in a way without necessarily like,
they should have done like a Benoit Blanc like short or something.
Well, I mean, we've talked about the Sherlock films. The Sherlock films have usually a cold opening to show us who the character is on a case with something, and then we transition into the overall story of the film. Which is to the
Blanc is not the main character of this movie. It's Marta.
Oh yeah, I would say Marta's the main character. But because Blanc in a murder mystery, I tend to prefer to follow the detective's point of view, and I get that's not what this is, but I think that would be the benefit of showing Sprinks' version, which is we get more of the detective aspect.
What it could be conveying is that even though each of the family members is different and portrays things differently, there is no structural or change in Blanc's interview questions or interrogation.
Yeah.
That nothing of them has changed or shifted him to ask something different.
Well, you want to ask the same questions to each person.
Yeah, but you're getting at right though, Sprinks, is that he would be reacting differently because Richard does not say the same thing as Linda.
No,
because obviously Linda's they show that with Linda being tight-lipped about the family, and Richard be like, "Oh yeah, I'd love to gossip with you."
And Blanc
is not going to get baited.
Blanc is too emotionally attached in a sense of why he's hired and his sympathy for Marta and like the things he does, that he wouldn't be stoic through all 5 interviews that occur then.
You're saying he was stoic through all of them?
I'm saying what is shown could be processed as one instance of Blanc to one individual he's interviewing. versus cut up of the 5. So he's not like pointing at something someone else said or questioning, well, Linda's story said she was next to Harlan and not you, and like that's not brought up of like changes. It's the same consistent questions to go with the answers, so it's a fluid edited piece of a scene.
He brought up to Walt what Richard said about him, about Walt doing nothing for the family.
And he did the same thing to Linda when.
Did he bring
yeah,
up that
he was
question, or is that the response from the interviewer we see? Because I thought Walt's saying like Richard said that kind of thing could imply that Blanc said something towards it, but we don't see Blanc say that.
Okay, that's getting into, no offense, dumb territory. That is what it's conveying. Because then what would be Walt's
What other
response
question or
to some
something?
other? What's your favorite color? What do you mean Richard said that to me? I mean, it's I think the way they edit it is enough to convey the question at hand. I think you
Okay,
give it
but
as an editing prop opposed to a detriment at this stage.
I thought I said previously it is a good edited bit that they do of the back and forth, but it is not conveyed enough to me that this is a 1 instance of Blanc or 5 instances, or how many interviews of Blanc.
He's not sure what Blanc showed up at which interview. Is kind of where you're
Well,
going.
he
with
talks
this.
differently. The way he talks to Linda is different than how he talks to Richard. Richard, he's
and the way he talks to Joni, and the way
embellishing the way he speaks because he knows how to talk with a character such as Richard. He does act differently, at least with Linda and Richard. I don't really remember him standing out as different with the others. But
is that going then with your belief being talked to, that every time he talks to the person cut to is who he's talking to?
I suppose. I mean, if you and I had like a sit down and had a point at the what's on screen, maybe there's differing. But
Okay,
right now,
what you're
I'm
saying is,
yeah.
Okay, so when Blanc asks a question or something, like leans forward or does whatever, the next person it cuts to is the person he's talking to.
I don't want you to pin me down definitively because there are questions that
Not
are asked.
fully,
I'm like,
it's just what
okay,
you said with Richard and Linda in the example you
there
gave.
are ones that are definitive, and I think there's ones that you can extrapolate to all.
Okay.
Anything else on the interview before another point is brought up?
Yes, the use of zooming in and zooming out. There's something important about it, and I couldn't quite grasp. I kind of just interpreted that zooming in is speaking like kindly or uplifting about someone like Harlan, and zooming out is breaking the fabricate, or breaking the memory, or breaking the positivity or something.
It's where they start telling the lie.
Or drawing in more reality, something on a zoom out.
The zooming out for me was always the break from what they want to say to what actually happened. Kind of. So it's kind of like the break was always, to me, was the zooming out was always tied to the lie. That's what I got.
Okay. I did find it fascinating though, at like 20 minutes 5 seconds timestamp, that there was a zoom in on Blanc.
What's the context?
I don't know. I don't have the scene up. I just know like of the Blanc scenes are all one structured shot, but there is one that is zoom in, reflecting off of the zoom in and zoom outs of who's being interviewed.
This is also a problem because
interview.
This is also an issue where, and I'm not saying this is an issue with you. This is an issue with the film. Is that when you establish something means something when you do a certain camera movement or you do a certain thing, and then you have it when it doesn't actually mean that, or if it's just like we just want to have a zoom in there. That's kind of that's a little bit of an issue. You really don't want to do that. I'm not saying that's what happened here.
If you'd like to do the research and find the explanation to either prove me right or wrong, feel free to.
I'm saying I don't know if that's why they did that. I'm agreeing with you that it's an issue though. Or I'm not agreeing with you, but I'm saying if that's the case, and then there's a moment where they do that has no meaning, or is just so that because they want to do. Because also though, you don't really want to do camera movements like that because at some point you're going to want to do a zoom in.
Okay, in
And
the
if the zoom
instance
in
then, in
means
the
something,
solidarity of the scene.
if you want to do a zoom in, let me finish. If you want to do a zoom in, and you've already established that zoom ins mean X thing, and it doesn't mean X thing, that's an issue because now you've created the narrative and all that stuff. That's what I was trying to get at.
Doesn't mean
I don't
from
know.
the intent of the director or cinematographer in the instance you're giving?
What I'm arguing is if they did give them meaning, that, like writer said, that when lies come into play or the real truth of whatever story they're telling comes in, if that's the reason why there's the zoom in and zoom out, or whichever, and then they do a zoom in with Benoit Blanc where it doesn't help, that it doesn't give that meaning to that scene, that's a little bit of an issue because if you keep with it, you have to keep with it. You can't just kind of be like, oh, it was just for this and then go forward.
That I agree with. I can agree with that. If the zoom in and zoom outs are a reasoning for the interviewees, but not for the use of Blanc, then that structurally doesn't work for the solidarity of the whole scene.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know for certain that that's what they're going with, but
my best interpretation of the specific shot I think you're talking about, it's when he's talking with Joni, right? Springs?
Again, I don't have it up or whatever. I just have the timestamp of what occurred.
Okay. It was 20:05. Okay, yeah. So I think that's the Joni scene. When I think that's when Blanc asks his first uncomfortable question. But like I said, that's not related to the zoom in and zoom outs that have been occurring. Like if we were to give those definition, the definition for this one would be stylistically different. Like it would be a different meaning to ascribe to because it's not the same that we would have ascribed previously to the others.
I think it is stylistically different because I think when the truths come out, it's very slow, and then when they do it on Benoit Blanc, it's a very fast, it's a very immediate kind of. If I'm thinking of the same scene we're talking about.
Okay, so speed is a variable.
I suppose it is. That's really the only difference I can kind of see in between both zooms, is that the zoom on to Joni, or technically the interviewee, is or is the interviewer the one asking the questions, or is the interviewee the one asking the questions?
Interviewee
is the one answering.
Okay, the interviewee, it's a slower, it's a subtler zoom in, whereas the one on Blanc was very fast and.
Well, it's kind of like he sits up into the camera as it's zooming in on him, which is what speeds it up, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I think there's also the difference in build up from the interviewee versus Blanc is kind of a just a flat question. There's no build up to what he's asking. But then again, that falls onto if the zoom out is to more of a truth to be revealed to a lie coming out, reality kind of thing, if that's to be what's placed on the zoom.
It's sort of like the maybe they're going for like the Chekhov's gun kind of thing. This will be important information later.
Possibly.
Perhaps.
I don't know. I just stand that there's a purpose for it. I don't know what the purpose is.
I don't want to put a purpose to it at the moment because I don't know. I don't know if we have enough really to go on that it's purposeful. And also camera movement is a very open to interpretation thing unless definitively stated. That is my official stance on this.
Hey, Sinister, it sounds like you're with me with color theory.
There's unless Rian Johnson or the cinematographer is like, oh yeah, we discussed that we're going to do this, I don't really want to put a definitive stance on it.
Awesome. Find that
personally.
for me.
Yeah. somebody go skulking around.
Awesome. Sinister's
Rian
not going to
Johnson's
find it for
garbage.
me. I'll do it on my own.
Okay.
You just delegate it. I'll find it on my own.
Okay.
All right, I think I'll come up with a point next, and that will be the police. Freaking Elliot and Wagner.
Oh,
Dumb and
man.
Dumber over here.
Listen, I think Lestrade is better policeman than
100%. I mean, Elliot seemed like there was something to him, and then once he was bringing up weak sauce when Lestrade was bringing up,
Lestrade.
Yeah.
what did I say?
No, allowances of
Just said
motive.
Lestrade.
Again, more weak
Yeah.
sauce. We're just dumping the vat of weak sauce on
Yes,
it.
he gave two people motives, and then he's like, "Well, that's weak sauce." I'm like, why are you a cop?
Yeah,
You're a moron.
Not more than a
I
cop.
guess
He's a
if you say
detective.
so.
Yeah, detective.
Detective
This
Lieutenant
is what he
Elliot.
specializes in.
Yeah.
So that was horrible. I think Rian Johnson failed to prop up this master detective by demoting these detectives as morons.
Well, Trooper Wagner isn't a detective.
I
guess
could think of
not.
someone who's not even a detective
He's
who's
still-
done his better work, and that would be Clarky. What we've covered in this series so far.
Oh, you like Clarky.
Yeah.
I do.
I
Clarky's
can
pretty
see Clarky and Trooper Wagner kind of on par a little.
good.
Yeah,
They're not
kind of same
detectives, but they
attitudes.
do give information to help. But I am in agreement that Detective Elliot does get far overshadowed by Blanc for both being detectives.
And I think
Not just
unnecessarily so.
overshadowed,
I
but
kind of
he's
feel
just
like you could
made
have.
dumb.
Well,
Yeah,
he
I
just
feel
kind of
like you
goes
could
along
have.
with whether Blanc says. He just walks with them. He doesn't come up with clues or
Yeah.
anything himself.
Well,
It
he's
is
like,
sort of like
it's like Hot Fuzz, right? Like the cops in there, like, you're telling me this wasn't an accident? It was the same energy here. He's like, well, this was a suicide. I'm like, did you investigate at all? Writer brought up, where's the medicine bag? The interviews seemed like they weren't involved or anything with it. The only time they questioned was Marta, and I pointed out, why the heck are you questioning her now? Why didn't you question her before in the initial investigation? What's going on here?
Or Ransom. They could have called him and told him to come back into town because he was quote unquote out of town for the week.
Yeah, there's so much they didn't do, and then the medical report that took forever as well.
Yeah. There's
That's a
also
convenience.
Okay, this is second act, but there's also cameras they didn't bother to check. Like
Yeah,
this is
well, so that-
basic. This
yeah.
is basic. This is basic police work that they didn't do. Because if they had bothered to check the cameras, they would have seen Marta's car.
Again,
So
cameras plural.
You got the driveway one, which was the one she was supposed to avoid, and didn't.
the important one.
Yeah,
they would have seen the important one. But
Okay.
there are cameras on the grounds everywhere. So like
Multiple
I would say
monitors, so
Yeah.
there would be multiple cameras.
There should be. That goes into one of my issues.
yeah, maybe there isn't.
And the
but
tape would have. Never mind. Go ahead.
the point is what we have is already incriminates Marta. This is funny enough a common problem with Rian Johnson's stories that I've been increasingly frustrated by, and it's a familiar. It's not just a him problem. Not everything's your fault, Ryan, but it's he has dumbed down the police so far so that just the most basic level of police work makes Blanc look like a great detective.
Essentially.
Yeah, I could, yeah.
Which is one of my core issues with this film. And mind you, I don't need my detective to be Sherlock Holmes every single time. They could just be a normal street detective. But you still have to, make them normal, like around. You have to still to make other people around them not so cartoonishly unsmart.
They didn't interview Marta. That's a big one to me. They didn't interview her because they would have found out about the vomit thing before if she lied during the first interview.
They didn't interview Fran either.
Yeah.
The other help in the house.
Yeah.
That I see more of an issue. They didn't interview Fran.
Yeah. I love Lakeith Stanfield, I really hate that he had to be this character in this movie. Because I feel like they could have done. I mean, they definitely could have done more with him and not. And also, you could have Benoit Blanc be great and also have Elliot be good as well. Like, you don't need to have him be a shitty cop or something to build up
Oh,
Benoit Blanc.
you know what? You know what's a good compare? I the only person who here's seen Elementary is you, right, Crimson?
I've seen it.
Yeah. Do you remember? There's a detective in it that's on the police force that constantly works with Sherlock in that show,
Yes.
and he's a very competent detective. He's just not at Sherlock's level, but Sherlock delegates work to him because he trusts him. Like that could be a level of what in a good cop, like a good super detective to a good like cop detective would be. Is you can have they develop a sort of trust with each other. Like you can trust them to do the groundwork and stuff like that, and how they can develop a rapport. Now, I wish I had um, more of an example to give you other than that, audience. But that's the first relationship that's coming to mind in terms of a rapport that I think might have served the film better. That way,
Yeah,
the police aren't as dumb.
that's good. And then another aspect to it, because Blanc's a PI. I don't really know why
Yeah.
he needed the police with him the whole time. I would get he would get the initial information that what they have on the case that he could get, but he didn't really need them with him the whole time.
It is kind of like this weird convenience that's sort of filtered in, I think, from like the Sherlock stuff, where technically Sherlock isn't like an official. At least the books are a little vague. I don't know. I'm kind of going off of Sherlock, the show.
Yeah. Most
But
shows have him as a consulting detective.
yeah, like he's not an official. Like he can't necessarily arrest people or like. And he's technically a civilian with privilege, I guess would be probably a pretty good way to say it. A little bit. I think it's not as like bad as I'm making it sound, but that's basically what it is. If we want to go brass tacks on it. So they're kind of filtering in with this, where like Benoit Blanc is definitely not a civilian. He's an actual PI in this instance, but I don't see now as I'm talking about. I'm like, I don't know why they have to have, because I don't think you need to have both of them in the situation. I think you could have Benoit Blanc or you could have the police. I don't think you really need both.
You don't need them walking on the trail together or getting the tape together. That
No, they would be probably, and I think in most cases they would be separate investigations.
and then once
They
there's evidence, then Blanc would
Yeah.
probably go to them and like, okay, there's actually a case here. You should
Yes. I
actually
think
join
that's
here.
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, the implication
weird.
as to why they're there or like they're redoing all this is because the detectives know who he is and he's very famous. So like when I expect the great Ben
Yeah.
Mont Blanc at my doorstep, I expect, something strange is afoot. I think that's something to the effect of what the main police detective
Elliot
guy
said,
says.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much, yeah. It it's again it's this weird it's movie logic, right? That's it's that way because the movie makes sense or tries to make sense. I'm not going to say it makes sense,
Yeah. I will happily say
yeah.
tries to make sense.
Yes. There's and while there is a certain level of movie logic that you can just go with, there's also the element of stuff that doesn't make that is trying to make sense of something that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And that is stuff we have to call out and yes, shine the light, as they say, on.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard dynamic to write for. You wanna write essentially a quote
You want to
unquote
be smart,
Sherlock Holmes archetype,
yeah.
and then you also need to write competent police detectives. So how do you write one without demeaning the other? It's a difficult thing to write for, and it didn't succeed.
What Ryder is trying to say that while he appreciates the effort, the effort shouldn't have been made.
Maybe I am sick of Ryan.
Uh, more for I guess the intelligence is they flipped what would normally be an easy thing in a cop show where they're like, okay, so Ransom and Marta left, which means they couldn't have done it, which to me is like, oh, so they don't have an alibi for their whereabouts.
Mm-hmm.
That's 101 right there. The people that don't have
that'll get
anyone to
you.
corroborate where they are. No, they're written off because they weren't here. What?
Yeah, it's very convenient. Characters are really dumbed down, and arguably like it's a mess.
Here's the thing. I feel like one of the issues with it is I feel like this would be. I'm not gonna say it would have been good, but this would have been more passable if he had like said it in like the 1950s or like 1960s, where you kind of the detective work was a little bit
Yeah.
shoddier. You know,
I did write that down. I think this film would have been benefited being even 30 years earlier. It would have benefited.
Yeah.
I looked up when this took place because I was curious.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2019, same as the release date. Which just brings into the stupid VHS thing, but we'll get there.
It's not the fact I saw.
Yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
That's not what you saw?
No, I had it listed 2018. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only
2018, 2019. It's close.
Yeah,
same time frame, but I saw 19.
Yeah, the thing that really places it in the time frame is all the meta references, like that Ryan Johnson is that he thinks he's very clever for injecting. Like we don't even say SJW anymore. We say woke, which is like that's at least turn of phrase. They obviously directly referencing a certain political campaign from the president at the time. They're very indirectly referencing all of that. Those hot button issues of its time period.
Sprinks, you didn't really get to say much on it, but the cops.
Yes, going back to the example of the elementary that Ryder gave is another example like that of in the kind of VHS collection we watched of, or I guess whatever they're called, of the straight-to-video Scooby-Doo films of Velma and Shaggy kind of sense, where they're both detectives, but Shaggy's kind of going along for the ride kind of sense of like Elliot in the example, and can stumble across things, but is so overlooked by Velma, who's the Blanc in this situation of being kind of the centerpiece to find all the clues more important to the case going on, but still get kind of quote unquote equal credit.
That's a good example.
I suppose I'm trying to think what Elliot stumbles on in this. What does Elliot do?
Does he stumble on?
Good question.
It's not the blood, right?
He stumbles on the weak sauce motives.
The weak sauce.
Yeah.
He doesn't find the mud.
Wagner and Elliot are kind of the Shaggy Scooby, and then Blanc is the Velma.
I guess.
They're all detectives.
I guess that could work. The reason I picked his name is Marcus. I think I remembered his name. It's Marcus, right, Crimson?
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, Gordon and Batman could be a good comparison too.
Actually, yes. Gordon and Batman is also
Batman would be the PI.
Yeah, but what is is Gordon the Blanc in this situation?
No.
Gordon would be the police. Like because obviously Batman's supposed to be the greatest detective. Yeah.
And the good version that Ryder was saying with Elementary. Gordon would be the competent cops in this, but they're incompetent.
Okay, got it. Now I'm picking up because I'm like, I don't agree that Gordon Batman fit this Elliot and Blanc.
So Ryder said we could have gotten in this. But
got it.
We
yes.
We have.
Yeah, like I said, that's my example. Springs was the more focusing on like the dynamic. I think Ryan Johnson intended. Mind you, what I think his intent is not really factoring into my objective. I'm just working with what I have. But I think subjectively, that's what he was intending to do with his work. Only it's just Blanc doing normal and competent police work. That's pretty much what it ended up being.
You could also, I think, also what could make this relationship better. I know we don't we try not to rewrite movies, but
Not too much.
not too much, but something where obviously as the police force they have access to more resources than Blanc would. So then, I mean, they kind of do this a little bit, but it's not. It still makes them look stupid. So, but because they have access to the medical and all that stuff and the you know drug
Forensic
testing
stuff.
or yeah. Having that be their maybe not necessarily their detective skills being on par, but at least their resources being more than Blanc's would help kind of close the gap per se. But they also kind of let that fall through. So what is to be done? What is to be done?
Anything else with the cost sprinks?
No.
Okay. How is everyone's Act 1 looking?
I don't know. To be honest,
It's been a lot of branching.
We
Yeah,
had some branching.
I guess while you guys skim, I will jump to something simpler. Just how Marta interacts with the family. So while you're all skimming your notes, I'll talk a little about this. I did like how Marta's introduction with Linda's, "Oh, I wanted you there, but I was outvoted." Everyone greets Marta differently as she's walking through the house, which I think is actually a really good way to introduce the characters. Linda's not like affectionate, but she's polite. And then obviously she's very, very close to Meg, who comes out to hug her, tells off the cops for calling her the help. Which I appreciate. Meg is a good friend, in theory. And we get to see kind of like Richard briefly introduce himself to her as well. So like, she's like, "How you doing, kiddo?" And he's not even looking at her. You get a lot to glean about what these characters are about in those opening seconds, which is some pretty solid introductory writing.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that, yeah.
Now I'm gonna skim my notes since I hope somebody found something else.
Franks, I'm sure you probably got something by now.
yeah, it's not wise to have an old 85-year-old gentleman sleeping on the 3rd floor of a house.
He seemed pretty able-bodied.
It just doesn't seem like a smart idea.
I mean, it's his house.
I mean, it also kind of illustrates. I think it illustrates his independence,
pride
in a way. Yeah, pride.
Yeah.
Pride. Yeah, pride's a better. Yeah,
pride and independence. I think both those can go together.
The self-made man. He's probably got those traits.
Yeah, I mean, he has the help. Like people bring him food. They do some of the hardware for him. You see Marta helping him up the stairs.
He has a caretaker and a whatever Fran is,
and a maid.
Yeah,
maid. I guess basically. Yeah.
Yeah, if he didn't have the maid or the caretaker, I think I would be more inclined to agree, Springs.
Oh, it's his house. If he wants to sleep upstairs, that's his prerogative. If it risks him falling down the stairs, then that's his.
Freaking now I'm just imagining Christopher Plummer just falling down the stairs over and over again.
And Crimson goes
every day.
He knew. He took that risk.
He talked about how he's not afraid of death.
Yeah.
And then he was about to die without knowing for a second there.
Convenience.
So, if he liked upstairs, he liked upstairs.
Okay.
It's like sleeping on a bunk bed. There's a risk of you falling off a bunk bed, but you do it because it's cool. Right?
Not if it has
a
railing or a safety rail.
Not.
Oh,
you actually it's probably
railings? Oh man.
I know.
It's actually
my childhood one had a broken side railing that broke off.
That explains
that's
a
risk
lot,
you
actually.
took.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he risked the 3rd floor.
That explains the memory issue.
Explains the
relatability. I never fell off of
Crimson's pitching to this Harlan bit.
Yeah, I will. I'll jump to Ransom leaving the party early. I do like that. They show that scene of him walking out a lot, of Ransom walking out of the party a lot, like storming out, grabbing his coat, that sort of thing. I do appreciate the repetition of it because he's not really a present character in the film
Not introduced,
outside
yeah.
of this. So
Which
like
is,
they're
also an
reminding us
issue, but
he
yeah.
exists. Well, yeah. Obviously, it's not the obvious black sheep red herring, right, Ryan? Mr. Subverting
Yeah.
Expectations. But
Oh, I think
we'll
you're
get
touching
there.
on something Sprinks
I did.
led on
Yes.
early.
About the false truth or whatever.
The false
Because
truth.
I haven't seen this movie in 5 years, and I don't remember much of it off of my first time watching it. But in those 5 years, there's been a back and forth between Crimson, Ryder, myself, Sinister, I believe you've been a part of this, other people, of just like, man, isn't it baffling to introduce a character halfway in a movie that has a pivotal part of being of this movie? And in my memory, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Chris Evans' Ransom doesn't come up till like 50 minutes in the movie. And that, yeah, of course, that's a big, like, eye catcher onto him. I'm mistaken. That is not true. I've been believing that for years. No, he is first mentioned on the phone with Richard at 5:10 in the movie.
Mm.
And he is first shown 6 minutes and 42 seconds in the film. He doesn't necessarily have a big scene or part, but he is mentioned.
He doesn't have
and
anything.
Seen.
That's
He's
what I'm saying. Introduced is in you actually know who he is as a person. Up to the point you see he yelled something and he storms out of a building. That's not a character. He's introduced at an hour and 15 seconds, I think.
Yeah. The difference, Sprinks, I think that which we're adding, I guess, would be in our dichotomy, would be where we know he exists versus we have tangible character things to latch onto.
Okay, so this would not go into connection of I'm blanking on his name, but the host in Murder by Death.
What's the connection?
That you know of him and his name, but he's not introduced till like 40 minutes in or something.
Yeah, when he's at the dinner table, that would be his
Not
introduction.
that long, yeah. But yeah, that would be his intro, yeah.
Referenced is a completely different thing. If a character isn't even referenced, that's a whole other.
Oh yeah,
we know that
there's no mention, no name, no anything, and yeah, that's even worse.
And
but-
that's what I was believing for all these years.
Mhm.
No, I never went in with that.
Yeah.
I always considered his intro to be the hour mark. Everything else is a mention.
You know what? This is going to be really weird because, as an example, but this is what I've been told, and I'm sure Springs will disagree with me. People view. I'm going to talk about Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight. The introduction to the Joker is the mob scene, not the hook scene at the beginning. Like, people don't consider that the introduction to the Joker. They consider the mob scene when he's pokes somebody's eye out with a pencil. That's his intro scene.
You have just like hit a huge
Sweet.
like nerd nerve right there.
Yeah.
Ryder, I do disagree with that.
I know. I figured you would. No, and to be fair, I do as well, because I do think they give enough character in the Joker for the intro scene. But
Yeah.
If
what I'm saying is other reviewers don't consider that the Joker's intro scene. They consider the mob scene as intro scene because
It's
Yes,
down
I
to
would
the
play with
like
more
the
of it.
wording, yeah.
I would play more with it
Yeah.
if, like, taking off the mask, makes you stranger thing. If he said that and it's showing kind of like maybe a slow zoom on the floor and the mask falling on the floor and the bus going off, so we never actually see his face, I could believe more into that.
yeah. I agree. That would be what I would say would probably be make it a better distinction between the examples I'm trying to give. I'm just saying that the reason I pull this up is because the line as to what people consider a character introduction is going to be different for each of us. So I'm just bringing that up as like that's not something I believe in, but it's something that we should probably outline it with what you're saying, Springs, because you're
Defining
is
what
re-
an introduction is.
Yeah, there's always the difference
Yeah.
of like, a good introduction and a bad introduction. I'm not saying Ransom's introduction is good, but he's introduced by name and visual presence.
Yeah. So would that be So would you consider that his character introduction, or just the fact that it's just an acknowledgement that he exists in this world?
The latter.
Like, okay, so yeah,
I don't know anything about him, but he exists.
I think we all think about the same thing. We're just using different words then. So like
Probably.
Same book.
we all
different page.
consider it, yeah, we're all consider his introduction, quote unquote, to be an hour in when he arrives to the household. But we all agree that when he's first mentioned happens earlier in the film, so we know he exists. The difference is just the words we're using, pretty much.
Yeah.
I said 5 minutes in, and I went, "Oh, okay." And then I like second guess. I'm like, "Oh, is this like he's just talked about and I didn't remember the detail? Like he's just wasn't at the funeral, hasn't come up to see the family, and like he's been gone until that moment." And then there's the flashback of showing him, and I'm like, "Oh no, there he is."
I know that ass anywhere. That's America's ass.
That's America's ass.
Is this scene right, or it's in Act 1, right, where we see all the families like has been lying to Harlan, stealing from Harlan,
Yes,
that sort of stuff? Okay,
Yes,
so yeah,
pretty much,
those memory flashbacks happen during the interview.
Yeah, it's highlighted more post, like the immediate post when like Blanc and Elliot are kind of discussing with Marta a little bit, but it's pretty much all given in this part.
Yeah, the Harlan and
that's when we know Blanc that's when we know Blanc knows they were lying to him, because Blanc put that together, or the memories are him imagining him putting it together, whichever.
Or they're not necessarily lying, but they're not giving the full story, or they're missing.
He has suspicions of stuff.
Somebody's not telling the full story. Yeah.
Because he has to piece it together to even ask the questions in the first place. So he did deduce stuff.
Yeah.
Deduction, dear Watson. It's what I do best.
What's interesting is, I know I don't really find anybody in the family to be that particularly sympathetic outside of Meg, and
Meg,
and even Meg gets really, really tarnished. And Walt. Walt has like the potential to be sympathetic. I think he obviously crosses over the line too and stays on the other side of it. But yeah. So again, just the lies that I guess the family was constructed, and like how each of them had been told, they were told essentially that night that they were being cut off at one point or another, except for
Linda.
Like
I did look into that a little bit.
No, you did.
Yeah, I did look into that a little bit, and the best I could get is that Harlan didn't like that she was proclaiming that she was self-made when she used his money to start her company.
Is that in the movie though?
I mean, it's hinted at. It's not really, like I said, that was the best I could come up with.
I can't factor that in because I didn't get that on a.
No, that's like the only thing that that could be why that happened.
I can sort of see that, but they would need to show that with Harlan and because we see everything, like why Harlan chose to cut off, ultimately chose to cut off Walt, and ultimately chose to cut off Richard to an extent, and Joni. Like we get enough information for that to be justified. I in the film. So if that was the case with Linda, that I don't think that's conveyed well enough in the film. So it still goes down as a problem, I think.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could really kind of find of as to why that was sort of the only black mark, as we'll say.
What's the
but
letter?
It's not.
What's the letter that Linda has in the scene where she's crying, kind of by the window before Walt comes and comforts her?
It's the proof that he was having an affair.
No. He's talking about earlier in the film. No. Oh. That one she doesn't find out until later.
When there's the pile of them, right?
Okay, I thought that's what he was asking about. That was the only letter I could remember.
Yeah, there's two. There's the one at the end where that she lights a lighter underneath to read that Richard's been cheating on her, and then the one where Walt goes to comfort her because those pile of letters has been their quote unquote secret communication that they've always had to kind of show that they've loved each other for a while and stuff like that.
In their game, as you put it.
Yeah, their game. I don't have the content to that. I didn't
Okay.
think. I don't know what the relevance of it is, to be honest. But I mean, I'm sorry. I understand the relevance. I don't mean the
I'm just saying if that connects
Uh,
to the
Contents of it.
yeah.
the connection
It,
to what's being said about the cutoff to Linda.
yeah, it could be. I didn't read it. If it does say something about it, then that would be a point in favor of the film.
I don't think you can see what's on it, right? The the first letter we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't think we can see what's
I
on
don't
it
think it's
either.
readable. But it's something profound, probably.
I mean, it could just be like something that she just is remembering her dad because she's sad.
Yeah.
Too. So it could be some of the most it could be something just mundane and simple, like, "Oh, you did a great job with this. Love you, honey." You know,
Proud of you for
for
your
all I
new
know.
whatever you did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Question mark on the contents though. Happy tears, mad tears, sad tears, whatever. Don't know. Act 1, people. How are we looking?
Oh, it sounds like you're out. From your
I mean, I can
by
always
asking the question.
talk about something,
You
but
showed your cards.
He did. Crimson currently has the revolver in his hand.
it was me.
Yeah, I did find a dumb line of Marta looking at her phone, and there's an instance later about what's it called in a contact, where it has the name and not the number.
Where it has the name and not the number.
Like you're getting a call from someone, you see the name of the person. What's that called?
Caller ID?
Caller ID. Thank you. Caller ID. Later in the movie, we see that caller ID says like it could be Blanc calling her. So then contacts in her phone are actually of who's calling, and Walt's calling her. So we see on the phone that it says Walt. She answers the phone saying "Hi, Walt," and Walt answers "Hi, Martha." It's Walt, and that's 3 instances of Walt where it would fit in the terms of 3 for a joke, but none of it seemed funny to me. So I either A, missed the joke, or it's redundant and dumbly written.
Oh, the rule of 3 isn't just in regards to jokes. It's also used to reiterate things. And I don't know if I would necessarily tie those 3 as being significant to each other, but more what's happening in the moment.
To me, it was who.
But I am in agreement. It's not a joke.
It was knowledge of who's on the phone 3 times.
Okay. I don't have much to say about it. It's not a joke. I agree with that.
Okay.
I will do a quick one. It's strange that Richard doesn't know how Linda communicates with the letters, even though they've been married for however many odd years.
I guess that's kind of an indicative that they had a very bad marriage.
That could be indicative they had a very bad marriage. True. It's still convenient that he wouldn't he wouldn't know how to see the writing in a letter. Because he goes into his office to find an empty letter, pretty much. And Linda finds it out on the table.
It's definitely convenient either way. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can read that they just had a really bad marriage that he didn't pick up on anything. But that also, again, just seems ridiculously convenient in and of itself.
Yeah, I leave it as convenient. Is where I
don't know. Because even if you're married, you don't have to know everything about someone, and if that's something that's just between her and her dad, I don't think that's something he really needs to.
Well, then what's the point of getting married, Crimson? Huh? What's the point?
Ask
sure.
Crimson when he's married.
So what was the point of marriage again? No, that's also true. You could, you don't have to know literally everything, but it kind of seems like that would be something that she would have brought up. That, oh yeah, me and my dad, we played this game for years, or we have this thing with letters or something. I don't know. Maybe also though, fixing it in my brain. Maybe it would be something that she would treasure because it was such a her and her dad thing that she would just sort of not disclose it, and so it would be like her own secret or something. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, there's it's convenient, but I think there's inferences that could have explained it away. I just wish there were in the film.
Yeah,
like it would have been nice to see how close it is with yeah.
The only convenience I have is that Richard didn't throw it away or something, even
That he
if it
just
was
left
mine.
it there.
I just left it there. That's the only convenience I could see,
Didn't burn it.
and
That's
it's not that big either because it is just an empty letter to him.
Well,
Mm.
I am out of notes for this act personally.
Sprinks, you're up.
Cool. Back to the interview transition of the editing we talked about, and I was 75-25 about it. More on the 25 aspect. The line from Richard of like everyone idolizes their dad, right? I don't know, do they? Very much not. Don't know why I said that. I saw that as Richard said it simply as a smoother transitional piece to connect to Linda's previous scene at the expense of Richard speaking nonsense.
I mean, it could. I wouldn't necessarily call it nonsense because he is trying to build up a not a rapport, like an image of himself to the detective. But
Yeah, you don't want to like come. Oh, I hate my stepdad or not my father-in-law or whatever, and
True.
who's
You don't want to say
yeah,
that,
you
but
know.
there are very adamant times, especially in this season we've covered so far, that from both Ryder and Crimson, when someone says something that is proof enough that what they're saying is what's being conveyed, and Richard saying, I don't know why I said that, seems to be in the instance he has no clue why he said that because Ryan Johnson made him say that just for the editing connection.
I'll
yeah.
say in
I mean,
large that is what it is. But I do think it is in his character to do that too, though.
Okay.
yeah, I agree with what Crimson said. I don't. I pretty much saw it the same exact same way. I was like, oh, this is just Ryan Johnson making an excuse verbally for us, and also it's within Richard's character because before then, we could see he lets his mouth go off, like he doesn't really rein it in at all.
Well, he
Mm,
doesn't really think about what he says. He just talks. He's
for
a
better or
he's a
for worse.
reactionary guy.
Yeah, that's kind of what they're sort of trying to illustrate. I think with the interviews is the personalities of each quote unquote culprit in the situation. So Richard is unsure of himself and his position because he is coming into a wealthy family and has very little to show for it. Walt feels like he doesn't really do anything. Linda feels very confident. It's kind of you're trying to. It's not just illustrating the plot or the mystery. It's showcasing the characters and how they react inside of the plot, essentially.
All right. A prop department, I guess, background thing of the eyes in Harlan's study, which reminded me a lot of the robot from Shark Boy and Lava Girl. But those eyes, just I thought was a nice kind of like visual aid to assist with that Harlan has his eyes on all the details and everything going on, and that they're constantly watching.
Oh, he does have masks and statues and figures all over this house. Like the beginning of the movie is just doing establishing images
True, it's
of the
collectibles.
house.
And that's
Yeah.
not the connection I'm making. I'm making to his assessments of like finding Richard cheating and Joni taking extra money and the instance of that. Like that's him looking in on things, and I think the eyes show more of a visual yeah.
Representation.
Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Of him finding out things.
I mean, I get the parallel you're making. With the, I wish we knew how he came across the affair thing because he kind of just has the image in his possession. Um, with the was Jody her name? Yeah, the
Joni.
Joni.
Joni. Um, with her, his accountant brought up a discrepancy, and then he learned about it. But I mean, yeah, he does find out stuff, so I can see that.
Not very smart of.
I
Oh, go ahead, writer.
no, I was gonna say I do like the eye symbolism because I see that it's one of those things I see a lot in. I guess with what you're saying, I mean, with characters who know a lot, you always get a little bit of eye symbolism with them and stuff like that. You in movies that try to be like super artsy and stuff like that. and it's that's usually a common theme for that sort of symbolism. So
they're not very big for detectives with fingerprints in this movie. Nothing like incriminating someone in that sense. But I did find it dumb of Richard to get his fingerprints all over Harlan's desk and then a letter opener or blade to break into the desk on an ongoing investigation.
Well, the thing with the fingerprints thing is all their fingerprints would be in this house. It's not like an outsider committed the crime. So if they're like Richard's prints are on the letter opener in the office and on the desk, it's that could be just explained. Oh yeah, I come here and I talk to him. So obviously my prints are here.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see that Ransom's prints were on the medical vials.
Mhm.
Oh, there you go.
That would have been something.
Good thing
But,
those weren't around for the police.
Yeah, I know, right?
Or his prints on the window.
Window.
Yeah.
Because that would be a little bit
The
harder to
wall.
explain.
I did just see the quote on the letters we were referring to where Linda is crying, and I believe they're just to illustrate
letters.
for the
Yeah.
older letters, not anything of like why she was cut off or anything like that.
Okay, old like playing games with dad letters.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. My last note for this act is just Marta was lying to Blanc, and it's kind of dumb that it's kind of dumb that he's like, okay, cool, I'm just gonna, let you go with me where all this evidence is constantly.
Yeah.
Forgive me if I'm misremembering or forgetting. Did we find out how he learned about the vomit thing?
No, he's like, I've heard that you regurgitate or something to that effect.
He might have asked like the because she's a accredited medical person, so he probably asked around at like wherever she was. Yeah, we can assume that it's never stated, but we can assume that Marta.
Yeah, I was saying that as a joke. The in theory thing was a joke because she's a terrible nurse and didn't look at the labels.
Da 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 da.
All right, I'd like clarity. I'm confused.
On my point, or what someone else said?
Who is asking that Marta vomits?
Well, no, nobody's asked. No, somebody should have asked.
We're trying.
Brought up. Someone told me that you vomit when you lie. Yeah, but my question was who told him that.
Got it.
Yeah,
that's what I was looking for.
Okay.
And is there an answer? I don't think there was.
I don't.
But I'm asking if you guys found something.
No, I don't think there's a person who told him answer that we know of. But there's proof that he knows.
Yeah. I may not be out of notes, but I just thought of a question. Why does Marta lie about the rest of the family members?
Oh, that's kind of where I was getting at, too, that I forgot. Because Ryder, you brought up earlier that she was caught in 3 lies, and I want to know what those 3 lies were.
Yeah, well, she lied, like, he's like, they ask her directly if Richard's having an affair, and she can't answer. The first question she is asked about is also a lie. Like, she lies 3 times to him in this scene, pretty much. And I'm curious because they're about the other family members. Why is she lying about them? I don't understand.
Okay, give me the first.
Like, what does she gain? I don't have them written down. I just know she lied.
Then I can't help you.
Oh, her first vomit, the one that definitively dates it.
Teapot thing or whatever.
Yeah, that's proof that she lied right there. And I guess towards Ryder's point is why would she lie about it? And that was that the affair or was that something else?
The affair was one of them, I think.
Yeah, that's the one that cuts to
because
Blanc
asked.
Table.
Yeah,
he spins the laptop
around. Yeah, so she does lie.
I know the affair.
And I guess why would she lie about it? I mean, she's loyal to the family. I mean, she even alludes to taking care of them by the end of the movie.
I'm trying to think if this is her way of showing to Blanc, and I guess the detectives, that she had, like, proving that she can't tell a lie or else she'll vomit.
Well, that's weird though.
That's I was about to say, as a joke, that's weak sauce as far as character motivation. If that were yeah, if that were true, I think that so Marta can't lie in theory, or she pukes. My
In
issue
theory,
with that
yes.
is just in theory. So my issue with that being a demonstration, why wouldn't she make that clear as soon as she's done vomiting? Because she tries to leave, and they ask her another question, and then she almost vomits again to kind of confirm, like, their suspicions.
Yeah.
To play into
Because she wants to not tell the truth. So, at least with this particular scene.
Also, the thing is though that wouldn't Harlan also know that she vomits when she lies, so that would kind of screw her over if she was ever questioned about anything. Even I know he coaches her to like make it an impossibility, but he's the medical aid. At some point, they're going to be like, "Oh, he overdosed on this. Why?" You know.
Yeah. It's a shame they don't ask a direct question.
Yeah.
That I'll go with.
Like a cop.
I was this is a much later thing. In fact, it's the end of the movie, but it just sparked me on it, so I want to talk about it because I'll probably forget. But in this whole first act, we see Harlan kind of cutting everybody off, untethering, as he says. And then in his will, he leaves all of his empire to Marta, who then is going to tether the family members again and take care of them. I don't. That's the part I don't really understand.
To do with what she will, I guess. I mean, but what's the point you're trying to make with it?
Well, it's just because it seemed obviously his was a personal thing. He was cutting everybody off, left and right, because he didn't like how they were becoming or what they'd become, whatever. But it just seems kind of weird that at the end of it, essentially, they still kind of. I mean, obviously, Marta isn't going to be very, she's going to be a lot more caustic and probably not as forthcoming as Harlan was. I just find it strange that that's sort of that they kind of all still get essentially what they had at the beginning. Just now, Marta is in control of it instead of Harlan.
Would that go into a character trait of Harlan being cowardice?
I don't know. But obviously, he would have followed. Obviously, he would have followed through if he hadn't died, and they would have been on the skids, regardless.
Or,
but
not necessarily cowardice, but Harlan sticking to his guns and word that he's actually untethering. So in the final of the will, it shows proof that he is what he said to everyone of, like, I'm cutting you off. It was then up to Marta, being the caretaker, if in her heart she wanted to distribute that, and Harlan gave her the choice by giving her everything to do so.
I mean, we don't, like I said, we don't see what happens. It just ends, and we kind of have, Marta's going to kind of have fun, and whatever that entails.
The only person I could believe that Marta did help money wise, if at all, was to Meg for school.
I don't know. That would
because she said it over the phone and didn't throw up.
I guess, yeah. But was that just all a red herring? The throw up? Was that actually?
She actually controlled her own throwing up. No evidence for that, but
no evidence.
Yeah, I'll save my points on her motives at the end.
I was like, I wanted to get that out there. I didn't need a definitive answer either way, but something to think about.
I'm just questioning Marta's motives because I didn't. So I did check the scene springs. She lies directly once. She pretty much infers that she was going to lie a second time by almost throwing up, but she doesn't say anything. So it's twice, technically. I didn't understand why, other than Crimson's loyalty point, I don't see why she would lie in this scene, because none of them, the lies, and it doesn't make much sense for her to lie in this scene, other than to show the audience that she actually can regurgitate while lying.
But also to prove to
I don't
Blanc
get,
that she has a tell.
Yeah,
Does it look like she's trying to convey that though?
Possibly, because it builds the trust from Blanc onto following Marta and calling her Watson in the detective.
Oh, okay.
Like following along of like, okay, I can now tell exactly when you're telling the truth and lie, so don't lie to me because you'll know. Which puts a lot more trust into her, knowing what she will say is either truth or lie, opposed to any other member of the family or anyone else. And by conveying that to Blanc helps. But what Ryder said earlier, it does then go into the writing of the dialogue of things were written in such a way to not break that.
I mean, I'd argue it is broken because they never make them. Marta's motives in this, if at face value, is that she just doesn't want to be implicated in Harlan's death for accidentally switching up the meds, because that's what the film intends for us to try and interpret. But I don't understand why lying here wouldn't coincide with her motives. It doesn't make sense. Like, there's not a dichotomy there for me.
On the she's proving it to Blanc angle, he brings up, someone told me that you vomit when you lie. Some paraphrasing. Why wouldn't you just say, yeah? How'd you find that out? She just says, who told you? She wouldn't really need to necessarily prove it because he's already got the idea of it. All she would have to do is confirm it by saying it.
I say she's also trying to learn information of who told. And then it's just proof. And it could also have been a lie said by a person, and Blanc is just trying to go because of all the fabricated memories or whatever in the interviews. The only way to know for sure is to actually get her in a lie.
I know that's what he's trying to do. Yeah, that's why he asks her directly his theories. Is Richard cheating? Did what's her face get cut off? All that stuff.
He's about to ask Walter, but she's dismissed from the scene by the intelligent police detectives who don't keep a source of information like that around.
This week's sauce.
I know. That was my last point for this act. Like, I didn't. Marta's motives didn't make sense to me.
I have a couple here and there, but I'll just go with one final then for the act of Linda woke up 3 times in the middle of the night to the stairs. What are the instances of those 3 times?
Let's see. They said what they were. It was the sound of the board in air quotes falling, but it was Marta tripping. The steps of Joni going up, and then the third was Marta leaving. So I guess there should have been 4 with her faking being Harlan, because that would have woken her up. So there should have been 4 actually.
Should have been that one. And then what about Ransom's? Is it to say that occurred before
he didn't go
Linda
down
went
the
to bed?
stairs.
He didn't go down the stairs.
Yeah, they said that it's the stairs that's noisy, so he never went down the stairs. But we are missing the one of her faking being Harlan, though, so there should have been 4.
And the first plot hole is found.
It's huge. This is like a 1.5 now.
I could believe. I was fine with.
I mean, it's the first definitive one. I'll give that.
I was fine with Joni going up the stairs, having a little talk, and then with her to return to her room going down didn't wake Linda. I just went with, okay, Linda's still awake because it was so short. But yeah, it did seem one was off in like the actual occurrence of what happened. So
good catch. All right, then we will move on to Act 2, which is the Elliot timeline recap to Ransom arriving in the car. We're just cutting it out there, and we're not going into whole Ransom
The
stuff.
scene.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before
Just
Ransom
the
goes in
dog's
the
barking out the
house.
window. Yeah. We started with Sprinks last time, I believe. Let's start with Ryder.
Sure. I'll do actually probably my favorite scene in the film because I do have one. I actually like Marta's whole scene with Harlan. Obviously up until the vials become an issue, but you get a really good. It was very, very like well written in the sense that it implies a lot of history between these two characters, and you get the sense of their friendship and their companionship just within that scene, which I thought was really nice. I really liked it.
And thankfully, they weren't boinking.
Yeah, I'm super glad they weren't boinking Crimson.
Yeah.
That would have
But I
been
agree.
naughty.
That's what
I
Linda
agree.
said.
It was a good dynamic that was built there between them. Good for the audiences. We don't really get much of those two interacting. That's pretty much it. Is
Yeah.
her killing him in air quotes. So I think they
Yeah,
did a good job
this is the
building the
scene they.
rapport between the two and their history.
Yeah. Yeah, because the entire the entire relationship of us caring, I guess in quotes, is reliant on this scene establishing their
Yeah,
relationship and how much they trust each other.
pretty much, yeah.
Because the other scenes about like her Harlan confiding in her is one thing, but this is like showing the relationship that goes back and forth between them. You know, it's a mutual thing of how much they actually enjoy hanging out with each other.
Enough to believe he would be willing to give her stuff,
Yeah.
not just some random housekeeper, maid, nurse, whatever classification you'd want.
Yeah, she's done very well at the long con.
I guess in your version, yeah, the long con. Spriggs, you're up.
Yeah, kind of a big overarching one, and I'd say I didn't actually check, I didn't do research into it, but it's one of those instances again about the zoom in, zoom out, but a camera sense. And again, I don't know the full purpose of it, but Marta is like 90% of the time in shots always framed on the left. And she's like never on the like everyone else seems to be on the right. She's always seems to be on the left side of a frame. And I'm trying to figure out what it is. It really makes her distinct from anyone else in the movie because of that. But all I could think of was like something's not right with Marta. I know it sounds real lame and tacky, but that's the only thing that really came to mind. But there's a reason for it. I don't know what the reason is. It really makes her stand out. And I don't know if that's just a creative approach.
Couldn't it be the
like,
opposite where it's supposed to make you feel like? Couldn't it be the opposite where it's supposed to make you feel like sympathy for her? Why does it have to be a? Well, yeah. Why does it have to be like an unnerving thing?
Well, why not swap it all? Why not is she the only one on the right and everyone's on the left?
Yeah, exactly. Why is that?
Well, I think that could
would the right side be less unnerving to you?
Well, if it was swapped, it would play into, oh, is she right? Whatever she's thinking, that's right. Everyone else is like, no one else is right except her.
The literal.
Yeah.
So her being on the left is the opposite of right.
Yeah, everyone else is right in like the situation. Something's not right about Marta.
Oh God, can we use that as a short, please? Call it something is not right about Marta. I like
again.
that.
I see purpose to it in some vein. I just don't know what that is.
If Sprinks, I'll agree with you if it's 100%.
Is there no scene where she is like?
If it's not 100%,
there
I'm
are
not going to be on board.
Nope, there are scenes where she is on the right side in a frame shot with someone. That's why I said it's like 90%. But I still feel like that plays into something kind of like the zoom in, zoom out. But I don't know what it is. I don't know what's trying to convey.
Okay, then yeah, I don't have much to tack onto it. If it was definitively 100%, then I would be like, okay, I think you're onto something. But next time I watch it, who knows when I'll watch it again.
Tomorrow.
I'll keep an eye on that.
Okay.
What was your answer? Did you say
I
tomorrow?
said tomorrow.
Oh, who knows? Right after this, I'll rewatch it. That's not true. I'm not going to do that. All right, let's go with Sinister Point.
Okay, I guess we've kind of talked a little bit about the Harlan and Marta scene, which is I will agree with Ryder. I think it's a good scene at establishing their rapport and kind of their relationship. So I don't really have much to add on to that. I I'm kind of torn with the whole like out where they pretty much outline the entire cover story. Where on the one hand I like it, but I also feel like it's something where it's so obviously like this is going to be coming later. Where I don't know if I don't know how much I like it. I guess like
Of
obviously all of
him
this is going to
enacting
have
the
to
plan.
be. Hmm?
Him enacting the plan.
Yeah, which I will say I like that he's because he's a mystery writer, so he knows like every possible like which that part I like that he is outlining every conceivable like variable that of her being a suspect, right? Like
Yeah,
that's a kind of a clever.
and at the end saying, "I'm sure I missed something, but you'll
Yeah.
figure it out."
um,
He does it really
ex-
really quickly.
yeah, exactly. Uh, I like that. I like how clever it is and how kind of a little meta it is. Obviously, because it's a mystery writer creating a mystery essentially that can't be solved, which is kind of impossible, but whatever. Um, it's his masterpiece. um,
His magnum opus.
his magnum opus, covering up his own death. Um, I guess what I don't like about it is that especially because I think we tacked on a little bit about how many times they go up the stairs. It kind of unfortunately creates a plot hole where something doesn't make sense later on because she goes up the stairs. Like was it? She goes up the. She personally is involved in the stairs twice, right?
She goes up there to give the medicine,
Yeah.
comes down to leaves,
Hmm.
and then goes outside, comes in, puts on his clothes, and then goes
And
downstairs, and then comes back up the stairs.
okay, so 4 times. So
Yeah,
four of the
the last two are
stairs.
very
Yeah,
close together.
yeah, they were.
Four,
Yeah.
but the last two, yeah. So I'd count as 3 instances where Linda would have woken.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Still though, it's.
Uh, it's convenient that that quote unquote Harlan listens to Walt tell him to go back upstairs.
It's such a
Uh,
gamble that he didn't look or anything.
it's such a gamble, and let's be honest, I think it's out of character that Harlan would have accepted that. I legitimately think Harlan would have backsassed him if it was actually Harlan, because it's his house. There's a couple things that should
Yeah,
arouse some suspicion in Walt.
yeah. Well,
Walt
I
would
guess
be
it
like,
also plays into
"Dad, I
how
really need to
dumb
talk
Walt is.
about what happened earlier today. Now that you're here."
Yeah, it's very very convenient that it plays out exactly how it does.
Yeah,
Lucky gamble worked out for her.
yeah. He was like, maybe I can schmooze this guy a little bit.
But solid plan, I'd say, especially on the spot. Building a quick alibi like that. A gamble, all the same.
Yeah, and it's really strange that the side effects that Marta listed out should be happening to him didn't happen, and neither of them noticed.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is true. Sprinks, you said it with such an
I don't know.
assertion, like you had more to
No.
tack
Yeah.
on to it.
Yes. Not more to add tack on, just I'm in agreeance.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. So we thought you said yes that you had more to tack on. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, no. So good, and just more of the film being convenient and the characters being stupid to push the plot along, which is not a good sign for this film because this is supposed to be the twist / crux on the hook of the rest of the murder mystery. Is the fact that there was quote unquote, it wasn't a murder, it was an accident.
If that's what you believe.
So I'll say it as often as you ask, Springs. Yes. It was yes, it's just convenient. This is how it plays out. And honestly, it's convenient for your version too, Springs. Because then you have to question Harlan's intelligence, this world famous mystery miner, and it goes more into him being out of character to allow it to happen and not notice that he's not exactly feeling the effects Marta described.
Well, I mean, it would have been interesting if they had, because there is that sort of like, what is it, placebo effect, where you're told that this will happen, so you will get the sensation, psychologically, even though physically you wouldn't actually have them.
Would have been
Well, it's
cool
not
if it was in the film. Solves my problem.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, that weighs on the 50-50.
That boy is at a 50-50.
Which thing is 50-50?
The placebo effect.
Okay.
Because they don't actually do it.
They never say it, but there are. But what is shown is that no effects happening, and it's not being questioned.
Yeah.
We'll go with Springs.
Oh boy, that's me. Tacked on it earlier about the camera tapes and how there's quote unquote cameras, and I only think there's one. I don't understand why that back fence wouldn't have a camera on it for security reasons. And when it shows the monitors, like of the 3 monitors, only one's active. So it's like there's only one camera recording at all times, and I don't know what the other 2 monitors are used for.
Not enough information.
Yeah, it's not an instance where it's like, oh, only one of the cameras was working last night. No, it only seems only the one camera was working.
I don't know. You have the dogs on patrol as well. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really nice of the police and Blanc to just let her carry the evidence.
Yeah, and since we have a timeline of either 2018 or 19, why the heck are they using VHS tapes? This guy is a net worth of 60 million, potentially even more.
He doesn't believe in
and he's using
believe in cloud.
VHS.
People can hack into a cloud. They can't hack into a
VHS. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's solid physical proof.
Same if it was on a DVD. I mean, what? You can't hack into a DVD.
I don't think they make
either.
those, do they? I don't think they make a DVD.
Or cameras to DVDs, not live.
Rian Johnson's like, how do we remove the surveillance footage
Here's the
sight of the cops and Blanc? Oh, let's use the magnet trick on a VHS tape.
What is it called? Like it's like an anachronism or something.
To be clear, to be clear, the magnets would work on the VHS tape. It's just convenient that the cops weren't there a week ago. It's convenient that the cops let her walk around with it. It's a little convenient that
they use VHS,
that they didn't upgrade the
security,
system.
The security officer of who's in charge of the tapes is an old geezer who's used to that technology. Because if it was someone younger, they would have updated it.
Yeah. So there's, again, so much just to push the story in a particular direction that's already broken at the seams. I can buy the Harlan not wanting to upgrade because he doesn't want to do film rights for his books. That speaks to me he has a bit of an aversion to technology. So I can buy that he doesn't want to digitize everything.
I would not tie those together at all.
I was gonna say I was with you for a second, and then I yeah.
Yeah, like I said, that's the best inference I can make
Mhm.
between the two. And
He's an old
as
school
as you
guy.
said, I don't want to tie this together, so it's a fucking problem.
Heard of Sprinks
I
in there.
will.
He
Yeah,
said Harlan's an old school guy.
he's an old school
Yeah.
guy. He likes
Like
tape.
I said, it's just convenient justification because we don't really get characterization for that. It's like it's more of like, oh, I guess if you say so, Ryan, he's an old school guy.
It's just because I think like he desperately he wants this to be in like the 1980s or like something. Like,
He's
he wants it to be
adapting.
like this.
He's adapting the likes of Agatha Christie in a modern era with a Hitchcock thriller thrown in the middle.
Did you read that somewhere?
I sure did.
Yes, you did. I know. um. So yeah, I think the setting is, or the time period is probably one of the biggest factors
That-
of this story.
Does not do the film any favors.
Yeah. Also,
I
Sprinks, you called the security guy an old geezer, and I'm just thinking, how many old people know their stuff?
That's a little, yeah, it's a little rude of me,
So,
Colin.
the little ageist of you.
Emmett
to be
Walsh.
fair.
Old geezer, yeah.
Ooh. Tut tut tut. I will say that this is just what I like. I think what another thing I really like about this movie that kind of ties in with what we've been talking about, why this movie doesn't work in a lot of unfortunate timing on that one. But I feel like Johnson, he got the vibe and he kind of went from there. Unfortunately, the vibe is not enough. He got the aesthetic and the vibe right for like a murder mystery, right? Like all like kind of the hallmarks are there, all the little things and the little details and slight strange characteristics. It's just the threads connecting them and the evidence connecting them and the clues are either convenient or contrived, might also be a little bit.
Yeah, I think Ryan Johnson did a good job building the atmosphere and vibes, as you're saying, for the world he built here. It, I do agree with that.
Yeah, I think the other problem is that he said it in like modern day where it's very very hard to have a who done it because
I
there's a
think
lot
the
of stuff now.
Yeah, I think I think I'm mostly in agreement. The part where the vibes are off for me is just how Marta is essentially the main character. Because
Well, no,
normally in
that
a murder
yeah,
mystery, you're
yeah.
following the detective. That would be my one distinction I'd make. It's still capturing everything else that's important, but there is,
Yeah.
that change.
I think because I think he wanted to make like a social statement.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he did.
it was
Yeah,
the yeah.
yeah.
They had that whole little lunch or that his birthday dinner where they talk about they're putting people in cages.
Yeah. There's definitely some social
There's some,
statements that Ryan likes to make in his films, and they don't land very well because he doesn't know how to explore them with nuance.
no, there's no nuance in this for that particular
Nuance.
topic.
If you want nuance, go to the ballet.
Or I can just go to a better murder mystery. Don't have to go that far.
How dare you say an accurate statement?
So
I do like the oh sorry, you go.
I was going to jump onto a new point.
That's fine.
Okay.
Oh well, I guess I like they really got a good brand endorsement from Radio Shack. They really pushed hard to be in this, and I'm sure it was worth it.
Mhm.
Go on.
Let's see. I was going to talk about just the trust LeBlanc puts on Marta. Kind of touched on it in Act 1, but kind of once he invites her to tag along in the investigation all the way through was kind of like ugh, this is graining. Because I knew, having seen it, knew she was connected with the blood on her shoe. So he knows that she can't lie in his perception of her. And he believes she's tied to the incident because of the blood on on her shoe. And it just makes this weird mindset. I don't know what is going through his head. He has someone he suspects is a part of it, but this person
And,
can't lie.
and
So
he refuses to ask direct questions
yeah, he
about it.
so I don't really know. I don't fully understand what his intentions inviting her on the investigation is really.
Keep your enemies closer.
Uh,
Exploit your
Again?
enemy's weakness.
Yeah.
Did you murder him? Why is there blood on your shoe?
But Blanc has such sympathy for her. She's such a good girl,
And
such a good,
that's something
doctor.
too. I don't know why he's so team Marta.
He's trying to catch her in a
If he was
confession.
the
Huh?
he could have done that way like at the beginning of the movie.
No, if he saw the blood in the beginning, he could have asked, "What's with the blood?" How could she answer that with not answering it? Because if she's like, "Oh, it's not blood," bleh. "Oh, it's my boss's blood." Okay. Well, how did that get on your shoe? Well, he slit his throat. Oh,
Does she know? What if she said, "I don't know"?
her brain would
Well,
automatically connect
Yeah,
the
yeah,
dots.
that would be a
But
lie because she does know. Yeah,
She could
Yeah,
guess
'cause
that it
Mom
is
has brought it to her
Harlem's.
attention.
this
well,
is also kind of the whole vomit thing. We don't know the exact like what what's the limit. What is a lie? What is like is if she knows what it
shockingly, it's
is.
inconsistent. Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like we've had this talk
But
before.
what a lie is.
Yeah.
We did on her.
It was her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that. I wasn't there.
Oh no, it was a live omission. That was our big lie talk on that. With picture the guest formerly known as Dr. Ryland Grace.
Oh, nice.
yeah. Yeah. So in that scenario, Springs, she, if she didn't know there was blood on her shoe, the Blanc would specifically direct her to it, point it out, so she can't escape the that part of it, and then whether or not she would know it's Harlan's, she would just make the assumption. Like Marta is not a character who would like pretend otherwise.
But if she's like you and doesn't
Because
believe
that's the
blood
only
can
time.
travel across the room, she would not think that.
Oh, I think it's convenient, yes. But where else is she? Where would she have been near blood that we know of for this to happen?
As much as she don't know.
But she does know because he was
She could make
there.
guesses.
My point, yeah, my point in Crimson
Okay.
is that my point in Springs is that she would make an assumption whether it was correct or not that it would be Harlan's blood, because that would be the logical assumption she would make, unless we were shown another time in the day that she was around blood.
Could even play into if it is blood, just not a red mark.
Again, you'd have to show that.
Yeah, could be wine. Could be.
I don't see Marta around ketchup or anything in that nature. So, or paint. I'm just throwing that out there. Just other red things. Yeah. So I don't. If that was shown, then maybe that would confuse her, but she wasn't. So I'm inclined to believe that this is a problem. Okay. I mean, it's everything else is convenient, but it's just a problem that LeBlanc sees evidence and does nothing with it.
Pretty much.
Because the film needs to happen.
Because he's a lousy detective.
Well, as he says, he kind of just sits back and let truth come forth. In a paraphrasing manner.
That's what I was saying. If he was trying to catch a confession.
Yeah.
Let's go with a sinister point.
Okay, within this act. Let's see. What do we got? What do we need? What do we
Much
lack?
deliciousness.
What kind of funny business can we get up to here? I don't know, I kind of feel like most of the stuff I think has been touched on in some regard.
What are your thoughts on her covering up her tracks?
Oh, her track. Dumb. No.
You're right. She does play dumb.
She does play. It's something that, like, the first time I was watching, I you just kind of let whatever fly by a little bit, and then when you watch it again and again, the little things get really loud. Yeah, I can't answer the question. I don't really, even I think by the end of this movie, I don't really understand why Blanc has her so close. It's, even if we're gonna discount that, the red on her shoes could be anything or whatever, like it still is like, you don't want to have any potential suspect around for anything, regardless of whether they can't lie, quote unquote. It's not, and especially if he doesn't ask her direct questions that would be easily provable.
And they can tamper with potential evidence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That maybe
also evil.
Maybe doesn't discredit them, but it discredits somebody that they're close to.
Yeah, because she covers up the footprints. She destroys the tape. She potentially could have
Plays
ruined the
fetch
rug.
with the dog.
Oh yeah,
She plays fetch with the dog.
Yeah.
Blanc
Genius
made sure
level
she didn't screw up
right there.
he made sure she didn't screw up the rug upstairs. So
she was all but saved if Blanc had not been involved, because the cops are really.
Well, I mean, it was going to be ruled a suicide.
Yeah.
Case closed.
Also, I'll just touch on it. It's going into the next act. So I'll just put this little gem for later. But I think that the rest of this movie, totally fine. Could be just an adequate to good. Without my bias on it, could be just an adequate to good movie. Chris Evans as Ransom is the nail in the coffin for this movie.
Yeah, it will be interesting to dive into that statement later.
Yeah. But yeah, like Marta covering up her footprints and her path and everything. It's the moment of is way too convenient, and I don't like that.
I like her thought process. I don't like LeBlanc in this.
Keep saying LeBlanc.
Isn't that what his name is?
It's Benoit Blanc.
It's just
Benoit Blanc.
Yeah, it's just Benoit Blanc.
His last name is Blanc.
I've been writing him LeBlanc this whole time.
It's because you want it to be French.
LeBlanc. All right,
LeBlanc.
Blanc. Super smart detective. Best the best PI. Realizes way too late that the mud could have footprints in it. So it's not like the mud is just at the gate. It'd be covering the area.
As we've established, he's only barely a competent police officer. That's where he's at.
Yeah. So I think he took an intelligence hit there. What'd you say?
They weren't walking in mud the entire time in the forest.
Not the entire time, but before the actual gate, yeah. And we don't even get established why there's mud. We don't get shown rain.
Yeah. See that the night that Harlan died was a week ago, so I don't understand why the footprints are like why it's muddy again or whatever. Because if it was muddy again, that means it rained again, so the footprints would be already gone.
If it rained again,
That's
Yeah, well, it has to for the mud to be
wet
muddy.
still. Yeah.
I no. I was gonna say I don't agree. I kind of fully agree. That's not how mud works. Unless it's super hot in the summer. It's in November. It's November 15th. It's damp enough and cold enough outside that it can remain wet.
But for a whole week.
Yeah.
And might I say, it wasn't established to have been rainy the day of the murder either, right?
Now that I can go with. I don't know.
So we don't even know how long it is.
But I'm not going in a week and dried up into dirt.
That's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is that in a week, even if it's moist out, mud becomes crusty. That is not what they're walking on. They're not walking on crusty, like damp dirt. They're walking on full on mud, like it poured rain the previous night. There's a distinction level of going to just straight dry, because I agree with your assessment that if this was summer it'd be dry within a week.
Okay, there's just a disagreement. I fully believe that the mud is fine.
On the Spriggs kind of touched on something I forgot to bring up earlier. Was we recently watched both the Sherlock Holmes films.
We did.
The RDJ ones. And they take place within a week of this movie. Obviously not the same year.
Oh, not the same. Oh, just in November.
Yeah.
Well,
that's hilarious. What are the odds?
One, right? No, you're right. Yeah. 1890, then 91. It was the 3 months of August. So Blackwood's hanging of the first film, and then the second one. Yeah, you're right.
Well, November 13th was Blackwood's hanging date in the first film. Yeah. And then November 7th was the gala event or whatever.
A lot of whodunits like to do it in November.
November 9th. I guess so.
But
they like to do it in November.
I know, I was just about to say that.
When Murder by Death take place?
It's because it's the
it's getting colder
fall.
without snow.
Yeah, it's colder. It's the time of death. Renewal.
A lot to be thankful
for. It's the death season.
A season on death, you say? That can't possibly be a hint.
What is a hint is Harlem saying, knowing the difference between a stage prop and a real knife.
Oh, gosh.
Did you know that?
That was so naturally said. That's so natural.
We in the business call this foreshadowing.
Yeah, it's unnaturally said, but it does show the difference in how Marta then knows the difference.
I mean,
we'll get to that in the third act. My God.
Yeah.
Hated that.
Yeah, it was very unnaturally delivered. I agree with that. I still haven't decided whether I appreciate that being there, because
I mean, you can appreciate it, but no, it doesn't fit.
Yeah, I typically like thoughtful echoes. This one just felt forced.
Yeah, it's something like, see, look, it was referenced before. Is it something that really needed to be? Not really. No.
Well, because he is a mystery writer, so he would say mystery writer things.
Yeah. Let's see who. It's been a while. Who? Let's go, Sprinks.
To play into more of the earlier thing that the quote unquote Marta's memory is a fabrication of story of her telling Harlan before their game that she's already had a drink and she doesn't want to drink anymore. To then being on the job or something, as she said. Then around the group when she's talking with Fran, and it cuts back to the story or party, and it's going around with Fran with drinks. I think Marta says, "Then I don't drink when I'm working." So that shows that she never had a drink prior in the event of the memory, opposed to the story she told or was telling. That those don't line up.
When did she say that she had a drink already?
Kind of at the beginning of this act when she's being interviewed inside the study, and she's going over how Harlan in the game occurred and the swapping the vials before the game starts, she brings up she already had a drink.
Okay. I'll say that's an
that,
issue.
but if that's
I would
yeah.
put that as a writing issue and not a Marta fabrication thing.
Yeah, if that's true, it also goes down for me as a writing issue. That's where I lay it.
Okay. And I have it as
Good
more.
catch, nonetheless.
Okay, and I have it as more stepping ground into that being fabricated.
Ryder?
Point? Sure. I will jump to, I don't know. With the whole Watson line and having just come fresh off the Sherlock movies, this is a subjective annoyance. I don't think the film earned it. To be honest with you.
They don't have the right.
You don't think the movie's silly enough?
No. No character has the raw sexual chemistry that Jude Law and Robert Downey
Oh,
Jr.
that
have.
I agree with that. That's not what I was questioning.
No, yeah,
They
no.
were in a James Bond movie together.
I'm just saying with the silly lines that go around of, Ransom, you want a cookie and the donut and the donut and the donut, just something like the game's afoot. Just seems kind of intact of.
Well, he says game's afoot, Watson. Like if he just left it at game's afoot, I think I would have been less annoyed with it.
Doesn't he call Marta Watson twice? I think.
Yeah, he does.
I know he definitely calls her once, and I'm kind of grateful I forgot the second time, if that's true. I would have just been more annoyed.
Yeah, I think it is twice.
Gotta. As I always say, movies have to earn their cheese. They have to earn their right to be cheesy and throw out a little, cheesy nod or cheesy quip.
You think it's funny how
they have not done that.
Blanc considers Marta to be the Watson and not Elliot?
That would have been funny if Elliot was in the background just like, huh? What?
I mean, that's how competent these police are. Marta's a better gauge for him.
Oh, she's a better detective than Elliot.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it takes one thing to catch evidence, the other thing is to cover up evidence.
As a detective, one should question any source of element, whether for or against a case that's around the said case. And Elliot doesn't do any of that. He just agrees with suicide from the get-go and doesn't care about anything else. Which makes him a bad detective.
The only thing he latched
might be a little
thing. That's all he had.
It's not in the movie at all, so this is not a real reason. But with police cases, they have to have a clearance rate, and if a case takes too long to solve, your clearance rate goes down. So if something looks and smells like it could be a suicide, they're very, very happy to get that out of the way and clear the case earlier rather than spend time trying to solve a murder, because a murder takes time and effort. That's not anywhere in here, so that's not the reason why, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah. His reason is the blood splatter indicates that he slit his own throat and no one else was present.
Yeah, the police investigation could be done with if to just reason with suicide, and then Blanc could have been his own set private investigator that didn't need to be connected to the police.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, is why did he need them to tag along after you got the initial information that he would need?
They're curious. They're interested.
They're picking up info that he's picking up in case they looked over it. Which is why they're kind of more observers than actual detectives following around. Well, State Trooper Wagner.
That's weak sauce. They're detractors.
Well, Wagner's there to just say like, "Oh, that's from the book that Harlan wrote. I'm a big fan."
I'm such a big fan. You'd think I'd be a better detective or officer.
Why the heck does this window? Is it hidden behind a wall? Oh, that's because it's from one of his books. Okay, I guess that explains it.
Yeah.
That's a weird though. That is kind of a weird rope or like returning thing that they come to, is that like everything on his house is something from his books.
Well, he needs to get his work.
Inspiration somewhere.
But okay, but are they saying that he got the thing and then it became a thing from the book, or did he?
Yeah, with what Crimson just said, I also disagree with. He wasn't inspired by his house to write something. I think the story got something made to be in his house.
I like the evidence for either. I could totally believe a secret window in an old house, and he's like, "Oh, that's cool. Let me write that into my book." The man was getting poisoned, and he's like, "Oh, I should write this in a book."
You got a point there.
Got a point.
So
Got a
I
point,
can
but
see him observing stuff around him and be like, "Oh, I can work that into something."
Oh,
So
look at all these animal statues around my house randomly. I'll write those in.
could be. I don't have the evidence for it. Could go in
Yeah.
either direction. So 50-50, as Springs likes
Ooh.
to
50-50.
I'm at a 50-50.
writer.
Yeah, I'll jump to Walt and Meg. I think offer they want to assure Marta they're going to take care of her, and Walt also says he wanted her there, but he was outvoted. So
Mhm.
Damn it! You had
uh,
the next thing I had in my notes.
Aha.
but I do like the transition. Like what pulls us out from the current like morning at a party with Fran talking about something that's not important at all to the rest of the film, but Fran talking about like someone poisoning their own family member / loved one, and we see that they use Ransom to transition to the week before as well. So it's to kind of get just a quick flash into the whole immigration talk and conversation, and then we come back to her almost collapsing and stuff like that. I quite again. I like the reinforcing of Meg and Marta's relationship to show how close they are. Again, it's gonna get tarnished by the end, but I appreciate the subtle build up to this relationship because they don't really have much together, but what we do have, we can infer how close they are. Um, and again, more for Walt being kind of tendering to be the more sympathetic one of the family before the turn, I guess, too, on him.
Yeah.
And you had stuff to add onto that, right,
Yeah,
Springs?
interesting. I
Or-
thought you were going to touch on something that you didn't touch on. I thought it was cool that Walt saying I was outvoted for you being at the funeral is the same thing Linda said when Marta arrived and they were outside and said, "Hey, wish you were at the funeral, but I was outvoted." So that's two people saying they were outvoted, which either puts it into everyone else is against Marta being there, or that everyone wasn't against and they're just trying to make Marta sound good by lying to her. Which
Yeah.
kind of goes into,
Yeah.
your family, you take care of dad, it's so fine. But as soon as the will happens, it's like, you were boinking him and you got to do this and, give it back. And like people flip on their head. So it just seems like a
Oh, yeah.
whole manipulation tactic of being kind to her when really they're not. They're just trying to keep her on their good side.
I honestly, I think that they're just being polite.
Well, yeah,
That's
it's
kind
a
of how
fake
I
nicety.
interpret it.
Yeah,
I think Meg is the only one that genuinely cares about Marta. That's the only one I'm convinced of.
to
To
an
a
extent.
point.
Because
Yeah.
to a point, as I keep saying, yeah. But yeah. So I didn't really touch on that because it can be inferred that they're lying to her and just being polite, or that it's true and they really were outvoted. We don't really get enough to say either way, other than how quickly they turn after something
Doesn't go the right way.
disastrous
Yeah.
evidently happens. Yeah.
I think with how accusatory Linda is to start by yelling at Marta during the will, kind of goes into me leaning more that it was polite and no one really wanted Marta to be at the funeral.
I mean, that's what you're supposed to, I think, surmise from the whole thing. Yeah.
I could agree with that. I think additionally, I think Walt is sympathetic enough right now for me to believe I think Walt actually did vote for her to be there, and if not for her, he would have done it for Meg.
I think it would have
But
strengthened that
again,
if Walt was the first one to say that line. He's the follow-up to the Linda one.
Yeah. Like I said, that's just interpreting, I guess, where the lines fall. I don't really have an opinion on it because it's not really clear.
Yeah. It's just hard for me to imagine any of these people being like decent enough people to like have it be true. I don't know.
Like I said, I think Waltz would have been talked into it by Meg. That's my only thing on it.
Possibly, yeah. The world may never know. Well, Rian Johnson probably knows.
They literally won't. Well, that's a good point, Sinister. I don't even think Ryan knows.
Oh,
he can come up with it later.
We should ask him.
Yeah, he'd be like, yeah. Oh yeah, so like that whole thing. What was up with that?
Who'd tell you? What was I gonna say? So yeah, we talked about the setup of the fake knife, the prop knife, and we also set up the stash, and that one I think is done smoothly, opposed to the knife. Where Meg's trying to comfort Marta after the whole family barrage on her.
Stash.
Yeah, so I think they did a good job naturally relaying that information to the audience and Marta. Good setup. Because there is good to be had. I can't just be spitting negatives the whole time.
No.
I agree.
You want another positive? It'll lead into a negative, but another positive?
Sure.
49 minutes, 53 seconds. When Marta goes outside and Blanc is hidden in the shadows, that's how you frame up how to hide someone in the shadows. Guy Ritchie, take notes.
Guy Ritchie getting called out by Sprinks.
I brought it up in Game of Shadows during the restaurant thing, and I'm like, I don't think that would have lined up well in the shadows from what was shown. It seems like
it's also a different setting. I don't think there's any way with what we had set up in Game of Shadows to get the shadow he wanted in that room.
Naturally, no.
Yeah, so it had to do with the setting.
This one, however, very good, except as soon as it then cuts to Blanc in the chair more closer up, there is lighting from like going up to his chest to stop. That lighting was not prominent in the last scene, so it's a lighting problem. It is changed because he was enveloped in shadows previously.
Yeah, they're trying to pretend that the cigar is the light or whatever because he lights up after he ignites his. Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because that could go back to our Christmas Carol coverages about candle lighting,
and even further back to Castlevania with the animated candles.
That was a cartoon. But yes.
Oh, and lighting is lighting.
Since we're on that scene, I really want to like what Blanc says here. Like I know he speaks in metaphors about his process and stuff like that.
The problem is
the problem is Ryan could have redrafted this to have it make more sense because it's the distinction about this dialogue is it just comes across like it's just the writer trying to make Blanc sound clever or sound really smart, but he's not expressing himself well. I like the intention. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't sound like a real person. I like the intention. It just needs to be redrafted.
Okay.
Because it's just a dialogue complaint. Because I know the purpose of the scene is to try and illustrate a character trait of Blanc's. I just don't think that it gets the point across well.
I do like the line, though. He says that the medical examiner was ready to rule this as a suicide. Playing into that, the examiner saw that it was not an overdose on morphine.
I guess, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
If that were true, then the police would have their hands on the blood work.
Well, the blood work would show fine because he wasn't poisoned.
Yeah, it's available to them.
Yeah. No, again, this is just more of the police being dumb. Because
if, like I said,
Yeah,
It's the
yeah, I
police
know,
not
even more. 'Cause that
communicating
was-
well. They have all this stuff.
yeah,
They're just not telling the other, dispatches and being like, "Hey, the blood work's done. If you want to go on down to the medical office."
yeah, because if the medical examiner already knows that it was prepared to rule it as a suicide because the blood work was already completed.
But yeah, Fran's already got the evidence
Um,
herself about it, which is why she tries to blackmail
yeah,
Ransom on it.
yeah, which is it's so convenient. This is getting like really terrible. Like this is the conveniences. I knew there was a lot, but it's getting worse.
Writer, take a moment. Take a moment.
You know this was going to happen.
Decompress.
There's 4 of us all
I'm
breaking
getting a
open a
little
film.
well, I'm getting a little lost. But what's the convenience here with the test, the blood?
If that's the case, then there's Blanc. Like I said, it's just relying on Blanc's intuition and instinct to be here. That somebody hired him to be here. Because Ransom hasn't been introduced yet.
Yeah, and if the tests were done, LeBlanc.
LeBlanc also
I'm
would have
just gonna
looked
keep.
at them
I'm
and
just
would
gonna
have
keep
found
calling him
out.
LeBlanc
LeBlanc.
would have
All
existed
right,
in this situation.
calling him LeBlanc. He would have probably looked at the sheet already
Yeah,
because he's investigating.
True, but
yeah.
it does play
That's
off that he hasn't. I mean, when he goes there, before, when it's burned down, it's kind of like his first instance going there.
Yes,
I'd agree, and which is convenient, is if he has access to this information already.
Well,
yeah. If he already knows, they know it's fine. I guess in air
nothing
quotes.
is anything actually set when Blanc starts investigating.
Anything real?
We just have
Um,
when Ransom was blackmailed, right?
yeah.
No. Yeah,
Not,
blackmailed. Then he sent out the
yes.
payment, right? But we don't know the time frame. It's within the week.
Okay.
We have
I'm just saying
him
Blanc
investigating.
did not have a week of all this time. But I don't know
No.
how much time it's been.
Within a week. Could be 5 days. Could be
Yeah.
2 days.
I don't
Could
know what his
be
travel time is. I don't know how long he's been around the family. I know this is after the funeral of him interviewing the family.
no. But I would imagine I'm not the world's greatest detective or anything, but you would compile as much evidence before interrogating the people. That way you can probe them on information you have and question their answers.
True, but I could also just go into that again, the communication of the police being paired of Elliot and Wagner to Blanc, of having the information that he would assume they already have because they did the investigation upon the day of the murder a week ago, and that they should already retain all that. But when him asking, it's like, "Oh, can I see it?" It's like,
Well,
"Oh yeah, we
that's
got to go down to the medical field. We got to go to the building. It's in there. We don't have the info."
Well, that just gets to him being lazy then. If he's just assuming they did all their due diligence. He's a free agent. He's a PI. He would have to go through the stuff already anyways.
Yeah, it does seem reasonable though that the first step is to go to the scene of the crime.
Sure. I can
Which we know is not the first place he went. We know he went to the detectives first.
Yeah, they had to presumably get information and access, I guess.
So
Yeah.
did Fran work for the medical examiner?
Her cousin.
Fran was friends
Cousin.
with the
Okay,
cousins.
so
Yeah.
she
her
had the
cousin.
one document on the blood work that she copied. So there's only 2 made.
Yeah, I guess. There's nothing on the cloud. There's no
So
digital database storing it.
okay, so that plays into Blanc saying the line the medical examiner was going to reason it as suicide, of information that Blanc has on what the police have, of the knowledge that it's ruled to be a suicide because nothing's done with the blood, but they don't have the paper on file because on file is at the medical building, which Fran possessed and is taken. The record the
copy
police
it.
have on file is not at the precinct or whatever they are, it's at the medical building, which is why it gets burned. Okay,
which is
that
also
all
a big
matches.
problem.
Yes, because the police station would have a copy of it. Oh, and that's also, this is 2018-19. It would be on the cloud or something. It wouldn't just be.
Well, I
It'd
think
be in
they
a
do.
database.
They do. They keep two
Yeah.
different. Yeah, there's a physical version, and then there is a digital.
Yeah, there's digital records and physical
And
records.
visual backups. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they don't address any digital
we don't have
backups.
Detective Elliot going into the medical
Well,
examiner
yeah.
and being
All we
like,
can
"Oh, here's the
assume.
paper. Can we get a record of that? Can we get a copy?"
Yeah. All we can assume is like they made the physical thing, and then it was stolen, or what, or her cousin or whatever got it or something, and then so they couldn't make a digital one. But it also doesn't really make any sense because then you could just do the. You could. Well, I guess they buried the body, so they.
Yeah, I'm like, if that
they couldn't
occurred, they
figure
would
it
have
out,
to go
but
into investigative that. Like if it's just like, oh, we
well,
misplaced it.
but
It's
that's
like,
a
okay, but
yeah,
if it's
that's a
like,
whole
oh,
thing.
it's stolen, then
What's
that
a
gets
photocopy?
tacked
There's
onto
a
the
whole
investigation.
once they bury the body, it's very, very difficult to exhume because you have to go through the families and all that stuff, and they probably wouldn't have much interest, especially if one of them was guilty.
Oh, you mean on like how long morphine stays in someone's system to check on the dead
Well,
body?
that's also that would dissipate.
Okay, because I have the
And
info on that.
I'm sure you do. But yeah, also it's not even just that. It's like let's just say that wasn't the reason he died. There's all other kind of evidence that slowly dissipates when you have somebody who literally cleans the body before it's buried.
Yeah, the coroner.
No, not the
No,
coroner.
not the coroner. The
The Undertaker.
mortuary, the
The
Mortician.
Undertaker.
mortician.
We were both correct.
Yeah.
I just used the old word. Yeah, so and it's not even just like the timing either. I'm just saying like exhuming a body takes a long time, and by the time you exhume it, if it's not a physical ailment, less likely you're going to be able to find it. But since you did the research, how long does it take for morphine to get out of the body?
Out of the system, it takes
Yeah.
blood 12 hours, urine about 1 to 3 days, saliva 48 hours, and hair up to 90 days.
And that's with a living body or a dead body?
That's living.
Okay. Because it's getting circulated through the body. The body's
Yes, to
taking
clear it
in
out.
everything. So with a dead body, I would reckon it would be longer.
It would stay in the blood longer, yeah, because the blood's
Yeah.
not moving, not cleaning itself out.
So
if it was a morphine overdose, they would know.
Yeah, it would show up on the results. But as we know, they got swapped. He didn't get injected with the morphine. Act 2, how's it looking?
Getting close to the end.
I'll do another. I've been skimming. I think I don't. Everything we've already said has already been touched on, or I've already touched on. So
Thanks, you can go.
What was smoking, the VCR or the VHS?
good question. No idea.
Why the heck would it
I
be smoking?
guess the VCR. Well, she ejected it while rewinding, so maybe that messed with the gears
Friction?
inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if
I like how you
happened to
I like how you ask a question and then question the answer that we just have to come up with on the spot because we
I
didn't
asked
think
the question.
about it.
I don't know the answer. I'm not trying to sound like, oh, I know. I'm just, proving my intelligence over you. I don't know. Like it seems
She
like it's
opened
an
it while
old
rewinding.
VCR.
So that might have caused something to happen with the mechanisms inside.
I have never
But
seen
I've
a
never
VCR smoke,
ejected.
but I would say, hey, knock that off. It's not good for your health. People
You don't want to breathe that in, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That'd be burning plastic. Yeah.
This would be crossing the line
Yeah.
if she ejected it and it burst into flames.
What a movie.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
All right. Brian, did you find anything else?
Yeah. I didn't find anything else. No.
All right. Sprinks, maybe one last one.
Let's see. Sinister and Ryder and Crimson, I don't know if you gave your take on it, said that Marta walking back in the mud playing dumb was dumb. I think that was clever of her to mark her own tracks.
Yeah, I said that was fine. To me, LeBlanc, as I'll keep calling him, was the dumb one in the scenario.
Yeah, I didn't think what she was doing was dumb. I think that it being in the movie was dumb.
Yeah. I think it's intelligent of Marta to do this. I think it's dumb that it's in the movie. And I'm supposed to find this like a well-written, clever murder mystery. That was what I found dumb about it.
Okay.
So we agree with you, Sprinks. That was smart of her to do in that situation.
Okay.
We did the right thing. Just the
All
wrong
of her
move.
hiding evidence, I think, is good, but it's the setup to her to be in those positions that aren't good. Her getting to hold the evidence and to get a magnet and all of that, that's terrible setup. But because it's there, the way she did it makes her intelligent.
Yeah. It's kind of like Rian Johnson skipping the important setup to try and make a character intelligent, if that makes sense. I did think of a point, but I'll let you finish up, Springs. If you
No, that's what I had. Yeah, that's my point.
He was just curious.
Okay.
What, our takes.
Yeah. When LeBlanc asks for the medical bag, and they're like, "Oh, we probably took it in evidence," is kind of the response to the police. I'm a little annoyed that they haven't. Again, it goes back to your point, Springs. They're just not communicating really well, and it's very much helping the film out. Because if they had her medical bag, they would know first they would know that he's on certain medications, so that they would test for that as part of the blood toxicology report or whatever.
Oh yeah, they already have
Just
that
had
in
to roll out.
files.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, that is all I got for Act 2.
Right. On to Act 3. Ransom arrives to the medical examiner building being burnt down. And that's it.
That's it.
Start with,
That's all you get.
Writer starting. Let's start with Crimson in this act.
Third person.
Whoa, you're here?
I know. Crazy. So what do I want to talk about?
How cool Chris Evans looks rolling up in that Beamer.
Okay, yeah, actually I will talk about that. How strong of an introduction Ransom is. You get a really good indication of his character with his introduction. The dogs don't like him, which is... Sprinks, you've talked about in these other murder mysteries we've covered and stuff like that, like Shutter Island as well, of a hint being too blatant to solve. And do you think the dogs are that?
Yes, the dog's barking at him. They don't. The thing is, they're not continuously barking. They do stop, but they do bark on his arrival, which is kind of like, oh, the dogs are excited. But upon we've seen prior of the dogs with Marta, they just come up and get hugged. So it does play into later of the dogs were barking when Meg woke up at 3 a.m.
Dogs are the best readers of character.
Also, 3 a.m.
Yeah,
I guess that connects.
It's LeBlanc's line.
It does connect
LeBlanc.
then of a fifth going up the. Well, are those the right stairs? No, different stairs. Never mind. Different set of stairs.
Very particular kind of stair.
I was going to go with
so they're
Ransom
setting up...
arriving at 3 a.m. would have been a fifth instance of Linda waking up in the night, but it's a different set of stairs that he came up. So.
Yeah. So them setting up, the dogs barked at 3 a.m. And then the only person we see the dogs bark at is him. He's like, what can they be saying? I feel like that one's a bit too blatant.
Yeah, I just wish Benoit Blanc didn't draw attention to it. I think it would have come off a little bit better.
I wish we had more interactions with the dogs with other people.
I wish this was a movie about dogs.
There you go. No.
There'd be a lot less problems.
They ran to Linda at one point, but it wasn't like an angry bark or anything. It's just like, running to them to
Linda,
greet.
Mama Linda was just happy to see them.
But that's about it. But yeah, the way Ransom just talks to everybody and doesn't listen to the cops and doesn't have a care in the world, which is interesting of his character because he is guilty. So him being so blasé with the police is an interesting decision on his part. But
Yeah, I think it's it's an interesting choice he makes on that front. But what I like, quote unquote, about Ransom is how his motivation to be there is just him to see everybody lose out on their part of the will. Like that's what motivates him to be because that's why he's enjoying everyone talking down to him.
Yeah.
you guys don't know what's
Because
going
he
to happen.
knows. Yeah, and I do enjoy that as a part of his character. He takes pleasure in the family infighting, which makes sense because he loved fighting with Harlan. That was their thing that they did together.
And now he's
Yeah.
gone. He can't fight with anybody except the help.
Yeah. Sprinks.
Is there a slang term of dead deer? Does that mean something, or is that just a stupid, silly
No,
line?
it's they're being that was
That's
exactly
Richard
what
just
they were
saying
saying.
whatever.
No, they were saying literally that he was masturbating to a dead deer.
Okay, so that Richard is fully just like going with that word, that wording.
So they're saying that he's fucked up. So masturbating to a dead animal would be a fucked up thing to do.
Yes, so I'm going. Rian Johnson wrote Richard to say that line about Jacob.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a pre-existing slang for anything.
Okay.
That is.
That's what I was curious about. Then,
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, but so's Jacob apparently.
Yeah.
Not
So
that we
it's
get a
pretty
lot
much
of
everybody
him
in this
to
family.
formulate that opinion. Only says like 2 lines.
Liberal
Jacob.
snowflake.
Jacob's not much of a character.
You
All of
could
his
say kind of the
characters
same.
pretty much set upon him and not him himself.
He's an alt-right troll.
Removable.
He's a Nazi. A little creep.
That'll be
Ooh,
discussed later.
Ryder's fired the removable.
Oh, so it
Let's
just gets fired
see.
right off the bat? I thought this was a later thing.
I mean,
Ryder brought it
we're
up.
talking about him.
Okay.
The only thing
Is
you
there
really
any
need to change
way?
is you just
Yeah,
need to have
how
someone
the
else in the bathroom.
like Fran.
Fran
Yeah, I mean,
or
it pretty
Meg.
much could be anybody.
Yeah.
Give Meg some little bit more to do.
No, Walt needs to have a son, or else he's impotent.
Ooh, close.
Well, it would have been. I think it'd add more for Walt if he wasn't there. He would then have thrown so much of his life because his wife's not a character either. But so he would have been throwing so much of his life at building Walt's publishing empire.
Sucks because I like that
uh,
actress who plays her.
Yeah. It would just be like he focused so much on building Harlan's publishing empire, he didn't have time to have a son or have a family. So I think it would just add more if he wasn't there for Walt.
Yeah. I mean, he could still have a family.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he can't. It's just the character within this film is the one thing you need to change is just have someone
Yeah,
else
yeah,
listen in for the bathroom.
that's true. But we don't have.
What do you think, Sprinks?
No, Jacob should stay in the film.
The kid
Why?
stays in the
The
picture.
presence of a son onto Walt, of having a son, not just a child, but a son, complements that of Richard with Ransom, and a connection of the brother-in-laws, or brother and brother-in-law, I guess, of Harlan, like family connection, of how they act upon, like how Walt reacts to his nephew and vice versa. Of like, well, Richard doesn't do anything to Jacob, but just that of onto Walt's character builds more into the negligence he has for Jacob, because he's very focused on the publishing of the book company, and with Harlan and like money and greed and all that. Um, and I think that just plays more into him trying to be more connected to um, uh, Marta, in a sympathetic, like, kind way in the hallway scene later, whereas Richard wouldn't have the ability to do so. So I think it plays more. His character builds onto more of other characters than just Jacob himself.
I don't know how you can connect Walt's way of talking to others to how that's connected to Jacob as his kid.
Because he has a kid and he has a family of his own, so he
Why
can
couldn't that be the way he talks, even if he didn't have that kid?
too isolated and secluded into the business.
That's too
Right,
broad.
which
Isolated people can be warm-hearted too. I don't understand.
I feel like it would be more left field thrown in,
Because you're just going
like
into
change the character.
archetypes.
I'm not saying it's infeasible to occur with a person. I'm just saying it wouldn't feel as natural.
he has a wife. We could just play it off with that.
That goes into me thinking Donna should be removable.
I do think they're both removable, but we'll get to Donna
No,
later.
we
I guess.
lose out on that scene of Walter and Harlan arguing, and then she's just awkwardly walking.
No, they just have to
them.
change. They just have to change the origin of the argument.
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're
like,
100%
how many
right.
lines
I'm
does
just
Donna have?
5.
Oh, never mind.
No, I just threw that out there. But you believed it, so
Yeah.
I didn't throw up.
Sinister, all these years and you haven't thrown up. You must be a pretty
Yeah.
honest man.
I'm a pretty honest dude. No, I don't. It's very few though. It's probably 5. That seems like a nice round number for her.
No, I would say she's removable because I never
Would
even
you say
wrote her
more so
down.
than Jacob because she doesn't do anything?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
say
I think
more.
she's
because we have less to do to change her.
yeah.
don't have to do
I
anything
think Donna's more removable than Jacob. I'll just so I'll say that too.
Well, that's a sad fate.
Again,
Walt, your family sucks.
Nothing has to be written or changed with her removal. There would have to be a change with Jacob.
Yeah.
I mean, we've established before if we can do like one change, that's acceptable.
True. I'm just saying that makes Donna lesser than Jacob.
Yes, I think we all agree.
So we
with
all
that.
agree Donna should be
Yeah.
removable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess
Okay.
my last bit on Jacob, I do think he's removable with the change of someone else just being in the bathroom. I don't think he's as impactful to the others as Sprinks was throwing out there.
If
That's my
like
thought.
I get what you want with the whole brother dynamic, Sprinks, but that's subjective. So I don't need that. It's
Remove
not
I mean, it's
required.
unanimous
change
thing.
Walter.
So
No.
how?
No, not really.
Well, don't say no flat out. How?
Oh, sorry.
The lack of a child?
Yeah, the lack of
What
a
is your
child.
evidence that Walter's actions are directly correlated to Jacob as a character?
He's raised.
That he doesn't do anything.
He's raised a kid. He's a dad.
That's not thing direct.
Okay. I can't. I don't know. Being that neither one of us is a father, I can't really like fully give more on it
But then,
than that.
well, but okay, but neither of you is a father. But why are you certain then that if you're not a father and Crimson is a father, why are you the one who's certain that it's the opposite way and correct in thinking that way?
If someone
guess that's
raises
kinda-
a kid from birth
Uh-huh.
and is
Yeah.
responsible for having a child, they have a set change of mental state in them. Whether he can be a shitty father. He's very neglectful of Jacob, but he still has had a child, which makes him more sympathetic and warming to Marta in time of need, even if he's being completely false with either the outvoted funeral thing with Meg in the room or the hallway scene where he's just trying to get the money from her. But he has more of a understanding of youth to him because he's been with Jacob and raised that of a father figure. The exclusion of that and focusing fully on the business, even with Donna, but he doesn't have really a scene or talk with Donna, makes him fully feel like a Scrooge character of just like money, 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 and he'd be more harsh and firm. I'm again onto what I told Crimson. Not saying he can't do that; and it's infeasible for him to try to be a warming individual of welcoming Marta in the family and trying to manipulate her into giving more money. But I feel like with what is given of Walter and explained of the family dichotomy of him, it would be far more off-putting and weird of a kind of 180 character change of him to do something just to benefit himself or the family in a way that doesn't match at all the character going with it, with him not having a child.
All right. He is not removable.
Walter? Yeah, I agree.
Well, no, Jacob, because it has to be unanimous.
Has to be unanimous.
Go with a Springs point.
What do I have in my notes? Oh, we're in Act 3. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at the wrong act. Such a fool.
That explains it. I thought I covered everything.
Yeah, I'm looking, I'm like, this looks empty. Yeah. How I don't know how Walt got the cookies from Ransom to then throw them back in his face.
I mean, he's being pretty passive. I could see him just let him just take
I
them.
thought that was just Rian Johnson attempting to write comedy.
I think so, but he had the cookies the whole time. So Walter took them out and then waved them in his face about it.
Yeah.
Go Walter.
Weird.
Showing up Chris Evans like a boss.
Like a boss.
I know. Zod talking down to Captain America. Never thought I needed that in my life.
With a cane and a brace on his foot.
Yeah, it's in this universe. His neck didn't get snapped; it was the leg.
Oh.
Is this one of those multiple timelines from Flash?
This is Zod wasn't actually from Krypton in this one. He was from America, and he was a privileged son of a
What's the difference?
murder mystery.
I'm sorry.
I'll
Anyway,
jump to Marta confessing to Ransom, and I was a little confused because why didn't she just say the story she gave LeBlanc? She told the real story. She she got away with the LeBlanc story fine. So why did she have to tell him the actual story?
because she had a beer.
Tell Ransom or tell who the real story?
Ransom. She told him everything at the lunch.
The dinner.
Oh,
the
so
diner or whatever.
Yeah, could have told him the same thing she told Blanc.
No.
Why not?
Because Ransom tells the police everything that Marta experienced.
And also, Marta didn't run to the bathroom to throw up.
Yeah, again, not lying. Was I brought up with the Blanc retelling? You're gonna have to
she
give
does.
me...
She runs to the bathroom right after the retelling. She runs to the bathroom right after the Blanc retelling and throws up. So even partially lying still makes her throw up.
Yeah, that is
So we
true.
know Chris Evans gets the truth because she didn't run off to throw up.
I don't necessarily see telling Ransom the truth, but not lying to him. Which isn't the same, just not telling him everything.
No, she would have thrown up then, though. So
if she lied, yes.
Which I kind of feel like he's an intimidating enough person.
To me, it goes into the sense
you would be
of
scared.
slight lazy writing by cutting away.
I don't understand.
Oh yeah, I agree. It's lazy writing that she cut away. That I will agree with that.
Because then we don't know the point for point of what Ransom heard.
She lists it out to LeBlanc in the hospital when he's like Ransom told Pops everything, and then she started listing off everything. He's like, yep, said that, yep. He listed off everything she told him.
Okay, so that matches up to details that he knows.
That wasn't stuff she told him. That was not what?
Confused on the point you're making. Her double
She did not
checking
tell
at the hospital.
Ransom.
Yeah.
She did not tell Ransom what she told LeBlanc in the interview.
Point for point, agreed.
She said what actually happened to him because that's what she relayed to him in the hospital, and he confirmed with what Ransom told the cops when he was in custody.
Of the points from the hospital to Ransom, agreed.
Then where's the confusion?
That everything at the hospital is the bare minimum of what she told Ransom.
Do you remember everything that was said at the hospital?
Nope. Didn't write it down.
What do you remember from the hospital?
I remember her talking to Blanc about it and he confirming what she is telling him.
But not one single thing that was brought up.
I didn't write it down. Sorry.
So the bare minimum of the information is nothing to you then, because you don't have any of the bare minimum.
Nope. Crimson, what she told LeBlanc, or I got it now. What she told Blanc is him confirming what Ransom has said because Blanc knows of what Ransom knows from Marta. So when Marta's referring it to Blanc and he's agreeing with what she is saying, that is what she has told Ransom. And everything she
Yes.
reveals is what Blanc agrees with. That is the bare minimum of those agreements of what has been said. Anything else or anything different could have been added in conversation to the cutaway of when she was telling stuff to Ransom that she doesn't bring up to Blanc.
Sure, I can agree with that. Now
Okay.
we're back to the initial questioning. Why did she give all that instead of the interview statement?
Trying to think.
And that's what my initial point was. She
'Cause-
didn't have to add all that
Because
other
Marta
stuff.
doesn't know how involved Ransom is, does she?
No.
Or does she?
No, she doesn't have anything on him. All she has is asking him, "Why are you interested in helping me?" That's it.
That's it.
And I don't even remember if that was before or after her confessing and all that.
Nothing with the
think that was
bed,
before.
nothing with Fran. Fran's stash. I didn't see anything there. I think that lines up. I feel like I'm missing a detail.
Which aspect is lining up? My statement of why she didn't do the
Again,
police interview?
I'm on the full thing that Marta is the mastermind and is like gone away with everything, and her intent was to kill Harlan. So her with Ransom of telling him things, I'm trying to think how much of it she already knew he was involved with, and how much she didn't know, and it was the sake of I think I touched on it earlier of like Ransom learning things about Marta to get to where he needed after Ransom's death, and then the reverse of that of also Marta learning of Ransom's involvement in what he was trying to do with the death, because neither um, plan from either Marta or Ransom was 100% of what they were planning to do because they were overlapping with one another, which was unplanned. They didn't set one up to do something for the other. It was something occurred which kind of aided or they had to maneuver around, and they were learning off of each other in that instance, but they're not revealing that. And I'm trying to pick up from here how much Marta knows about Ransom's involvement.
I don't know how she would know anything. She would know a motive because she knows about the will thing, but she doesn't have any information of him trying to kill. Uh, what's his face name blank and Harlan.
Harland.
She had no evidence of his involvement in anything.
No. All she really has is that the antidote for the morphine was missing. But that's the only change that would give anything, but she doesn't play into that.
And let's say she does, she wouldn't know who did it anyways.
I don't know about that. I think she could narrow it down. She knows the presence of everyone else in the house.
She didn't go to the funeral. She didn't know everybody that was there.
No, upon the night of Harlan's death, why it was missing. She knew where everyone's whereabouts in the house were except Ransom, who left early. And then Meg left to a party. Those were the two who left early. Everyone else was present in the house. I think she would narrow it down to one of those two. It could just play into I'm too dumb to figure out the steps.
I wouldn't say that. It might be there's no steps to follow. I don't know.
Sprinks, this hypothesis of Marta being the mastermind killer.
Yeah.
Scale of 1 to 100, 100 being definitive, 1 being you don't believe it at all. Where are you at?
Well, rephrase to kill her, like just intent to kill Harlan.
You're saying she's sure, but whatever your view on her differs from us, whatever that is.
Okay.
What is that on a 1 to 100?
92.
So pretty darn confident then.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess final thing before moving on to a new point, thoughts on what my question was. Now that we've kind of backtracked with her knowledge on his whereabouts and his potential involvement in anything.
And to rephrase the question to make sure I understood it, it's why Marta tells Ransom everything?
Yeah, instead of just giving the interview answer.
Well, the excuse given in the film was that she is just going to run away and throw up, right?
Yeah, so either way he gets the answer, basically.
What made her throw up from the initial
It's
interrogation?
got to be a wording.
Yeah, because she could just fix that if it was just
like,
one.
What's
thing.
the wording that Ransom asks of Marta before the cutaway? Because he says the extra bowl's there for her to vomit in if need be. He knows about the lie because of the family game of Mafia, and he learned about it. Like he's giving clues to it. But what is his question to her? Because the way it was phrased with Blanc is different than how Ransom questions it.
I think Ransom asked, "What happened to my grandfather?" Right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Oh. Well, then that helps. If that's true, then she could do the retelling of a sense, and what she has said is what Ransom knows, which is Blanc agreeing with because there's no change in story. Because if it was a change, Blanc would be like, Blanc already knows the story Marta told of the interview, which I'm saying is fabricated. If she then said that to Ransom, because it's just what happened to Harlem, which could go with the details that Blanc already knows from, I guess, the confession or the interview with Marta, then there's no discrepancies between what Marta said originally to her clarifying what Ransom told Blanc.
Or Ransom told Blanc had other information that she didn't say during the interview. Talking about her being seen by the grandma and the gate and all that stuff. That was stuff that was not said in the initial interview. That was stuff she told Ransom, which was later confirmed by the police.
That is added on details that was not in the initial question from Blanc.
Okay. So I still don't know where we're at, but we spent a lot of time on it. So anything, final thoughts?
On the point, I think I've said my piece a bit. It's one of those things where it's like question down in the comments below, and we'll get to it in the recap kind of thing.
Sinister, you about to say something?
No, I was saying for now in this act, I'm sure it might pop up again by the end because it has to tie into it. But we'll see.
Sinister, you're up next.
Okay. Oh boy, that was long. I've got to. Ryder, do you have a point? Because I'm gonna have to sort through my.
Sure, I got one. I like Chris Evans, great actor. I like the character aspect of him endearing himself to Marta. Like when Marta says like maybe I'm not, maybe I got it, I didn't get it because I was special, I got it because all of you were like were rude. And then Ransom pretty much says something to the effect, and that's the only thing that makes sense. I kind of enjoy the wordplay in that, and how he talks about having clarity and everything, because obviously that comes back up later. And it's kind of the film does a good job, I guess, into making you like Ransom, even though was introduced as very, very rude, and obviously this is all a lie. But I still appreciate the ruse that's being laid here.
Mm.
You want me to keep going, Sinister? I could go on another one.
No. I don't know. Sorry, I was like, sidetracked there. Yeah, my notes are kind of sparse in this section because there's not a whole lot that isn't just kind of touching on stuff I think we've touched on before. I find it interesting that Blanc uses Harlan's mother as kind of like a sounding board to get to sort of figure out where he is in the case. I kind of like that.
He doesn't make the assumption like everyone else in the family that she's crazy or mindless.
And I think she probably is in a sense. Not she, you can always have lucid moments and things, but it's a very not a strange scene, but I like it. There's like this kind of I think because it kind of humanizes Blanc a little bit, to like that he's he's still trying to figure it all out, even though he has all these pieces and everything. That there's just that itch that he's not getting it entirely yet. Which I mean, we've kind of poked holes in that. There's because he's not very good. It's a nice little moment, I think, for kind of, there's a lot of, especially after all the craziness with the will reading and everything. I think it's kind of a nice little what we like I don't know, like Indiana Jones taking a shower after having an adventure or something. It's like a nice little refresher to just tone things down a little bit.
A breather.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah, it's kind of that's the only like big thing I have at the moment.
I'll jump to he's playing Ransom sits next to the chess pieces and is playing with the king, which is just kind of a small detail during the will reading. It's one of those things where I probably wouldn't have noticed it if we hadn't watched Game of Shadows the week before. And obviously how chess plays a very, very big metaphorical thing for the game between them. But sitting Ransom next to the chessboard now kind of evokes a similar feeling in me with regards to that.
Yeah, I clearly see that.
There's a game afoot. Yeah.
Just details to the prop department.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with Sprinks.
Another detail to the costume department, putting everyone in a wool sweater. What a nice little way of just making everyone look like sheep. Yet someone's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah. Yep. Do they all wear wool?
I think they do.
I don't think Linda is ever in wool. I don't remember Linda in wool. But I know Walt's whole family is.
Yeah.
Ransom's
Walt's
in
whole
it.
family.
Marta's in one.
I don't think. Maybe Joni was. I don't know if Joni was in one, but I know Ransom is in one because, yeah.
Linda's the one I'm questioning, but.
Right. a neat way of phrasing it. So on the will bit with Alan, is that
Frank
what his
Oz.
name was? Yeah, Alan. With the family already, like trying to undo it in the lounge, I guess. Uh, I like that they were attacking it at multiple angles. Jacob looked up forgot what he called it.
Talking about the Slayer.
Undue influence,
Oh.
and then yeah, you got the Slayer one as well. So I like that they were attacking it from different angles of
They
how
were
to
trying.
fix this.
Slayer.
Mhm. And I like how Alan was just sick and tired of him. He wanted out. All right, Tom's gonna tell you guys the same thing.
I do like the little add-in of Joni taking Meg aside and like kind of manipulating Meg of like, hey, because of this you won't have school money, and trying to like play into then the phone call later of manipulating Marta over the phone. But we see earlier of when Joni's cut off of the money that Harlan understood, he gives her one last one of like, this is the last one I'm giving you to pay for schooling for Meg, and that's it. It kind of implies that Joni took that money for herself as the one she was stealing, and that Meg has no school money.
Yeah, that's kind of where I took that scene as well.
Or that last one, or in general?
For that last bit of money, like she keeps taking one out for herself of a copy and one for Meg, but the last one given to her of like Harlan's like kind of last wish saying, hey, this was the last one I'm giving for Meg, and then you're done. I see that as Joni took that last one for herself and caused it to be like Meg's out, rather than telling Meg, hey, you have one more that your grandpa gave me last week.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. She tells Meg, I don't have the money for you or whatever to put you through school. So, yeah, I can believe that she burned it already.
Yeah. It's a bit of a yeah. Like I said, I believe it works as far as a manipulation tactic onto Meg. What bothers me is it's not addressed later on. Like when they see each other again, they just hug it out, and then there's no like words of like
Worry.
explaining what happened. That they were made that like the family made me do this. I'm sorry. That stuff like that. There wasn't any explicit apology over it.
I
That's
don't
kind of
think
what
it's
bugged me about it.
thinking it made if she believed that she was at the end, like she was on the rope kind of thing as well.
Yeah, but she was also manipulated into making that phone call,
True, but
which is obviously made clear.
It's made clear to us, but does she believe that?
Does Meg believe that, or
Yeah.
does
Meg? Because Marta doesn't, because
Uh,
as she gives a point, Meg hangs up the phone. Does Meg know she's being manipulated? That's the question I'm posing.
oh, with the whole family looking at her while she's on the phone, I would say yes. She does. Unless the film wants to give me evidence that Meg is just as stupid as the police officers, I'm just going to assume that she would understand that she's been manipulated into doing that, or pressured. If you want to go
Okay.
with a better word,
I can go
it
with
might not
pressured
necessarily be
because
manipulated. You could be pressured.
she's on the same age level as Marta, relatively, so it seems more fitting for the age to be like asking,
Yeah.
rather than
Well,
someone prior.
also the whole family knows that she and Marta are close. Like they're friends. Like Meg is the one that pulls Marta aside when she's having a panic attack, and they go good raid Fran's
Yeah.
stash. Meg is the one that encourages Walt to tell her that they're gonna still cover for them and stuff, cover for Marta and stuff like that.
She runs in
So
and gets a hug, and when she gets to the manor.
Just seems
yeah.
smartest of the group that
So
then Meg's to make the phone call.
yeah. So I can definitely see her, if she wasn't manipulated into doing it, she was pressured into doing it. That's I can see both.
Um, whose last point was that?
I think that
Is
was
that a Ryder
Ryder's.
one? Okay, we'll go Springs.
Oh boy. we just talked about that one. Did Blanc sitting down with Nana Winetta and having the conversation, did he really think she was listening? Or was he just talking? Kind of like a therapeutic thing.
It's kind of hard to say, but considering he sat there for a while, presumably to get the ransom info, he probably was talking to her, not just at her.
Okay.
Is that what you think?
I think he was being kindly. I'm kind of on the fence. I think it's a 50-50 situation a bit where he knows she's not fully listening to every word he's saying, but he is being comforting around her to sit with her to get her to speak, which is then when they would have a conversation, but that was off camera. So I think it's part work to lead in to get her to say something, but also knowing that she's not fully taking in every word.
Okay. I mean, we don't really know what's up with her other than she's old. She's got to be 100.
She thinks everyone's Ransom. She
her
really
son was 85.
Yeah, she really likes the salmon spread. She ate it all.
No, I ate it all. Slurped it up.
I guess I do have a stronger question, which I'm sure Ryder would love to answer. How did Walt get past all the reporters to get into the hallway?
The back door.
As he says, the back door, which I just took lazy writing. To quote Deadpool, that's just lazy writing.
That's just lazy writing.
He climbed up into a secret window, you see.
Ah.
With his broken leg.
Yes.
He just
used the crutch to prop himself up.
No, you see, Rian Johnson just teleported him, guys. That's why he didn't need to walk.
I was seriously wondering when he was going to take the brace off and be like, "Oh, I can walk. You could walk normally."
That would have been a twist if Marta's trying to run away and everyone's looking at Walt and he takes it off and goes sprinting after.
Where did you learn to fly? On a farm?
Kind of be like that moment in Get Out. Right, I did not get the reference.
Me neither.
It was a paraphrase of a quote. It's fine.
But on the topic of
Is that from the Mummy?
Walt,
Is that from the Mummy, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's from another Michael Shannon property that I've already referenced during our coverage today.
Oops.
On the topic of Walt, I think they did a good job with his demeanor here, where it feels uncomfortable, unsettling. You can sense a sinister side, but he's obviously playing off I'm just here to help. Just give me all the money.
I'm just a kindly middle-aged man.
I'm here for you and your mother.
I like the different aspects they use to try to get to Marta and manipulate her, from like acting on the same side, anger, reasoning, guilt, blackmail. Like they're doing it all different versions to try to see which one will break her. And I like that it's not the same tactic. Not like the family member is like, oh, she'll listen to me more than she'll listen to you kind of thing. It's like they're actually doing it different ways.
Well, that's what they did with Meg, but that did fail, so they went with a new route with this one with Walt, and it was good. And I liked how smart she was about it.
True, but I also
she
see
could clearly pick it up.
I also see the Linda one about like, did you boink my dad as like a fear route to start with?
I think that was purely accusatory. Yeah, I don't think that was any like anything to renounce the will. I think she was just very upset at the moment.
It wasn't pre-planned, but it's another family member of a different form being outputted.
I mean, they were all yelling at her about it.
As much as I enjoy the Walt scene with him slowly walking up the cane, it is pretty dumb of him to do this, considering the last time that everybody in the family did this, that she ran off. So he's trying essentially the same tactic that they were all doing together. So it's a little dumb of him. I don't have any. It's overwhelming in a different way. It's but it's essentially the same tactic, and I don't think it's character assassination. It's just convenient that it's convenient that he's there at all and got through the reporters and everything.
Oh yeah.
But it's just again, Ryan wanted a particular scene with Walt walking through the hallway with the cane, so he made this.
I mean, it works. It works. It's just not a very good for the character.
Yeah. Oh, Ryan.
Oh, Rion.
I guess I kind of have that with a different sense of a scene, which is prior to the all of them coming out of the house, kind of like questioning Marta and being panicky. And it's an hour, 11 minutes, and 42 seconds where it's kind of like I guess it's a zoom shot. I'm trying to figure out but like at the front entryways of the house, the zoom shot. And then the cameraman unhooks the camera up in jitters and then goes into handheld.
Yeah, as soon as like the more people arrive outside after Joni.
Yeah, but it's not a smooth transition into that change of being handheld. Like it really feels like you can see the camera getting unhooked, lifted up a little, and then in someone's hands.
It definitely adds to the chaos feeling.
Yes. No,
I
it plays
think.
into the jitteriness, the uneasy anxiety buildup. Yeah.
The Blanc and the detectives did a very terrible job of keeping the family in the room.
I wrote
Yeah.
in my notes, where did LeBlanc go? Because he was blocking the doorway, and then she goes outside, and the whole family's right behind her. I'm like, oh, I guess he got trampled.
Yeah, and the detectives too. So
Oh, they
yeah.
just tacked
Oh
that
well,
on
yeah,
to
you're,
everything
you're
else
right.
they
The
can't
detectives
do.
are too stupid. They
Yeah.
probably thought that they would climb out the windows and guarded those instead.
Right. Those were cardboard cutouts.
Yeah, they weren't even there.
They weren't even in the movie.
I would explain why they're not so intelligent. They're just cardboard. Ooh.
They're just made out of
I
cardboard.
didn't realize this movie had so much stop motion.
Yeah, top tier. Didn't even notice. Let's see. Her car was conveniently out of gas, so she had to get a ride from Ransom.
Somebody
That was out of
siphoned off the
gas?
fuel.
Looked like the fuel gauge was empty.
It was on empty,
Nothing
yeah.
else. Yeah,
Oh,
it
I
was out
thought
of gas.
I thought her
That
car
was-
had
I thought it
broken
just
down
wasn't
or
starting.
something.
Yeah, I was with Ryder on that.
Yeah, I thought it just wasn't starting. I'm like, if it's out of gas, that's funny enough. I think that's actually worse.
That is worse, but if the engine isn't turned on, the dial isn't going to move. So what was the
No,
car
it
on?
flickered. It flickered.
Yes, but if the engine was running and the dial was down, then yes, there was no gas. It just seemed like it wouldn't start. And then
Well,
again,
why
she'd
did they
have to
highlight
choose
the
how to
empty
try to run
fuel?
over people. But
Oh, that's just Ryan making Marta dumb because he wants this film to go in a very particular direction.
Marta probably would have gone in reverse. That's my best guess.
Well, no, well, I'm taking a half crack at Sinister because he was talking about why did they focus on the gas gauge not going up?
Well, yeah, like why would they focus on that?
Yeah, I thought it was.
I gave you the best answer I could. To
thought
be
it was
honest with
Yeah.
you,
engine
I
light.
don't know why.
It's convenient
Yeah.
that there was the car problem. I'll go with that. But it's worse if it's out of gas.
Well, yeah, I completely agree, but either way, it doesn't really. Either way,
No, to me,
so
either way,
bad.
yes, it's bad, but either way, there is a bad and worse.
Yeah, I'll
There's a
tell you
difference
why
between a
it's
4 and a
this way.
1.
It's because, yeah, I'll tell you why it's this way.
Really?
It's
I didn't know
because
that.
they
That's
need to have
pretty
a scene with
crazy.
Ransom. She needs to
What would
go
be
bond with
worse?
Ransom.
What would be worse is everything was wrong with the car, which it looks
Flat
like it might
tires
be.
and
No, I mean, I just went back and looked at it, and like all the checking lights are on.
Yeah, all the check-in lights come on for a brief
Everything's
second. Yeah.
broken in her car.
It just decided to not show up to work for those 5 minutes.
would have been better if you
She
drove
needs an
off.
oil change. Her engine needs checking. Her airbag's broke.
Would have been better if you
It's
drove
overheating.
off, went to the diner, and then Ransom sat down next to her, being like, "I followed you here."
Way better. Or later establish that Ransom messed with her car to get her in his car, which would still be weird, but it would at least explain this.
What are they paying
I agree.
Marta if she can't take care of her car?
Well, she'll be able to afford a mechanic now.
Actually, that's good. I don't even know if Marta's getting paid.
I mean,
I don't see why she wouldn't be paid.
True, but it's not a ton because of where she lives with her family.
Enough to
well,
get
it
by.
kind of seems like she's the only one working in her family.
Yeah, the sister seems to be
Awesome,
like
yeah.
in school or
And the
something.
mom's there illegally, so there's no way she's probably getting a good job if she
Papers
has
or
one.
something. Yeah, it'd be like under the table stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess just her
I
single
guess
source
that
of
makes sense
income
then.
for
A
3
bit.
people.
That
Yeah.
would go into housing and food, and all that, not the car expense. But
So convenient. How's Act 3 looking?
I am tapped out.
I got one last one.
All right, Sprinks, you can go because I'm sure a writer has to skim.
I'm going to guess Fran's handwriting isn't identifiable enough to be on the note of, like, I know what you did.
I mean,
She's
it
just
could
missing last
be,
summer.
but
It did look like that. It looked like that note.
Don't worry, Fran is really stupid. I'm sure.
let me confront the killer by
Yeah,
myself
by
in a
myself
secluded
in a
location.
secluded location. It's what genius
One
that
entry
hell
point.
wrought upon this earth, Ryan.
Genius. The handwriting? I was like, what was the core point?
Yeah,
I just don't know if it would be
It could
identifiable.
be fine, but we don't know how well the characters, how often they see the writing or something to know.
Yeah, they're
I
like,
guess so.
because she's the live-in like maid or whatever, I think. So they probably only interact with her when they're there for like the holidays or something. And I doubt she's writing stuff down constantly.
Oh, with the family,
Looking
yes, but
around.
with Marta.
Well, yeah. Again, so yeah, like how often would she see her
See her
writing? I
or
guess.
something.
Yeah.
So not enough info. Looking at it, it's not a unique handwriting. It's pretty it's clean. It's clean handwriting, but it's not like the A is written in a weird way. And you're like, hey, Fran writes those A's.
Yeah. The S wasn't capitalized.
Yeah, we didn't
This is
study
silence.
graphology like Sherlock Holmes did.
Yeah. Shows that this person is not intelligent.
Yeah. My last point is a small one. Shockingly enough, another terrible convenience. Because we see I almost called him LeBlanc. Goddamn Crimson. We see
It
Blanc.
just fits.
It really does. We see Blanc looking up at all the side vines and everything, and he doesn't notice the piece is missing until the dog comes up and drops it at his feet. They had a whole scene after Marta threw it off. So it's convenient that the dog brought it. It's convenient that LeBlanc missed it. And it's convenient that
Well,
it's
not necessarily convenient that he missed it. He didn't necessarily miss it. The dog just proves that it's a recent break.
Well, it could have been
Because if the
old
piece is just
stick
gone,
with the
then
dog brought.
what's the question?
I mean, he would have noticed that it was gone earlier, and he would have pointed it out.
I mean, it could be an
Well,
old break if he just saw the rafter or whatever.
Yeah, he's never seen it unbroken.
Well,
That
it's
I'm
very
fine
clearly
with.
missing a piece.
It is, but
Well, yeah,
like
but it could have been
things
missing
around a
from weeks
house
ago, a year ago.
Things are disheveled around a house. It's the piece that really shows, like, oh, this is broken recently.
And on the convenience part, like, yeah, it's convenient that the dog took it and brought it to Marta. And she threw it, so the dog could be like, okay, it's fetched. I need to bring it back. But it brought it to LeBlanc.
It brought
Not
it to
to
LeBlanc
Marta.
after a scene in between too, where obviously the fetch game was over, quote unquote.
Who did LeBlanc? Did Blanc also throw the baseball?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Like, isn't that more evidence too that you're just, oh, it's the ball for the dog?
Yeah, Richard
I
threw
mean,
it out
that's
the
Harlan's
window
ball.
earlier.
Richard threw it out the window. Blanc picked it up, and it just kind of stays with him until he throws it to the dog.
But I'm like, it has no bite marks in it. I feel like that should be
It's
a good
dirty.
indication it's not for the dog.
But I mean, yeah, they don't have any kids to play baseball outside
As,
with.
as we've established, Blanc is not a great detective. I don't think he'd be able to tell that the baseball isn't for the dog.
Yeah, just it being outside is fine enough, I suppose.
So yeah, there's certainly convenience in play there. Also convenient that the grandma is always just standing at that freaking window all day.
She likes
She saw
bird watching.
Random, Marta, and LeBlanc at that window.
And Ransom.
That was the first one I said. Maybe I got cut out.
Oh, you said Marta. Sorry.
So yeah, 3 people. She just happened to be standing there.
Yeah, she doesn't have great eyesight.
Yeah, I suppose not. But she was able to identify Ransom.
I will.
All right.
One thing I have. So when they're talking in the, maybe I just missed it. They're talking in the diner about the inheritance of why like Ransom doesn't just like turn her in and get his cut. So if, let's say Marta's guilty, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't get the inheritance. Do they then go to the previous version of the will that existed before? Because technically it can't go to her if she was held responsible for the death.
No,
Or do they
it wouldn't
just
go to a previous will? It would have a clause in it of incrimination or something like that, and it would be distributed differently.
It might go to the state or something. I don't know the laws.
Well, because he was just like, "Why don't you just turn me in and get your cut of the inheritance or whatever?" And I was like, "I don't think that's how that works.
Well,
I don't like."
Yeah.
Well, he
So I don't
agreed.
think he
They
put
made an agreement about it.
who.
Ransom and Marta. He's like, I'll help you all this. It's just if I get my part of the inheritance.
But she can't give it to him because she can't get it if she's proven to be
True.
responsible.
That's why he's helping her. It's kind of
Well,
the instance.
yeah.
It's like once help, then turn her in.
Yeah. It was just a weird way that they illustrated that roundabout way of working.
Yeah, it wouldn't work if it's like turn you in. Okay, give me money. The state now is in charge of all that. If it's the other way around, it's like here's your money. Okay, I'm turning you in now. I got what I want.
Okay, I did understand it. They just said it in a kind of a roundabout, stupid way.
Never.
Never.
All right. Final call for Act 3.
Nothing.
Nope.
Nothing. All right. We'll just jump into Act 4, which is the medical examiner building burning down.
Pick me.
Burning down.
At the end.
My hands up. Pick me.
I was going to start, but sure.
Yes.
Franks, you can go.
How did Fran die?
Garroted.
Let's go with
Cuban necktie.
the inconsistency with freaking morphine. How about that?
Yes. Thank you. I was like, this is so big. How is this skipped over? I'm like, I don't get this at all.
Huge.
They
establish it takes 10 minutes to die
of
from
an
morphine.
overdose. Yeah. It took over 2 hours?
He injected her to kill her with it. And he was with... Oh, there's an
100 milligrams. Took
okay.
10.
Yes,
take
10 minutes
minutes
for 100 milligrams.
Yes.
How much was on the syringe that he used? Because we could see that shot.
Oh, it was a poison effect, is what you're saying?
Well, he's saying he didn't inject him with... He didn't inject with enough to kill her as quickly. Is what he's going with. So I guess now I have to go look at the syringe.
Is morphine a poison agent?
No.
Because it's not instantaneous. It's not the 10 minutes, but it would take longer to kill someone on it without injecting more. If someone was injected instead of 100 milligrams, someone's injected with 70.
So
do they last 40 minutes now before they die?
Okay, so you can raise your tolerance to certain drugs, right?
Yeah, like iocane powder.
Sure. I would have taken a real thing, but I'll take iocane powder. So if 100 milligrams of heroin will kill you, if you build up a tolerance, that 100 milligrams won't kill you because your
Yes,
body is used to breaking it down.
that's true. Are you then
So
implying Fran is used to morphine?
no, my point was like that 100 milligrams is 10 minutes. I don't know what it's different for every person. So I don't know. If she's not used to it at all, it could have been less.
Oh, because Harlan's used to it
10
with the
minutes would
3
just be the
milligram
average.
dosage he gets?
It's also medical, so her saying exactly 10 minutes is already not probably true
She's a
because
good
medical
doctor.
stuff there's too many
We
variables.
disagree.
But
not a good nurse.
Okay, so Fran's never, or I won't say never, but she's not used to morphine in her blood system, in her blood.
We have no evidence of her with
Yeah.
morphine.
But Harlan has had 3 milligrams prescribed to him of having morphine from time to time. He's more used to it in a little vein.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just get it in increments.
You can't read the numbers on the syringe.
I was just about to go to it.
It's just upon a dose of a lethal dose will kill at an estimated amount of time for something. If not lethal, then it's a poison effect. And I didn't know morphine was a poison.
Okay, stop saying poison effect, please.
Okay, well, then
what's fantasy into this?
What's the right word for it?
Morphine's just a
It's
drug.
Yeah, like any drug, even if it's
It
like
is-
prescribed for you, can be lethal because
It
your
is-
body has to break it down.
Morphine is typically used as a painkiller, but morphine in this instance can act as a poison because they're ODing on it.
Yes, but there's a set timer on this then, because of Fran still being alive when Marta arrives.
Yeah, that's the problem. She
Okay,
should be dead long
That's
before
what I'm
Marta
getting.
got
What
there.
is the countdown timer then of morphine, which is what I'm questioning with a poison effect?
Not doctors.
Because an overdose effect would still be within. Maybe it's not 10 minutes like it would for Harlan because he's a little more used to it. It would actually be the opposite. It would be shorter because her body's not used to it.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because I only know the basics of morphine and how it's used or was used.
It would work better if she was like knocked out and chloroformed and IV'd to morphine that was dripping more and more over time to slowly kill her.
Yeah, but at
That
that
would work
point,
with the
it's
timer.
probably
It's a lot more setup, but
if
it
you're an intravenous drug user, you can survive.
So the explanation to Fran being alive when Marta arrives is that she's a drug user.
Sure, we have nothing to say no. We have nothing to say yes.
What we have is she's alive when Marta arrives after 2 hours.
So there you go. Yes, she's an intravenous drug user.
Okay.
He rides the white horse.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it's convenient that she's alive for so long.
Okay, I see it as it's
you
a
gotta say she's a smack addict. Come on, man, give it the zest.
Well,
she
I
likes
mean,
weed, so she
Yeah.
does take drugs.
Ooh, good point. Good
Not
clue.
the same thing.
Not the same drug, but it's still a drug usage. That's a clue.
Not even the
Shows
same
that
thing.
she does do drugs, though. That's we're Sinister. We're establishing she does drugs.
You know what? I'm gone down. It's an issue, not a problem.
I'm at a problem.
Okay, cool.
I think them establishing the
time on
timeline,
the
whether or not
note.
it's accurate or not, in context of the film, is something you'd have to stick with through the film. And being 2 hours, if that's an accurate estimate, because I don't remember it being
It
that.
was
But
8 o'clock.
it's certainly
written on
not
the
10
note.
minutes.
It's 8 o'clock written on the note of the meeting with Ransom, which is what it's for Fran. But then the email that Ransom sent Marta said 10.
So 2 hours, yeah. I view it as a problem.
If she showed up on time.
Why couldn't he have just killed her in a different way? Why did it have to be the morphine?
because the
Ryan Johnson really
nurse.
wanted the whole joke of you did this versus Hugh did this.
It's like Pink Panther. Oh, it's you.
He really liked that joke.
I'm gonna admit it's convenient, but also it does make sense that you would try to frame the nurse, because the nurse would then you would have then evidence of like she knows this is lethal.
That is true. It was with her medical bag in the room, which also
Yeah.
plays into the thing where it would have been questioning if the medical bag had the antidote in it, because then with that being in possession of Marta in the scene of Fran dying, could she have aided to save Fran and chose not to?
Well, she would have had to use adrenaline.
Possibly.
More than that.
I don't know if that was in the bag, but the antidote to morphine was in the bag. Or, not in the medical bag, but is what she would have for the antidote for. I don't know whether or not it was in the medical bag.
Well, just because, I'm going to go off of she didn't have it, because she would have given it to Harlan if she had it, because that would be the...
If she did, but Ransom took it. Did Ransom put it back in the bag?
No, that would be for heroin. I don't know. Morphine I'm not as versed in. It's just a similar composite. Composite. It's intravenous. That's all. Whatever. Who cares?
I'll raise my hand. I care.
I don't, but that's okay. You can care for me.
Okay.
I don't know.
We're talking on stuff we don't know.
Yeah.
None of us are doctors.
Did the antidote come back?
Just in the flashback of how he did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Taking
only in the great detective speech putting it all together, and it came back.
Okay. And the next one showed that Ransom had it, so we never know if it's put back into the medical bag or not.
I don't know why he would put it back. But...
I don't know. So to show like a frame that the medical bag had it in it when Marta had the ability to save on an overdose and chose not to, versus it actually being lost, because that would put...
But if the...
What?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, then that would have put proof onto more of Ransom taking it, if it was in his possession, versus framing it onto Marta.
So you're saying he wouldn't have been able to dispose of it? And it would have been a evidence liability to be kept in his possession? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if he kept it, he could have disposed of it.
Yeah, I would think it would be pretty easy just to bury it, throw it away, chuck it in a river, feed it to a dog. I don't know.
I don't know about feed it to a dog, but okay.
The antidote is naloxone. Naloxone. That is for any kind of opioid overdose, which would be a close composite of morphine.
Right. That was a Sprinks opening act point. So let's go to a writer point.
All right. Really lame car chase. But
agreed.
And saying your stupid movies are stupid doesn't make them not stupid. So once again, Marta lies, pukes in a cup. The best sleuth detective comes in and sits down and doesn't smell anything. Just keeps going on and on. Because the thing about throw up is you can smell it.
I wrote that down. I was like, that is going to smell.
Yeah. So, more of Blanc being stupid, because I'll just carry this right along. Blanc just lets Marta go in by herself, not keeping an eye on a suspect. He knows it's connected case because he saw the blood on her shoe. Lets her do her thing. Not saying that Fran would have survived with him there, but he would have been there to see some of this and wonder what's going on if he was acting anything like a normal detective would. But I guess it was for the funny that he was... Yeah.
She's not just a suspect. They just had a car chase.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't she just run away?
Yep. And but I guess Ryan Johnson really wanted LeBlanc listening to music for a while for funny.
That was good. I did like that connection with the Baby Driver reference. That was actually smart.
Because he made both.
That's not what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
nobody references it in the movie.
No, the reference to Baby Driver did make my mind go, oh, okay, I get the reference. And then LeBlanc singing the song. Did I write down the lyric? Yeah, sometimes I stand in the middle of the floor, not going left, not going, and then, oh Lord. Him verbally saying not left gave that connection of, to me, Marta always being on the left of framings for like 90% of the time.
Okay.
Okay, it played
Baby
in like
Driver,
an Edgar Wright
I'm sure I'll see at some point.
reference kind of thing.
Yeah, a little bit. I could see it.
Sinister, point please.
You want me to give you a
Sinister.
point? You want me to point at you? No. I guess it's about that time. We're in the last act, aren't we? And
Yes.
we gotta talk about. I'm gonna be the one to do it. I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna talk about the donut hole.
What about a donut hole?
How do we all feel about the donut hole? Because it's the big monologue of the movie.
It's a little silly, but I think it works with what Blanc is trying to convey. And it's a little meta as well.
Ryder, I know you're a huge fan of this line, so I'm curious to hear it.
You started the podcast with it.
Yeah. I found the line very silly. I know what Ryan Johnson's trying to convey. The problem is like it comes off as pompous brilliance, if that makes sense. Like he just wants to show off without actually doing legwork to show off. And I'm not talking about the character. I'm talking about the writer. It's you're saying a lot without saying anything. That's pretty much what they're. It's wasting time. Is what it's doing. That's how I see this monologue. I like the idea behind it because I don't mind my main characters getting monologues, but when you're saying nothing with it, I couldn't be cared less, and it could probably be cut out of the film, and nothing of value will be lost other than a fucking meme.
Donut hole within a donut hole. For me, the line is I can see LeBlanc saying it in such a manner. I personally don't like it, but and I can also see what Ryder's saying about Ryan Johnson wanting to sound smart with his words.
Oh, yeah, to be clear, I don't think it's
it
out of
fits.
character for Blanc. Let me add that caveat. I don't think it's out of character for Blanc either. I think Blanc would say this because he's been spouting nonsensical metaphors the entire film. So I'm fine with Blanc saying it. My only issue with all the saying of metaphors is they never amount to anything, which is my problem.
Is it like Wang in Murder by Death?
Yeah, I think that'd
that's
be
probably comparable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Idiot! I didn't finish Mushroom Story.
However, that's a little. The only difference there is that he is purposely waxing poetic on something that makes no sense.
Yeah, the benefit of that film is this is a parody. This is supposed to be a quote unquote serious, big budget murder mystery.
$40 million.
Serious with an asterisk. There's
definitely
a comedic tone to it.
This is more serious than its
with
sequel
an asterisk.
is. Yeah. This is more serious than its sequel is. Sequel is very, very, very.
I haven't seen it.
Comedy. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, we'll be ruining that for you,
I've
Crimson.
been told that it just makes no gosh darn sense.
Science.
It's just dumb.
Yeah, it's just dumb.
I should have just done this whole podcast with an accent.
I don't know about that one.
No, I would have lost my mind. Too much.
You'd
Can't
have hurt
believe you said it
yourself
to
more
me.
than us.
He's Mike
Okay.
Tyson after all.
Yeah.
So we have Ransom.
How-
He's
Sorry. I do have one more thing to add on for the donut monologue.
okay. Go ahead.
I like the shot.
All right.
The shot is
There
good.
you go.
No,
The shot is good.
we have Ransom out of custody now. Please let him go. He's with the family. And the first thing that popped in my mind is, how did he explain away the grandma return accusation? The grandma saying that he came back, and that was one of the that was why he got picked up in the first place after the car chase. They didn't explain that. They just explained that he told Marta's story, but they didn't explain how he got talked out of being there in the first place. Okay, on to the next thing, I guess.
No, sorry. I'm just.
Processing.
I was skimming. Yeah, I was skimming my notes and processing. My bad.
Any
yes,
thoughts
I
on
agree.
it, or did I word it poorly?
No, I agree. It's I don't know why Ransom is set free. I know why. It's because Ryan wants him in the room for the great detective monologue. But like I said, I don't have any in-world reason to validate why he would be let go. So
Being a member of the family, would he need to be present for a re-evaluation of the will?
but they're not reevaluating the will.
But isn't that what Marta's
Marta was
coming
just
to do?
planning. Marta's planning to confess to them.
Oh,
There's no will reevaluation until after she confesses. So like eventually there would be one, but that's not why she's there. Because the will reevaluation would happen after she goes to prison.
oh. I guess I took that scene completely differently then. I thought Marta was there to explain, okay, I'm going to give this amount to this person's getting the house. I thought that was her part of
No,
what she was doing.
she knows she's going to jail. At this point, she thinks she's going to jail. So
the
she
death,
explicitly, she wants to tell Blanc, like, I want to tell the family in person before I get pulled in. That's pretty much what she said. She wants to tell them in person.
Yeah, and then LeBlanc sees the report, realizes she's innocent of killing, and then cut her off. But what was the thing that started that? Oh yeah, just Ransom being there. Also, I think Marta should have just been arrested anyways after the car chase.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%.
Normally, yes, but then Blanc frames it as like she was influenced by Ransom to be a getaway driver.
He's not a cop though, and she still broke laws. I mean,
And again, just rely on the police being dumb and the world building being terrible. But
Actually, what laws did she break?
reckless and endangerment for driving.
I suppose that's the only
Right.
one. Yeah.
not pulling over when a police siren's coming after you. It's kind of another one.
That's one.
Okay.
Conspiracy.
Like she wasn't speeding. She didn't go. Well, maybe.
Well, she was flooring it.
Yeah, but the car didn't go fast enough. Like that was normal.
It didn't go fast enough.
But in a residential area or the town, I feel like it's possible speeding.
Definitely enough for her to end up in a police car.
Okay.
But no, she ends up doing errands at the laundromat for LeBlanc's point of view. So yeah, I guess that's my point on that. Did you guys have a answer to what his excuse was to get out?
For Ransom?
Yeah, because the reason that was stated was the grandma said he was there.
Seems weak, but that is witness.
Well, yeah, not a reliable witness.
Yeah, but they never addressed how he talked out of it. It's just, oh, he's there with the family now.
Yeah. I don't know. Because that would have been
I'm leaning towards what.
outside of the perspective of Blanc and Marta.
All we get out of it is he said Marta's side of the story. That's it.
You
But
told
I'm
them
leaning what
everything, as he
Ryder said.
says.
Yeah.
It's-
But of what she's
Ryan
conveying
Johnson
to Blanc is
wanted
also agreeing with what Blanc's saying. Then Ransom isn't making up things, it's being equaled out, conveyed to Marta, so speaking, I guess, hence truth.
Yeah. Let's go with Ryder.
Cool. Neither Fran nor Ransom do the normal thing in an empty house when you hear somebody going around. It's like, oh, hello, who's that? In order to have Fran like spy Ransom messing with the medical bag and leading to her down death because she's dumb.
No, that's just classic maid stuff. Come on, man.
The Snoopers.
So we all agree it's
I'll-
convenient. Great.
I'll say
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
convenient,
Yeah.
but not everyone has to say hello. But that's
Yeah,
what people typically do.
I don't necessarily need that, but Ransom could have done it when he walked in to double check to make sure the house was empty.
No, that's a risk factor. You don't want to give yourself away.
Yeah. What makes it even worse is that we see Ransom get under the police signs, or like the caution stay out signs. So we know the police were in the room, but the medical bag wasn't taken because these police are brilliant.
Well, you are right on that. Police presence was there and the bag was left there.
Yes, they just close it up. Probably
Yeah.
before forensics then.
I mean, the forensics tape is there. The body's probably gone. Be weird if it was just left up there.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
During-
yeah, that just plays into the detective Elliot not putting things into evidence and letting someone else do it when they were prioritizing it.
So now it's not just Elliot being incompetent, it's the whole department.
Not the whole department, just whoever was
The
on the case to be in the
whole
room.
damn department.
Which are
okay.
nobodies. Don't know who the heck that is.
Convenient for Ransom. All right, Sprinks, you can go next.
Yes, the email that was sent to Marta, which is from Ransom. The email sent back is like 092832 at protonmail.com. And I went, oh, that's weird, just a random bunch of numbers. So I compiled those numbers into a date of September 28th, 1932. My best guess. 2018 minus 1932 is 86. So I have a slight hunch, possibly, that is Harlem's birthday.
It's 86. Well, he was turning 85, though. Right?
On November 8th, yes. So September, it would be 1 year off, yeah, roughly.
Well, to not dismiss your math entirely, 86 is just another way of saying dead.
Is it?
Yeah,
You've been
Or-
86.
Yes.
Yeah.
you got
You've been
86.
86.
Yeah.
So I think that's
Oh.
the code, the police like chart or something for murders. 86, yeah.
Yeah, you got 86. It's also a phrase commonly used in restaurants because I worked in one where we say when you
Yeah,
need to get something
86.
off the menu, you got to 86
Yeah.
something off the menu
Oh.
when it's like out
Weirdo.
to serve. So that's I think because since you pitched upon the number, that's what immediately jumps to my mind more so than Harlan's birthday.
Oh, quite possibly then. Clever detail.
Potentially. But nice math. Shoot, I was gonna. Oh yes, the funniest thing to me in this was LeBlanc talking about who it's going to be, and then says Trooper Wagner, and Marta is like, Trooper Wagner. Like, that would have been pretty good if he was the bad guy. Being honest,
That would
Yeah,
have
I would
been
like Trooper
very
Wagner.
interesting. A
I think
police
it would
officer
not
that
work
was
at all,
pretending. Yeah,
and I wouldn't like it in reality. But this was a funny joke.
Depends on
it
how
would be
they're
a nice
disappointed.
subversion of expectations.
Yeah. But no, it's Ransom, the obvious choice because of the dogs.
And numerous other things, but
Yeah, dogs are pretty heavy.
I'm gonna throw some shade at Detective LeBlanc. He's like, and Marta's guilty of no more than just theatrics, and I'm like, no, she's guilty of destroying evidence multiple times.
True.
Obstruction of
But
justice.
Technically, she didn't destroy evidence because there was technically no crime committed. Because he did technically commit suicide.
They did end with
There
no
was
one
attempted
killed
murder.
Harlan. Yeah, attempted murder, and then actual murder of Fran.
It would still be
Yeah.
obstruction of justice.
It's true. It's true.
What evidence did
She is.
she destroy?
I think.
Sorry.
The tape, VHS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Footsteps.
The tape.
Because I'm
Yeah,
sure.
The footsteps would be harder to prove, though.
Yeah, footsteps are harder to prove. I think she doesn't have to get away with that, but the tapes one is very difficult to get away because the police officers would have digitized it and found nothing there.
Well, yeah, Ransom turned the correct way. He actually listened to the instructions that were given to Marta, so the tapes wouldn't have really incriminated him. So I think the obstruction would have just been the footsteps in the mud, but that is not solid evidence. Yeah, there's that. Let's go with a sinister point.
Oh, is that what we're calling it? Oh,
Sinister view.
but a sinister point of view, a POV, if you will. What do I have?
Bob.
I liked. I don't know if it was an actual reference or not, or if I just able to connect it, but I liked the knives chair.
Oh, the
I
The
artsy
visual of it.
fartsy Iron Throne.
Yeah. I thought it might be a reference somewhat to the it was a famous silent film guy. They eventually did do a reference to it with the John Wick poster. I can't remember his name
Oh,
off my
yes.
head, but he had the yes.
John Wick 2.
Just
gun
kind of made me
poster.
think of that. Yeah.
Potentially.
How many knives do you think on that board are prop knives?
Well, at least the one that she got
should
stabbed
be
with.
freaking
In world.
0.
In world.
1. My goodness, I hated that. I alluded to it earlier. So 1 is my answer.
Okay.
As in a retractable prop one. Because I looked at it, and all the other handles and the blades wouldn't have.
They're too
You wouldn't have
curved.
been able to do
Yep.
it. It's not possible. He grabbed
So,
the one frick knife, and that's absurd. I also don't know why that would be on there if all the other ones are.
Because he took the real
replicas.
one off to showcase the prop knife thing that he was talking about earlier.
Oh, he
Crimson.
swapped them out.
Close. I don't think it was Ransom who did that.
I didn't say it was.
Yeah.
I said
you
it.
said
I
him.
said it was
Harlan swapped them out.
Harlan,
Oh,
yeah,
Harlan.
because Harlan was talking about the prop knife. Yeah.
I think it was Marta. Still dumb.
Wait, what?
citation needed.
Hold on. Yeah.
No, Marta swapped out the blades if there was a swap out.
When, how,
Yeah,
why?
citation needed. Yeah.
Knowing the difference between a prop blade and a real blade, which is conveying from Harlan to Marta, so she would be knowledgeable on that in some sense with the explanation from Harlan. And then the blade, I don't know, it makes it real dumb. I'm trying to think of like anything to give it maybe. It's not like a fix, broken or fix kind of thing. It's like a here's 5% add in to make it a little better, even though it's at a 2%. But just like a little if she ployed like, oh, I'm gonna get stabbed because the only thing surrounding Ransom right now to get revenge is all these knives, so he's gonna grab a knife and I'm gonna set it up so when he gets stabbed it's not fake because his intent is to kill me in this instance because he's already framed for murder, so what's one more to a case? And but how she
So when
got
you're
in the
saying
room, how she
2%,
stopped.
you don't believe this, right? He's, it's just theory,
It's like the blood on the shoe. It's not impossible, but it's just it's written in here.
but you're not applying it to your theory. It's
If
just
any,
something.
if anyone's to, how do I word this? I don't understand the concept of Harlan having this wheel of knives and one of them's a prop knife. I don't know why that would be an art piece for him to have. If Marta, if this was actual full normal knives and Marta swapped out one of them, knowing in advance of like a game of Go that's going on, to be a step ahead of Ransom, knowing he's going to grab a blade close to him to try to attack her and it's going to be fake. I don't know how she knew which of the knives he was to grab. I don't know how she got a replica of a knife. I don't know when she went in and put a replica of a knife. That's
Franks,
too
is it
far-fetched.
possible and a higher than a 2% chance that it was just written poorly?
Yes.
Okay. Because I just hear you trying to fix in something that I definitively see as just an issue
As I just said,
in
it's like
universe.
a 5% add-on. I'm not making like 50-50 and here's my reason why it could be the 51%. No, it's terrible. It's really convenient. It's kind of dumb. It lines up just for the movie's sake of like, oh man, he got her with a fake knife, which was a callback, but how'd that get all set up? I don't know. I'm just going, if anyone set that fake knife to be there, I think it would have been Marta, and this is my 5% reasoning as to why. But on the whole scale out of 100%, that still only makes it 7% kind of thing. Like, it's terrible. That's what
Okay.
I'm getting at.
Gotcha.
Not that it's just like out of the blue, ooh, a fake knife. Rian Johnson wrote that in for like a god power kind of. No, not that. It's like feasible in world. How did this occur, kind of thing.
I guess for me, I like the slow mo visual.
Yeah,
That's the praise I'll give of it. I think Dumb and Dumber over there just going, oh no.
Yeah.
I would have just cut that out because they're stupid.
Yeah, the moment that the moment they confirm that he's the killer, why are they letting him walk towards Marta at all, other than
and then
just to Ryan wants the visual?
he tips off like in for a penny, which is a reference to him going all out. It's like, oh, he's about to do something.
in for a penny.
Yeah, like the slow mo
Maybe
visual.
Elliot and Wagner don't believe Blanc.
They don't
They've been
believe it until
skeptics
he
this whole
pulls out the
time.
knife.
Yeah, they're just like, eh.
I still don't believe him. He was just going to run off in the kitchen and cook something, but he tripped on Marta.
Imagine they saw him get stabbed and they're like, I still don't believe he's the killer. It was clearly a joke, Blanc. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's an accident, really.
But yeah, I'm so again, please, Blanc, do nothing. Just let Ransom, even though they know he's a killer now, just get close to Marta.
His monologue is more important. Okay, they could have handcuffed him when they brought him into the room, but they didn't.
Honestly, yeah,
They didn't do that.
yeah.
They didn't do it. They just didn't do it.
No.
I like this, but you know what, Crimson, I agree. The slow mo, I like that. And it just reinforces how dumb all the detectives are as well. So that's the only bad thing about the slow motion.
Let's go with Sprinks.
Yes, it's a confusing camera frame that it's not like it's weird to say. So like an hour 36:28 in the film, Marta is walking into the laundromat and Fran's body's hid behind a beam from her like angle of point of view upon entering the room. And Marta's walking at an angle and not straight towards the beam, so the point of view shot following that's going forward to the beam to hide the body doesn't line up with what Marta's doing, whereas Marta took one step to the side, would have identified the silhouette of the body ahead of her. So those aren't connected, but that's only to convey if the shot of the beam going forward is a point of view shot of Marta. If not, and it's just like building ominence or tension into the room, then that's fine, I guess, in that sense. But it does feel like it's a point of view shot following Marta's movements, which seems off.
It's continuity. Like her body didn't match the camera work. It's like when she was in the study or whatever, or in the bedroom, and Harmon opened the door, and her back is faced. That's different. She's in a different spot than when it shows the two perspectives. So it's just a continuity thing. Because I do believe it to be a POV shot for it.
Okay.
Let's go with the Sinister.
I did Sinister.
Sinister.
Just Sinister. I do one of the shots that kind of stayed in my memory after finishing the movie is definitely the final shot of Marta with the cup. Can't remember, at the top of my head, I can't remember what it says. It's like my house,
my rules,
my cup.
Yeah, it says my house, my rules,
my
something
coffee.
like that.
My coffee.
My house, my rules, my coffee.
The smile. It's a good way to bookend, I think, the movie a little bit. I'm not gonna say it's a good ending or not.
She's got quite the mug on her face.
She's got quite the mug. Mug meaning two things. And I just kind of like, because it does, you kind of want to know more of where that story is going. It does do a good way of, like, I guess, like, I want to, what happens next, kind of, in the sequel, and then the sequel comes out and it's not
nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it whatsoever.
What I liked is her hands cover up the my rules, my coffee, and it just says my house.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
I'm sure that was likely intentional.
No, that was totally by accident.
It was
they were just like, let's go with it. Let's just go with that.
I mean, the less credit I get to give Rian Johnson, the better I'll feel. So sure.
Nice.
High five. We agree again, Sinister.
Oh, wow. Really?
The power of friendship. Someone mentioned earlier in the film that there was a missing bottle that was taken from the house to make a Molotov?
Yeah, I found in my facts that there was a missing bottle in Ransom's house, and it
in Ransom's house.
Yeah, Ransom's house. That would have corresponded with the one you used for the Molotov.
Okay, then I don't have an issue with that. I thought the bottle was taken from the Thrombeys house, which I would have taken an issue with, because I don't know why he would want to do that.
Oh yeah, it's from his place. Okay, well, crisis averted.
Crisis averted.
Something I had, and I'm not too solid on it because there's enough to where it's possible, but Ransom hiring like a top tier PI. Why? He could have done some like lower level one, not some well known one. Because with you a higher risk one or a better one, it's a higher risk of you being revealed. And it ended up biting him, obviously.
Is he just that cocky enough to know how he can frame it?
I mean, that would have to be the angle you go with, and the other angle is he saw an advert in the newspaper, and that's because that's what it looked like he took the paper from.
Well, like the obituary?
What?
Like, what was in the newspaper?
LeBlanc advert or article, something. Had his poster or something in there.
Yeah, the LeBlanc got a plain note with money and a clip of a newspaper regarding Harlan's death, I think.
Okay, okay, sounds like you two are talking
It's a
about two
different
different
thing.
things you saw then.
Yeah, that's a separate thing. No, and the flashback when LeBlanc's talking about who hired me and all that stuff, we see Ransom in a magazine with LeBlanc paper that he rips,
Oh, I
and
see.
so I think that's how he caught on to him to hire him. He just saw an advert for this PI.
Okay.
But that's all I really have on it. It's a very risky plan. No matter how smart you think you are, it's a risk.
I agree.
Especially if someone you
Imagine
don't
hiring the guy that arrests you. Yeah, he didn't know anything about him.
Yeah.
Presumably. Let's go with a writer.
I like, again, it raises more questions on the motivations as to why Linda's being cut off. But I do like that she finds the empty letter, and she knows it's for her because it's their secret coding. So we see how she reads it, and obviously we see Richard with a black eye next time they're in a shot together.
I like
So
that.
we
I
can
like that.
assume what happened. I did enjoy that little bit because there's a through line for the character actions here, a logical through line. I love it. It's so small, it doesn't affect the rest of the film almost, but I like it.
It's a good addition.
It's a good addition, but
Sphinx said,
doesn't Richard have the black eye previously?
No,
No.
Richard gets the black eye because he finds out that, well, Linda, the inference that from the film is that Linda gave it to him after she found out and hit him.
But didn't she find out on the steps leading up to the front door, and he's trying to bribe the cops to give Ransom back?
Yeah, he doesn't have a black eye in that scene. He gets it after.
Oh.
But he's in the next scene that they have together after that is when Richard has the black eye.
Yeah.
So we can infer what happened. I like that.
all right. We've hinted at it. Might as well bring it up. The
Mhm.
vomit. So, Ryder, you said you were keeping an eye on it. Do you want to spearhead it?
Sure. I didn't time it, but I didn't write down like the exact time lengths it took for everything, but most of the length that we see her hold it in has been up to about 6 seconds. The final one being the cut from her, the end of her interview, after LeBlanc and the detectives interview her last. She runs from there to the bathroom to throw up. Um, and then the shortest one is obviously the first one, I think, where the concept of it's introduced, and we see it being reinforced time wise constantly again. But obviously the last one, when she has to pretend that Fran is still alive, and she's lying through her teeth about that, she holds that one in for quite a while comparatively to the others.
Very long time. She doesn't like twitch, or there's no visual of her holding back. Um, there's nothing. She's getting no tears because, at least with me, the few times in my life I've puked, trying to hold in vomit can cause you to tear up because it's like burning your throat. Uh, at least with me. I don't know about you guys.
No,
Well,
it's
it's
made my eyes water
discomfort.
before.
Yeah, discomfort's a good way to.
Yeah, there's no visible signs of discomfort until the plot demands it.
Opening the floodgates.
Uh,
Yeah. So I
in
think it's
terms,
egregious.
oh,
Breaks the rules established on the duration provided.
I agree. It's terrible.
That's it. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, good way to put it.
Brinks, oh, your thoughts?
It does break of not being able to hold it as long. It just goes into the ploy of the shock value, I guess, of the scene.
Yeah, I would I subjectively still wouldn't like it, but if they were consistent with the ruling of it, it wouldn't be an objective problem. It's unfortunately because they're inconsistent with it and how it works and the phrasing of questions and what constitute as her lying, that those are also typically around her vomit are somewhat inconsistent as well. So it's yeah. I think I thought it was subjectively pretty bad, but it has a lot of objective problems attached to it.
Very great and convenient timing for the hospital to call her.
Oh yeah.
And
LeBlanc
call her at all.
Yeah,
I don't know why
why
she would be the contact.
Yeah, why wouldn't they contact the detectives instead?
No.
Or Fran's family. Yeah. Fran's family or detectives. Why is Marta the contact?
Hey man,
So,
you ain't gotta know,
conveniences.
man.
I guess that is a good question. It would just have to go into something showing that she put down like her number as emergency contact or something, but that's never.
Yeah, she says she left her number as a contact, but she still wouldn't be the first one to contact, considering the situation that she's in. Like she's planning to going to prison at that point.
I don't know that. So lots of conveniences happening here, and the thing Sinister was talking about me paying attention watching this was how pivotal the vomit is, because like Sprinks said, it's been 5 years since I've seen it, apparently. So I didn't remember how pivotal it was. I just remembered this reveal, and I don't know how you can just create a character with this crux, because this is not. I've never heard of this being a thing before. Someone
It is a thing.
vomiting, really?
Well, it's not a thing. It's not an actual medical condition, but the
People uncomfortable lying. I can see that.
exactly. That's about where it begins and ends. They wouldn't just like throw up whenever they lie necessarily. But yeah.
It's not a Pinocchio nose.
No.
Yes and no. With Sinister, there is no medical thing I know of it, but there are instances like it in other, I guess, responses to discomfort or unease in a situation to something.
Well, yeah, but
like you see a dead body.
I was saying, that's what I was saying. I'm like, but it's not like lying.
Lying and
The
puke
best-
is feasible. It's just not common.
Yeah, see, the best I can derive from what happens in the real world is lying gives someone anxiety, and that can cause vomiting.
Well, yeah.
By virtue of the level of anxiety it can cause.
It would be that if she was literally just lying, if it was just literally about lying about Harlan's death, but it's anything and everything.
Yeah, that ties into that it's not lying is anxiety inducing. Lying is a disgust factor.
I don't have enough from Marta's character to get that. I'm taking the rule at face value.
In the movie, they make it a medical thing. It's a real medical thing, but in real life, it's just an anxiety thing that doesn't necessarily have to do with just any lying. It's lying about something that you really don't want to lie about, something like
that. So it's just such a weak writing tool to me, and you can't integrate it. You can do it, so I don't have an issue with them doing it. It's weak. Because this is viewed to be like a really good murder mystery, and it's just weird to have this like crux where you need to build a character that can be proven to be honest all the way through. So it's a weird choice. My biggest issue with it is just the inconsistency with the ending, though. Definitively, objectively. Subjectively, don't like it at all.
Same as me, yeah.
Got to draw the line.
Yep.
I realized I was making it a bit broad. Let's go with Sprinks.
I know Sinister probably pumped his hands in the air at 1 hour 43:02 when Ransom said Knives Out.
I'm a time watcher. Yeah, I know.
They said the name of the movie in the movie.
They did.
Knives Out and Beaks Bloody.
Yeah. Or was it Beaks?
Yeah, Beaks, because he was making
the vultures,
implying they're vultures. Yeah,
which they are.
Indeed.
Not an inaccurate assessment.
They said it. They said it.
I had the same reaction to that as I had to any film that does something like that. Got to earn your cheese. This film did not.
Hugh did this.
The
Do you think
only-
that was meant to be funny or not? I don't think it was, but I found
No, it
that
wasn't.
very.
I don't think it was meant to be
100%
funny. I think it was
no.
meant to be clever.
It
Yeah.
was hilariously poorly written. I mean, that's where I got my laughter from it. Yeah,
Weird.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I guess to break down a little bit more, it's just convenient that she didn't use the common name for him when she's at death's door.
True. She does know his name is Ransom by others.
Yeah. So yeah,
But the
even though
help calls him
even
Hugh.
though he makes the help call him Hugh because he's an asshole, that's not a justifiable excuse for this line because you're dying. You need to be explicitly clear on who you're talking about.
I'll also go with lower syllables. I could just aid into it,
You Ransom.
and then she dies.
Bleh.
Worst death ever.
That was the worst throw ever of all time.
All time. Yeah, my fault. Somebody put a wall on my way.
Spranks.
Oh, me again.
Yeah.
I actually think I'm out.
Oh God.
I think everything that I
Right.
have left has been touched on.
I
Actually,
think
well,
anything
there's
else I have
one.
weak sauce.
I don't remember if
You
I
pulled
brought
on
it up.
me.
I don't know if I brought it up. The reason why Marta put air into the vial when giving Harlan his dose. Did I touch on that already?
No.
Okay. There's a shot of her with the syringe, and she's actually pushing it in air rather than extracting the liquid. And I don't know the use of that. You need to oxidize the morphine or whatever it is.
Pushing in the air.
There's a shot of her with the syringe putting it in the vial, and she's pushing in on it. So she's putting air from the syringe into the vial rather than having it at the base and then
I got
pulling
you.
it out.
Yeah, because you don't want air in your syringes because that can cause strokes.
Air bubbles.
Yes, you don't want
Yes.
to do that.
But
So
Wouldn't
she
that
was
be a-
getting the air out.
but wouldn't that be a prior
Well,
thing
she was-
and not into the vial?
It doesn't really matter as long as the syringe is empty because there's air in the vial already. There's open space in there.
Okay, I didn't know if that would add pressure.
Pressure.
No, because there's no pressure because it gets punctured. There's a hole in it, so it's not a pressure thing. So that's an indicator of a good nurse.
I kind
Wow.
of got one at the very end of the movie.
Yeah,
I'm
there you
glad
go.
Ryan got something right about good nurse. I forgot to mention as well to pile on more on just how stupid the detectives are. Hugh was lying on top of Hugh. Ransom was lying on top of Marta for quite a while with a fake knife,
Oh, yeah.
and none of the police are ripping him off.
No, because they're pretty used to like that being kind of the end of it.
Yeah, I agree. They were standing by way too long.
Way too long.
Way too long.
Yeah, I am
Let's-
also out of notes.
Tapped out.
I'm tapped out. You can't draw from me. I'll be overdrawn.
I think my last one is just that really lack security for the lab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no reason to believe those cameras aren't digital. So they
It
would.
was on VHS.
Huh?
It was on VHS. Every single building, everything
yeah.
is VHS.
Yeah, apparently.
Everything is outdated pieces of garbage.
Yeah. And there the single Molotov cocktail would not have been enough to set that building alight.
Not that quickly, anyways.
Not that quickly,
Unless
and
I hit an air tank immediately.
yeah, Yeah, unless he hit an air tank, it would not have gone up. It would have burnt out on the floor where where it remained.
I'm sure there would have been like fire alarms. I mean, it's a
Yeah,
government building. There'd be
yeah,
fire
no
suppression
fire alarms,
systems.
no fire suppression system went off. It was just
Well,
galore
especially
luck.
it's a government
It's
evidence
a
building,
government
so they'd have
building.
like fail safes. Yeah.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
very important one with
It's a
evidence of
modern
crimes.
government building too, which makes it even worse.
Yikes! I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that is my last bit for just more terrible world building, just to push the plot along.
Yeah, they had to just do it right at the very end of the movie that to just really get it on home.
Let's see. I guess my last thing to pile on, touched on it earlier, is just the viscosity thing. Marta is a great nurse in terms of LeBlanc, but she doesn't look at what she's administering. I find that insane.
Yeah, that's
I
been what I've been hinting at this entire time.
Yeah,
As to why
it's
I think she's a
crazy.
terrible nurse.
That's what Ryan Johnson could come up with the hardest part for him to figure out, granted. I don't know what I would have written, but it probably wouldn't be that. Um, just she felt the difference by the viscosity, but she didn't read the bottles. And she wasn't even aware of the weight thing either. It's not like, oh, this feels weird. I need to administer. There's nothing like that.
Marta didn't
There's no acknowledgement.
acknowledge it.
Yeah. So that I think that's a huge issue.
I agree. I mean, because that inherently flies in the face of you're a good nurse.
Yeah. I mean, because she was a bad nurse and didn't look at it, the movie is what it is. If she read the label and then did it properly, Ransom would have gotten what he wanted.
Yeah. If rumors are to be believed, it took Ryan Johnson 6 months to write this movie,
And
and that's
us
just
like
sad.
5 hours to destroy it.
No, I just like it. I like to think the more time an artist gets, the better the work can be. But Ryan seems to be the
Mm,
exception to that rule.
yeah, I mean it varies. It depends.
Say it's easier to critique than to do, right? It's like
That
it's
is
easier
that is also
to
true.
teach than to do or whatever. I forgot the expression. One who cannot do
Those who
teaches.
those who can't teach, those who can't do teach, and those who can't teach Jim.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
All right.
Never heard that one.
Guess we are on to summaries and ratings. Let's begin with Sprinks.
Oh boy, crazy for you to make me go first.
Well,
You're
do you
really
not
mad,
want to go
man.
first? I can change it up.
Sorry, I didn't riff very well. Apologies. All right, go first. Let's see. I'll start with my subjective. Originally, when I saw this back in 2020, I categorized this in my letterbox, and I had this as a 5. Back then, before the pod, I just kind of had things of, that base level, people asking you, oh, what was that movie like? And I'm like, 5 out of 10. Kind of just went with that vein. So that's kind of where I had it. On this viewing, it has changed because I broke the movie down, saw more details in it, more, kind of more, how do I word it? Paid attention more, I guess, kind of situation to it. And I
Yeah.
am settled at a subjective 6.5. I think it's an entertaining movie. I think it flows fairly well. And I think it does build some suspense and mystery and all that, but it's not like a blow your socks off that I hear a lot of people say. But I also don't find it boring or displeasing, I guess, kind of thing. So a 6.5 I think is adequate for it, and possibly could see it again. I don't know. Objectively, let's see here. I think the acting's all great. I think everyone does very good at acting. I don't know anyone who's really bad at acting. Even like characters like Meg and Jacob and Donna, even though they have like nothing really to work with, they're not like extravagantly making things different with their screen time. They're all play it off fine. I think the lighting usages and things are really good. There's the lighting of the back scene of Harlan talking to Marta before he goes inside with the where he was lighting his cigar, I think, or whatever, smoking, and the lights like beaming down on the back of him. So the lights on Marta, kind of like an interrogation kind of view, kind of look, and I like that. And it also gets reflected oppositely in the hallway scene where Walter is doing kind of the same thing onto Marta, but in a negative light. But it's also kind of the interrogation light coming off the other shoulder. Thought that was good. Um, I think the kind of lighting outside of the sun coming down, showing like a viewpoint on like the mud tracks of how that's framed is pretty good. So lighting's all fine. I think the costume department is very good. Decently, I like kind of all the woolly thing. Very plain colors. No one's like in a crazy t-shirt. I guess Meg's kind of in a t-shirt, but it's very just simple shapes. I don't think it's of like a band or anything. So everyone's kind of like, I guess, color coded. I didn't break down color theory of this movie, but people do have outfit changes. Um, so the biggest thing, I guess, was like the wool. Everyone's kind of in a wool during the will, and Ransom's kind of the fox or the wolf in wolf's clothing. The cinematography, I think, is pretty decent and good throughout. There's some really good lined up shots. A lot of I don't know how to call it, kind of like triangular shots kind of thing, where it's like one person's in the foreground, either in the middle or on a side, and there's two behind to bounce off. I think those are really good. The Marta being on the left, I don't know the purpose of it. I think that was good. The zoom in, zoom outs usage, I don't know what that was for, but that was good. The one shot I think was a bit off and should have probably had another redone is the handheld off. I know the purpose of what they were going for to portray, but it really does feel like a stop in the middle of a scene, unhook it, move it kind of thing, rather than try to find a way to falsely make it look like it's on a track and then go to handheld. I just think it could have been smoother in that portrayal, and also maybe a little more cut jittery than what it came across as. Other than that, all the shots are pretty good. Um, the writing, in my viewpoint of Marta being intent to kill Harlan is fine. I can understand how something difficult as that would take 6 months to write, of a character who has a ploy of can't tell lies and can be identified as such. So how do you get them to get away with a case such as this, and how do you interloop that with someone else who's trying to get away with the murder of Ransom, who's trying to frame it, and how does that connect? How do they get each other to go about each other, with Blanc as a detective kind of following very close to Martha's case, being the one who can tell the truth, so stick to the person you can trust the most kind of thing. Um, I understand all of that and the idea overall and how kind of clever that is to swap up to a whodunit, but the overall kind of damage and the dumbness that it gives characters and scenes just to transition or just to be a use and tool to go along with the story, I think is poorly done. A line usage just so it can go onto the audience's side of being like, oh, okay, I get how that connected to something, where the character in world had no recollection of what has been shown or what occurred, could be hours ago, what have you. So the usage of that to portray onto the audience entertainment versus the reality of in world is poor, I think. Um, Very silly lines at times, and I think that's the use of comedy that's trying to get across, because no one seems very serious. Everyone kind of has like a not one set emotion, but everyone's a bit emotional in this movie in one way or another. Even Blanc and Marta, um, and it's a bit silly for that. Blanc is kind of silly. Of course, there's always something I forget and miss, but overall, I have this set as a 7.
Alrighty. Let's go with Sinister.
All right. Yeah, I definitely kind of started that. I really, I do have a love for this movie. I think they really caught the atmosphere and and I said the overall vibe of a good whodunit. Unfortunately, the plot isn't a very good whodunit, and probably I'm sure a writer would say an underworking, but I think in almost I think this might also suffer maybe from like an overworking, where I think they were trying way too hard to find a suitable plot or something different, and just it just kind of ruined any sort of work to do with it. That being said, the casting is great. The set design is also really good. Pretty much all the characters feel pretty on point. I think we mentioned two that really don't have a lot to do, and that's kind of an issue with a movie with as big a supporting cast as this one has, is that you're gonna run into people just kind of not having enough or anything to do really. Um, but the standout, main characters, played by Michael Shannon, Jamie Lee Curtis, Toni Collette, Don Johnson, all give pretty damn good, portrayals. And then, Anna de Armas and Daniel Craig are both pretty good as well. And yeah, I wish Lakeith Stanfield had a better character in this, because he does a very good job, but he's not really given much to work with, unfortunately. See if there's anything else that hasn't already touched on so far. I think the overall murder device, while somewhat clever, does feel just too crazy to take seriously. It's a little bit too far out there, and I think again that's a part of like overworking in my mind, of like, if you have to look really that hard to have it make sense, it's probably gonna, when it finally happens, it's probably gonna be not the best. But that's me, it's my opinion. Everybody can think their own way, but personally, that's how I feel about it. Overall, brought up a bunch of plot, either not holes or conveniences. Some easier to look over than others, but I think with all that, I am sitting at. I was going between a 6 and a 7. I think I'm at a 7.
Okay, surprise rating. I'm expecting that. Let's
I
go.
I gotta have somewhere to go down for the next. Okay, I can't go. Can't step too far.
Oh, I was expecting higher. Let's go with Redder next.
All right. I'll do my subjective. My subjective has changed over my subsequent viewings. I would have probably had this at about a 5.5, maybe a 6, I think. But the film, every time I watch it, the film's problems just become more apparent, to the point where I can't overlook them, even if I'm having fun during some of the scenes. Because I do think that I get the sense that all the actors on this were having fun. Like, I get the chemistry. I think all the actors do a great job. I had a lot of fun with this film. I think the first time I watched it. And I think my subjective is slowly kind of going down over each subsequent viewing. And a lot of that is due to some objective reasoning, which I'll get into. But I still have some fun with it. So my subjective did go down a bit, though, to a 4.5. I would definitely watch this over most of Ryan Johnson's other work, as an example. But it's still on the, like, not trending towards like completely adverse to rewatching. It's just not a film I would go out of my way to rewatch. Objectively, I guessed I was at a 4.5 before I began watching the film for the podcast. Because I do think this film benefits comparatively to being like in comparison to something like The Last Jedi, where it's not a part of a franchise that's been going for 30 years with established rule sets and things like that. So there is I thought that I would give the film the benefit of the doubt with that going in. So let's start. The world building is a mess. There is nothing logically consistent about the outside world within how things are portrayed. And so what I mean by that is the police don't do basic police work. The government buildings is essentially broken in order to allow Ransom to burn it down. The security cameras aren't updated beyond VHS. We can infer some reasons, but nothing's explicitly stated. Why there's only one security camera, if there's only one, I don't know. We know the other cameras are blanked out. So despite the world being relatively basic, it's riddled with issues. And the plot bleeds into the world building because where we go with the plot is typically within the Thrombey household. And while the rest of the world seems to follow somewhat sensible rules, it is still dragged down by all the conveniences in the plot, like why characters end up in a certain location at a certain time. I'm gonna go with Fran as an example for that. That's character related issues specifically to her, but it drags down into world building and plot. And unfortunately, that's something I can say for the rest of the film. A lot of the plot issues arise from character damage. So while I can see something like I could see LeBlanc giving the donut hole monologue, the road to get him there was riddled with conveniences as to why he didn't directly ask Martha direct questions, or why the other police detectives didn't do that now that they realize they have a resource. It feels like that can be attributed to almost every character except for Harland, because Harlan takes himself out pretty early in the film. I think Linda also mostly escapes unscathed. I think she 180s really quickly, but I can mostly attribute that to the shock value of what's going on. Waltz, well, I guess that ties into Harlan's motivations. I'm not sure why she was cut off, though there's supposed to be an implied reason that's not properly conveyed in the film. So I guess that is a couple nicks towards her. Walt's motivation is he's cut off, and again, feigned politeness, not a good person, as it turns out, when he's trying to corner Marta, but he is more sympathetic than Linda and Richard at a certain point in the film, as far as wanting to get in Marta's good graces, but also probably really did genuinely want to apologize. And I think we can attribute that a lot to Meg. Meg seems to be Marta's closest tie into the family outside of Harlan. The two of them seem to be really close. Though I feel like Meg's apology is incomplete to repairing the damage to that friendship, because Marta clearly saw through the manipulation, at least for me, in the dinner scene with Ransom. Ransom's plan doesn't make a lot of sense, or it's very risky to hire a detective, and it turned out to be the best detective, so I just have to assume that he picked a detective at random, which is not strong plotting for your story. All the characters are damaged by the conveniences that riddled with them. So Marta damaging evidence like the tapes, the consistently damaging, throwing away the part of the vine thing on the outside of the house for a dog to play fetch with, which is really weird. It's a lot of that bleeds into just how the characters interact with the world. I don't think anyone was character assassinated per se, but every character sustained damage. Outside of, like I said, probably Linda and maybe Marta's family. So was it a 4, but I think there's enough here to drop this out of like the worst of my average scale. So I'm at a 3, I think.
All right. Now there's a number I was expecting a little bit. I will do my subjective first. Much like the other two that have stated, I had an original and subjective scoring. In particular, I had a LetterBoxd score where I gave it 4 out of 10. And watching it now, I enjoyed it more. I have it at a 5 subjectively. The biggest annoyance of it for me is the vomit stuff, and good nurse reasoning for Marta's screw ups, which are objective elements to me, but it does affect my viewing of it. But it's not as annoying as I remembered it being. I still have the same uh, issue of um Ransom being introduced halfway. Now that we've established that what we mean by that, my my view of it introduced halfway. Uh, Objectively, I was jumping around with some numbers. I'll start with the positives. Quick, because they've already been kind of talked about. I think the acting is good. Camera work, good. I do know exactly the shot Sprinks is talking about with the lifting the camera off the tripod or machine or whatever they're using for the camera.
It just needed to be redone.
It wouldn't be a tripod, but I know what you're talking about. Everything else, really good. Liked it. Lighting, costumes, just the atmosphere or the vibes, as Sister was putting it. I think they did a good job with. Weakest being the writing. Um, Vomit, as mentioned, was inconsistent with the duration of it. I find it as just a weak thing to implement, but that's not objective. That's subjective. The viscosity thing, nice try, Ryan. I know you've spent time, but it just does not mesh well with her being a good nurse, especially with Spriggs pointing out the ejecting the oxygen out of the syringe, because that is something you would do as a nurse or anyone in a profession that requires a syringe. So good detail on that, but her not looking at the label, it's too much to overlook. It's not great. The cops, broad terms, because now we've established that the forensics team is also terrible because they didn't recover the bag when they were investigating in there, giving Ransom opportunity to take it. Fran, moron, quite frankly. Why you would go face to face with a killer with your blackmail scheme, I don't frankly understand. You would do like a Dropbox thing or do it
Or a public
online.
area, please.
If you're going to meet in person, yeah, public area. But there's so many options, and she picked the worst possible option. And it cost her, thankfully, because she didn't deserve to live on after that mistake. That was terrible. Much to what Ryder was saying, I don't think any of the characters were assassinated. We did discuss removing at least one character, and I'll pose it when I'm done if we need to remove more because we didn't fully talk about it. But Donna, whatever her name was, we all agreed she's pretty much removable. We talked about how there's a lot of conveniences ruled throughout. I think the prop knife is really, really stupid, and I talked about how I thought it was. So I was around a 5.5, 6 range because the writing's bad, but everything else is pretty good. So I'm having it at a 5.5. Writing's pretty big for me. Now on to what I was just saying. Removable characters. Anyone need to pitch any, or are we good with Donna?
Donna was the only one I had.
I'm fine with Donna.
We could probably remove the fan detective.
I was just about to say that Wagner. He doesn't contribute anything except jokes. He doesn't find anything.
All his lines to Elliot.
Yeah.
I mean, his lines aren't even important. What does he do?
He explains the location of things.
Oh, that's from a book.
Yeah.
That's not important information. That doesn't help with anything.
If that wasn't explained, would you not question the window?
No, it's an old house.
Okay.
They have secret doors.
Your
and stuff.
thing with the knife would be me with the window then.
But
you think those are on the same level?
If not explained, yeah. It is. That is.
Doesn't
so
Marta show them the window?
Yeah, she shows them the window.
Yeah, so they don't even need the detective there.
She doesn't need to say it's from a book.
Yeah.
Because LeBlanc sees there's the window outside, and then they go inside, and Marta shows it.
Then they'd have to rewrite their usage of why there's a hidden window.
Why?
What do you mean there needs to be a why?
Well, Sprinks is saying it was installed because the book. I talked earlier where I think he could have been inspired by it. So that's the split in perspective on that.
Well, yeah, but the detective doesn't need to be there to say it's from the book for it to be there.
Sprinks is saying he has to be there to explain the reason why it's there.
Yes. What is the audience knowledge of knowing why that is present?
That's a... Wow, I don't... That one.
Say that one more time, Strings.
What is the audience's perspective to know why it's there?
Oh, Marta could just say, "Oh, it's from his book." Any character can say that.
So give the line to someone else. That's what I'm going on. Take it away from Wax and give it to someone else.
And also, we got also to reiterate again, because we've had this spat before, all the way back in Murder by Death, I think. I don't need everything explained to me.
Okay.
Well, it's fine. They don't explain the knife either, but
yeah.
That
one's more
okay.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I pitched the knife. It's not explained.
If we are to remove Wagner, and the one change being someone else, we'll say Marta explains the door, is he removable?
Yeah, give his.
I would say yes.
Sure.
So we got Donna and Wagner as removable.
Yeah.
Is everyone in agreement with Wagner?
Wow, two from one movie.
Yeah, we haven't had that since Scooby-Doo Alien Invaders? Or Alien Invasion, whichever. Never remember it.
I think
it's
so,
Invaders.
Yeah, I remember that pitch I made. Still shocks me to this day.
Yeah, like Buck or whatever his name was in Daphne. All right. Then I guess that is it. Anything else before Ryder takes us out?
Nah.
This was a big
one. Long time waiting.
Yeah, this is a big one for sure. Finally did a Rian Johnson movie. All right. Thank you, audience, for listening. Whether it be Spotify, Amazon, CastBox, Goodpods, iHeartRadio, over Pocket Cast, and Samsung. And if you have to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, thank you for watching our PNG Tuber slideshow there. Please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And
a special guest character, Sinister Boy.
There we go.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.